Yeah.
Okay, perfect. All
Yeah.
right, Ben. And so I was saying, like, obviously, some of the things that you and Ant were talking about were fucking really good. At the same time, you're not allowed to fully express your full understanding of everything because of legal
Yeah.
paper.
Yeah. I try not like, especially with esports engine stuff. There's certain stuff I don't want to talk about, like, Adam's secret sauce type shit. You know what I'm saying? Like business stuff. And then with we were talking
Yeah,
about the Lucas stuff. It's like I had a background context with Paul, and it's like
of
there's
course.
certain stuff I can't. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't want to, blow up his
I
spot.
want to talk about something with you, Ben, and agree with me or disagree with me. I don't give a shit, but
Yeah.
what what's up with fucking Octane trying to bully these kids, man? Like they're trying to make a living off of here,
Wait,
and
what do you
now he's
mean?
gonna come in here and straight bully people.
Wait, what are you talking about? You talking about Sam Scriven?
Yeah.
Do you see Trey tweeted yesterday? It's like a Ballon d'Or winner playing like League Two football.
For
Nah,
real.
Sam was just feeling it for Heist because it's an unfortunate situation with how the roster lock works for Elite. So like, it sounds like Legend obviously is dealing with some stuff and hopefully can figure it out because he's at no break. I think what people don't understand about Legend is he
Yeah.
literally played Halo, had like all week, and then had to learn an entirely different game.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm sure that's
Well,
tough.
with Legend, like I had like two breakfasts with him as we were
Yeah.
going through, like on his way to champs. Not necessarily on his travel to champs, but on his way to champs, like the month before champs. I was telling him, I'm like, yo, listen, like there's a lot of interest on you. I've gotten a lot of calls from different teams, and I don't want you to get distracted. I want you to go out there and the last event for this game, you need to win it.
Yeah, we'll talk about how to
Unfortunately,
say
we weren't
guys.
able to pull it
We'll get there.
together. And then the conversation was always from him, like, what's your advice on this thing? What the fuck?
Yeah.
Why can't I hear?
Can't hear what? You're
Uh, yeah.
just kind of out.
He's like,
Okay.
"What's your advice? What's your advice for me? Like, do you think that I should go with the Huntsman, or do you think?" And we didn't know that we were going to call it the Huntsman
Yeah.
at the time, but and I told him, I'm like, man, when an opportunity comes a knocking, and you have the opportunity to go to the big leagues, that's a choice that you're going to have to make. I don't know how confident you are in your abilities, which obviously you fucking have them. I don't know how confident you are in the fact that you're going to be able to transition well. You have played Call of Duty and you get you do your thing well. But I couldn't make that decision for him, and I also couldn't say, yo, like you should just try out on Huntsman, because what if that opportunity to go to the major never comes around, and what if it did succeed, and what
Yeah.
if he did pick it up as quickly as Formal did,
Yeah, I think the tough thing is he just ended up, and I don't blame him because like a lot of the players in the league are always like, you get that spot. If you think you're him, right? Take
Yeah.
that spot and figure it out. The tough thing is there's a big delta, and there's always been somewhat of a delta in COD, but I think now with the limited franchise, it's more apparent between like the franchises that have like a winning culture and can pass down that knowledge of how to be the right teammate, how to be a championship player, and you go to a team that is starting from zero, it doesn't necessarily have that. Like it's really tough, especially for someone like him, where you're going into a new game where it's like, what I'm saying, like he hasn't competed in COD before. You're learning that on top of everybody else trying to gel, and it's just a tough situation.
Too much pressure.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Let me rephrase that. Too much mental pressure on yourself, right? Because you're sort of telling yourself, I am good enough, but and this is our industry, fortunately and unfortunately. And I've said it before, like the difference between us and soccer or us and football is that every business decision and every decision as a player is sort of done in front of everybody. You're sort of like sitting out there naked and making every decision and allowing for everybody to sort of nitpick and have an opinion on your decisions. So you're adding the pressure of that you already have of a competitor that's doing the transition, but also you're doing it in front of everybody, and everybody's going to be saying, "Go back to fucking Halo," or "You're not ready," and you know what I'm saying. So it's
Yeah.
just a little bit too much, and too much is too much, right?
Yeah, but I think it's fun. Like, I think take some time off. I think the nice thing this year is we finally have a healthy tier two. I mean, even at the end of the CWL era, it was starting to wobble a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because I think the
Mhm.
economics of tier two are always tough. and people were staying in it because they knew about the year zero buyouts and they're trying to like really cash. And then obviously franchising kind of, you know, now it's back. And like if he comes back, he'll get opportunities on a Stallions or depending on what your Huntsman looks like or Bush or something. And I think he'll be able to figure it out and get in the league. Like I have confidence.
Yeah, so do I. I like the maturity that he has in also not allowing the pressure to dictate that he has to stay in one spot, as uncomfortable as that spot may be. And he had the balls to say, "Yo, I'm gonna step back from this thing. I'm gonna reset. I'm gonna see if this is really what I want to do, and then sort of re-engage if the time is right." Because it is important, right? It is important to make those decisions early so that you don't put your team in a bad position as they currently
It just
in
looks like a
right now because
standard like
of
thin
it.
TV.
Um,
Thanks though.
but okay, let me answer this quick question. Can you discuss how the visa process would have worked with Legend if he had not joined Surge and not been on a professional team? Well, we loaned Legend to Surge. He's actually still under contract with, I believe, as of right now. But something may have changed in the last 2 weeks. But I believe that the latest thing that I knew when he went to the Stallions, he was still under contract with us, and we were just loaning him to him. So his so his visa really didn't get affected necessarily because he was still with the company that applied for his visa. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, you just gotta keep the U.S. informed of like what team he's on because they check that when you get in the border. Like Asim dealt with that once,
Of
where
course. Well,
he switched teams and
he's
didn't
an
update
optic.
it.
He's just being loaned to somebody else. So he won't lie if he says he's with us.
Yeah, he's gotta tell the truth, otherwise they
Yeah.
don't fuck about
I mean,
the border.
he does not strike me as somebody who knows how to lie, which is it's a good characteristic and not an insult at all. Um, the yeah, I think with Legend, if
That's
he does come
interesting,
back, I
Trey.
think that he's going to be coming back with a refreshed mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm hoping for the best. He's a really, really, really good kid.
Yeah, I mean, listen, as long as he gets back, I mean, take some time. The key moments for challengers are all in the back end this season, right? Major 2 to try and qualify for Major 3 Pro Am, and then doing well Major 4 to qualify for champs, and then EWC, and that's how people get cred and they get picked up. And like you saw what happened with the OMIC guys over the course of last year, like those guys are now on teams because of how well they play at the end of the year. So that's the part that matters.
Yeah. Well, as you were saying, the Challengers team, and I tweeted it out about 2 weeks ago, that it gives me that early 2010 feel. You know what I'm saying? Like the passion pit has remained as strong as it ever has. And you know, I decided to step back into Challengers because, how do I say this without sounding too fucking negative and
Well, I know Zin wanted to get
resource.
involved for a while, right? Like I'm sure Zin was in your ear being like, "Yo, like let's do this."
No. Well, he wanted to do the Zin City thing, and I'm like, "Yo, we're not doing that shit because this is why, man. This is why. Let me tell you why.
Okay.
The three stages of Call of Duty in the CDL, right? It starts with the fans, and then it goes into challengers, and then it goes to the pros.
Yeah.
Like, where was seriously, where was the actual support? Like, was there any actual support that somebody can point to and say, you know what, man, the fucking league did a really good job in this scenario?
There's minimal. I always had combos with the early management there about this because it's like you went out. This is part of our pitch. I'll say this part. When at Esports Engine we took over full broadcast like year 3 of the league, like in Vanguard.
Yep.
Like in that pitch deck we sent to the league, like Adam was very particular about this. Adam, like we address all 3 of those pillars and how, at least as a vendor, we can address them. But I always had combos with people at the league about like they need to do better on the bottom 2 parts. You know, how do you keep tier 2 going? How do you engage the fans? And like, I don't know. I don't want to disparage a lot of people that aren't there anymore.
I mean,
unless you want to go ahead, I'm down. Like,
no, I froze again. Give me a second.
You're good.
But what I'll say about that though is like right now it was the right time for us to step in. I believe simply because now there's no one else. Like the only people, well, the majority of the people that are going to benefit from this thing are going to be the people that are putting their heart and soul into this thing.
Yeah.
And the timing worked. The timing worked for us because Halo has just ended. I had 4 incredible fucking shooters,
Mhm.
talented shooters in the
The Halo
activates.
guys, and he picked up some young guns too, which is awesome.
Yeah.
Like guys like Nissim, who I think have really cool stories.
Yeah, look, I told Zinni from the beginning because Zinni is like, yo, what about who the fuck? It was an ex pro that hit him up about a shot at it, and I said, I'm like, nope, no ex pros. We're here to develop new talent. And listen, obviously, I have no beef with any. I literally think that I don't have any beef with any pro player in the history of fucking Call of Duty. I respect pro players. I never get into their business. I don't argue with anybody. I don't fucking make my opinion known on the majority of stuff because I like to, you know, I like to sort of stay away. I have enough fucking beefs, period. So
Yeah.
for me to, you know, but I told Zinni, I'm like, no, if we're gonna do this thing, we're here to develop players, and our goal is to see how many players we can put in a position to get picked up by the league. And you know, with Legend being picked up by Surge, I don't necessarily think that counts. But if any of our players, you know, move on and go on to do great things, and they had a good start. And I tell you, like as soon as they walk in, you ask them. I mean, talk to the huntsman.
Yeah.
Tell them how we've treated them. Tell them you know, ask them how their experience was here at Optic.
No, you guys have set up. I watch the scrims a lot, and like I think they're getting a lot of the right advice. And they're getting taught to play the style of COD because there's different ways you can play COD, but the way that they're getting taught is, I think, the most optimal way to play.
Yeah.
And I think more likely than not, I hate to say it, I think a couple of your guys might, after the Dallas Open, potentially get poached by a couple of these squads because they're pretty filthy.
Cool. I mean, I hope so. I will say though that the more that we stay where we're at right now, where we have a couple of teams who aren't necessarily pulling their own weight on the extracurriculars or on the things that actually help the thing grow, like they need to get the fuck out ASAP. And
I agree.
I often ask myself why the fuck they're still here. Like if the league gave them sort of an out and they did, like why still hang around? There's and I'm not saying, this is my thing though too, right? We have to be careful as to how, let's say 3 of the bottom 12 disappear. And
Yeah.
I'm not saying the bottom 12 because I don't know who, you know, I don't know where some of
Yeah.
these orgs land, the ones that I have criticism on. But we have to do a very, very purposeful decision on who is going to come in. Because if you have people who have been grinding out challengers, you know, Rafi and Omid and all the other people that are, you know, been grinding their asses off on challengers, keeping that scene alive. And we as owners, I can promise you, I'm gonna fucking say no as hard as I can, and I'm gonna stand up for challengers team as fucking hard as I can.
Yeah.
Telluride Bush, people should be fucking ashamed. People should be fucking ashamed that they're getting fucking walked on by a fucking, not only a challengers team, but people who have never operated in Call of Duty.
Ever,
You know what I'm
bro.
saying?
Ever. Literally ever. They've just been fans.
It should be, but this is where I'm going though, Ben.
Yeah.
If we say, all right, 2 teams are now gone,
Yeah.
and now there's 2 opens, if 2 fucking endless money machines from Saudi get to come in, and we don't let in Telluride or Rafi or whoever the fuck else has, you know, sort of been carrying this shit, I'm gonna be against it, and I'm gonna fucking speak my
what's
loud
the
ass mouth towards it.
process? Do you guys, as the owners, are you able to weigh in on that process, or is it Activision that really is like, yeah, like how does that work? To the best you can talk about it.
For very obvious reasons, Ben. There are some things that I can't say,
Yeah.
especially when it comes to the ATVI.
Yeah.
But man, I stand up for what I believe in. I'll fucking get into a fight with whoever the fuck I need to get into a fight with. I was born this way. I'm from a culture that's fucking built fighters from the moment they're fucking born. And I'm here to fucking stand up for shit, man. Shit that I believe in, especially if it's something that's changed my life or has put me in a position to care about something so much that every moment of my last 20 years have been consumed by it. and I see bullshit fucking
Yeah,
happening,
Chad, he's just
I
like,
couldn't
I gotta
give a
be
fuck.
careful because
Would
I
you
think
sit
this
around
obviously
and
stuff
let
you can't
somebody
talk about.
fucking hit a kid?
Oh, JP, don't get me started. What's up?
If I know it's a left field
No, you're
question.
good. You're good.
Like no one should just stand around and allow for somebody to just fucking let people take advantage of people or bully
Oh, I
people into
agree.
decisions.
I agree.
You know, grown-ups or not grown-ups, businessmen against businessmen, man, that's cutthroat as fuck, right? Until you stand up for yourself, and then at that point you're irrational and you are not what's good for this fucking scene. You know what I'm saying?
I agree with you because you've been watching our shows. You know how I feel about probably the same franchises. Like, look, I'm not expecting every team to come in and be able to spend 2M in salary. You know, like that's a lot of money. But like, there are orgs out there that want to be competitive. They want to engage with their fans, either remote or in the market that they're in. Right? Maybe run events, participate in challengers, bring in maybe brands and partners because they're not an American org that could be really interesting to see. Like, there are a lot of other people that can be doing interesting stuff. And I think Austin from the Barstool gang like made a good point about their value, I think, if they were to come in. You know what I'm saying? Like what they
Well,
would bring from an audience standpoint, which I thought was interesting.
yeah, I don't. Okay, so yes, I've mixed feelings on that. I did
Okay.
like what he was saying. I liked his approach. I you know I don't know. First of all, the thought that Activision would
I
pay anybody to
agree.
fucking
And
play in
also
this
Adam
thing
Fox not being in,
is
JP.
obviously not based on reality, and it's not his fault, right? Like this, he's just like trying to
Yeah.
help people who are passionate about Call of Duty get their Call of Duty thing up and
Yeah, he's
running.
trying to figure it out.
So yeah, but like this thing sold for 69 billion, and Barstool has fucking endless money, but not that endless money. You know what I'm saying? And it's not as easy as just saying, "Yo, pay us," because I said that. You know, I said I'm not joining. I'm like, listen, the only way that Optic is joining or that my team, who were no longer in Optic and we were just doing our own thing
Yeah.
together with NRG or before NRG, like we weren't gonna do that. Like I literally fucking I remember having the thought of like, one, I don't have 27 or fucking 25 to 27.5 million dollars to fucking pay for this thing. But I've done a lot of work, fucking not necessarily pro bono. I made a lot of fucking cash. I'm not gonna lie, but at the same time, like it was grounded on a love for a sport that was never intended to be a sport. So when you see people that are just going to come in and they're just going to bring in billionaire people, like I cannot stand behind that. If this thing opens up and they two teams, two spots free up, and we just let people in with money
They
just
what
because they have money.
they what frustrated me about the first couple of years, and it's gotten a lot better, obviously, is that they came in and obviously the behind the scenes stuff, the economics, you and I both know the commercial constraints of year one were ridiculous too, on top of all that. But they didn't understand the scene they were getting into. They didn't understand what draws the storylines and the fans. Like they thought it's a very sanitized NFL product, but like that's not what COD is. And so beyond all of the economics, the like commercial layer of it, the upfront buyout fees and the billionaires game, like they just also didn't understand the esport they were getting into. They didn't take the time to
Uh,
listen and talk to people.
JP, we're in Seth's cord under the team chat, so you can come in and if you want. I have not been following anything on LCS, let alone EU LCS. I don't know who Los Ratones are, but that's a dope ass name. And there used to be a content team back in the Machinima days called, uh, they were like the Rats or the Rats something, but they were fucking sick. They had such a good concept for a content team. Ahead of their time.
Los Ratones is K-Drill's team.
Okay, okay.
Yeah,
I've heard of his name for sure.
yeah.
But what's been happening there? Fill me in because JP is
So
at the
like,
gym.
they started out, because he started out, they were playing in like I think they call it the NLC in Europe. It's basically like the tier two. And
Yeah.
then like they would basically do like what you got, like old school COD. They would stream all their scrims, like create a lot of content. You know what I'm saying? Like they're a community team. And they are now, because of the shuffling in LEC, they're competing now at the highest level in Europe. So like they're to the example
Yeah.
like Barstool or like you guys, like the example of like a sort of endemic content storyline focused team like coming in and now stepping in.
Yeah. Yeah. This thing got hoard out, man. If
Really,
I
it
may
did,
be
yeah.
so fucking blunt. It got hoard out. This thing had such a fucking insane trajectory. It had such an insane fucking trajectory. And had we been given the opportunity to become 21-year-olds in this fucking space, like we're about to be 20 years old, dude.
Yeah.
But at 15 years old is when everybody started fucking come in. 17 years old. You know what I'm saying? Like 5 years ago or whatever. That's when people started to sort of come in and say, yo, there's fucking movement here. Let's turn this into fucking sports. Okay. Well, why would sports be interested in this? Well, their audiences are not getting any younger, so they need to make the move into this thing. Okay. So people who don't know how to make their audience younger or to engage the younger demographic, and they're aging out, they know how to fucking run this thing.
Yeah.
I fail to understand how.
And there are some
money,
people.
money, and you took some of it along the way. Yeah, yo, listen, 100%, Throw Wolf. Do you think that that's not something that anybody in the world would fucking take?
Gotta build a
You know what I'm
business
saying?
to
Like,
build a business, you know.
not only to build a business, a business would be people making money and off of that. Like Optic, until we sold, like I didn't make any money, but I got paid for the previous years for sure. I'm not saying that I didn't take that money. I'll take that money every single day. Not anymore, obviously. I know what it's like, but in those moments, like I will never, ever. And I listen. I don't know how to say this any louder. I have been trying to
Casual.
fix
That's
a
not what happened.
problem that I caused in 2017, even till this fucking day. But I don't regret taking the fucking money that I did, because if I fucking didn't, Optic wouldn't fucking exist right now. Period. I would have gotten sick of it. I would have gotten sick of.
You talking about energy or infinite?
Infinite.
Okay, yeah.
No, the energy thing was the energy thing was a move. Look, back in the day, I had offers. I had offers from all franchises, and I said no. Majority of the franchises, I said no. And then when Andy came around and put something in front of me that made sense to me, where I would have some say, some control on then of course, because priority number one for me has always been to protect my friends, my little brothers, period. And you've seen it. Ask Karma how good of a time he had in Surge. Ask anyone what the difference is between the way that I do things and the way that other people have done things. And I agree with you that Paul has the same sort of mentality when it comes to this thing.
Yeah.
But he comes from a different perspective, though, right? Like he's fucking a bottomless pit of money too.
But and I've had this conversation with Paul a lot. It's like he came in, he was open minded to, RJ and Crowder in particular, his Overwatch coaches as well.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not trying to come in. I don't want to be fancy GM. Yeah, him and his brother, I think they really want to win.
Yep.
But like they're gonna take the advice of the people in the scene and learn and want to build the right culture, and not like, I think a bunch of owners famously just got in a lot of drama in the last initial years of the league because they were just, again, they wanted to be fancy GM, they wanted to be Jerry Jones, and like it's risky to do that.
But that's not the teams though, right? That's the people that they employ, and that's the other.
Some of it's the owners though. Some of it's the owners.
Some of it, yeah. Some of it's the owners, but you can't blame them either. They were put in a position to have to fucking figure out a way to protect the investment that they fucking fell in for, because they're not gonna be they can't come out and say, yo, what was promised was never fucking delivered. They can't say the what you said.
Oh yeah, I see where you're going with that. Yeah.
This is a partnership. Like the teams are gonna do this, and the league is gonna do fucking that.
Yeah, the lack of unity year zero always confused me because there's so much stuff that was just figured out on the fly. And I was like, they had years to figure this out. So why in November of 2019 is this topic and that topic now finally being discussed?
Yeah. I don't know, man. Sometimes I wake up and I'm very hopeful for the future of this thing. And some days I wake up and sort of reality strikes, and I'm in a little bit of a funk for the first couple of hours, because I'm just thinking, I'm like, man, like it could happen where no matter how hard any of us work, and I'm not singling ourselves out, I'm talking about the entire community, fans included.
Yeah.
That it may end up being for nothing, man, and it cannot be a fucking thing. You know,
But I think that's
effort
why
should be
Major
rewarded.
3 is important, though. Like, there's like
Tell me
people supporting the Major 3 format because we all want to see old
what
CWL.
and Major 3 is what I froze again.
That's the
But
Pro-Am. That's the 12+4, the 16. So the two teams that place well at Major 2 plus the EUNA elite winners. Like, that's the format that we all want to see more. You know, we want to see that path to pro. We want to see people be able to pull up with their squad, make a team. And yeah, most of them are gonna be out in the initial part of the tournament, but we've seen plenty of stories about people coming through in that. Like, that's the format that I feel like we should have throughout the season. If you want to have partner organizations to get more economic benefits, yeah, you know, MTX shit like that. But
this is the problem, though. This is the problem, right? Look at what's happening in challengers. They have no economic incentive to continue to do what they're doing, and they're doing it, and they're still fucking going above and beyond and doing it and participating in it and fucking like working their asses off to hopefully make it to the league in some way, shape, or form. That is fucking ass. And remember E6 when they what was it Anaheim? No, it wasn't Anaheim. Ontario, California. Wasn't there an event there in Ontario, California? I have a shirt that says UMG. It was Ontario, California.
It was a UGC event. Oh, Ontario. It was a UGC event.
UMG.
Maybe there was a
E6,
UMG.
Yeah. E6. I still have the shirt. Roger loves it because he's from Cali. But E6 came out of nowhere. Remember that? It was General with fucking flashy ass Rolex, and I remember I'm like, what the fuck? These kids were fucking. I froze again.
Oh yeah, True Sam. It was the event with True TTF. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's no path to that anymore. There's no path to an independent team having the opportunity to make it there. The magic moment, the Cinderella moment that we all search for.
Well, the franchising path just killed the whole third-party event operator scene because all of these AAA publishers franchise or closed off the model of the production of their esports. And so all these on-the-ground third-party providers, they all folded or merged with DSL Faceit, and now there's no competition. Remember how many event providers there were back in the day? Now it's just
we used to have an event every year. I mean, every month, sometimes twice a month.
Now it's just
and what was the viewership higher back then?
Negligibly. The only time it was bigger was when we were on the game title and champs. Really.
So what benefit? How did we benefit from this partnership if endemics like Envy, endemics like me, endemics like Complexity, and everybody else that put in fucking work for this thing? How did the league? How did Call of Duty esports benefit from this thing? Is what I'll always fucking ask myself. And the fact that I'll tell you one thing. There is no doubt in my mind that if I hadn't merged with Envy and I had merged with somebody else or whoever the fuck they put me with, that Stro would have stood next to me on this thing. Because look at where we're at right now, man. Like it's a place in which again, it's the most frustrating thing, having so much to fucking say but being unable to not only use your words to explain yourself in a way that you can, where you don't break any shit, and
it's tough for sure.
But you know, I promised everybody a long time ago, and I promised this to myself, man. Like, there's never ever going to be a situation or time in which I don't fucking fight for this fucking thing. There won't be ever. I'll fucking go forever. I don't give a fucking flying fuck. I'm hard-headed as fuck, and I have means, luckily.
I feel the same way. That's part of why Tom and I started the show. As you know, like, we just, I think there's just, because like I'm not a former player, so like my perspective, where my background and where I come from, my perspective, and part of the reason Tom and I wanted to start the show, obviously want to yap about the games, but it's also like we saw a scene in flux with a big change. We didn't think it was the right change, and we wanted to create a platform where we could discuss that and also be solutions oriented. One thing we always try to do, like, I don't want our show to just, and the same thing with I know you try this, like, I don't want to sit there and always just be negative. Like, I want to pitch we think it should be. You know what I'm saying? Like, give ideas, and hopefully that starts the public conversation. And the right people start to over time be open to those ideas, and then you get the momentum, and hopefully we get change.
I don't know, Ben. I don't know.
I try to
I
be
don't know.
optimistic, man. I try to be optimistic. Okay.
Dude, me too. And I can be negative as fuck. I can find fucking I hate everything if I fucking put my mind to it. You know what I'm saying? I hate how the way this fucking microphone sits in front of me. Why is this fucking arm covering the
Damn.
green wall fucking skate deck? For the person that asked me how I hang my skate decks, uh the here. I put fucking fishing line here. Or sideways if you're hanging it sideways, and then just put it on a hook. That's how.
Good play.
Oh, by the way, Rob Turkla, Mr. Lunkers himself, and I are going to be doing a whatnot very soon here. As soon as the fishing thing turns on again, and then we're gonna be doing the thing. Ben, Telluride Bush.
Yeah.
Telluride Bush is an interesting fucking happening.
Yeah.
This chair is so uncomfortable. Where the fuck is my razor?
You're good. I love
My fucking.
You need an office, brother. You're in a folding chair. Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, dude. Because the other one is too comfortable.
It's really too comfortable. It's crazy.
No, what I mean by that is that I'm gonna be like super sunk in.
You need like a standard office chair out there.
Well, yeah.
Oh, that chair is crazy weight. No, I see your issue. Oh my god.
Yeah,
Yo,
so
you're looking like JDM, bro. People watch CS, they know who JDM is, bro. You're just actually just lounging, dude.
I know JDM, yeah.
Yeah.
But here we are, as comfortable as ever. Just leaning back. Actually, my ass, it doesn't feel like my bone is fucking hitting metal. Pause.
Because I just see like
Okay,
Jerry
so
and them when they come, like Jerry
Yeah.
and Mook's ass and all them, and like pick their brain.
Yep.
Yeah, they're excited.
I think they're doing a great job, man. I think they're running laps around 90. Wait,
It is up upon your chair for sure. I agree.
besides us, who produces content? I
FaZe,
mean, obviously FaZe and you guys, yeah. But
FaZe does.
besides Thieves, obviously, besides the obvious, like Surge, Gentlemates. Well, Gentlemates obviously they have Gotaga now, so
They've been doing some content though. They've been putting out some YouTube
Yeah.
stuff on their channel and,
Yeah.
and a few things. Heretics
saying,
did
like-
a bit last year. Toronto at
the
times.
thing is that we live in a different world now, Ben.
Yeah.
You know, back in the beginning of all this thing, Surge, fucking Minnesota, and all these people that were creating great content in the beginning, and got discouraged because of the amount of viewership that they were not getting originally, is not the same world that we live in now, because everybody's covering everything. You guys are covering the owners meetings from the bush. You guys are covering process. We're not in the same reality anymore. The reality of things are that if you are an organization that gets 10,000 views per process or per video that you guys are uploaded, it's going to get covered 100,000 views by
We talked about it,
you,
Messi,
by
about
Formal,
15 minutes
by
ago.
fucking Zinni, by Scumper Jumper. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not in the same world anymore in which you know that content is not going to be consumed.
Yeah, I think Mr. Beast has talked about this, like, because obviously, you know, there's a lot of reaction content to his content and his thoughts on it. But I would say this, Hector, I think the reason why these orgs stopped doing content is like they were doing content to drive brand deals. Like they were attaching all the content they were doing to brand deals. And once the brand deals dried up, then they weren't doing content. They weren't doing content to tell stories to then be able to sell the stories to get brand deals. You know what I'm saying?
I love that, Ben.
You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, we've got this good thing going. We got these interesting personalities. You're going to want to get involved and be a part of the storytelling. Like they're trying to check boxes on deliverables.
Ben, I love that. You put that so well. They weren't making content to create storylines. They were creating content to check off deliverables for their sponsors, and that in the end is part of this the whole sickness, this whole waft of shit that we are under, because the passion is not there necessarily, because they were there from an investment standpoint saying, oh, this is how we're going to turn Call of Duty fans into fucking Rams fans or into fucking Miami Heat fans or whatever the fuck. It's insane. It is insane to me.
And like
JP says, hate to say it, but the amount of cups and stuff that they have each week is so helpful for that. We play 1 or 2 matches a week. Telluride can gain fans and stream their grind of the cup. It's such a good play. The Barstool dudes actually care at the end of the day. Yeah, at the end of the day, that is what it is. At the end of the day, it's fucking Jerry and the boys being passionate about Call of Duty and saying, yo, we should fucking start a team and let's see where it goes.
Yeah.
You know, let's see what it can take, or let's see what it does. I do believe that if they turn on the Barstool machine, that they can get some fucking play behind that and some momentum behind that. But at the end of the day, you know how the uppers work, and they're gonna see Barstool and they're gonna be like, ooh, wait a minute, there's some fucking cheese right here that we can get. So for them to think that they're gonna get paid, nah, man, they're probably gonna milk them because they know Dave Trader has paper.
I told Austin them, I gave them some advice on a couple of people. I was like, you're gonna get hit up by, in particular, these two people, and I gave them some advice on like how to approach those. I can text you on the side the two
The
people.
conversations, yeah.
I don't want to say on stream where they are, but I was like,
Of course.
yeah, but I was like, you know, like you'll know at the end of those two combos, because they're two very influential people, like how Activision feels about Barstool with respect to COD. Because there's two ways it can go down. Like there's the way where you guys are just in challengers, you do your own thing. If Mooks, Jerry, and Sass fuck about $50,000 a year, they fuck about $50,000 a year. There's a world where Activision marketing on top of the CDL is like, yo, let's talk, in which this becomes a, you know, an interesting combo, because Activision marketing, as you know, has got a lot of zeros.
You know, when we were the Huntsmen, and Barstool had just gotten bought out by Penn.
Yeah.
I spoke with a representative of Penn, and we were going to do a partnership with Barstool on our Call of Duty team, and we're going to put their logo on the back of our jersey the same way that we had. What the fuck did we end up having?
Like Barstool Sports logo, or the like Barstool bet logo?
No, Barstool.
Okay.
Barstool. What's up, Avalanche, my man? Long time no see, man.
Avalanche
What's
Twitch?
Yeah, more than likely.
Oh,
yeah.
it is Avalanche Twitch.
He's modded, yeah.
It's the goat right there.
When you said Avalanche Twitch, I'm like, wait, no, but he's modded. Did you hear Barstool Austin predicting the CDO? Yeah. No, we talked about that. And look, man, I wish that was the case, but I said the same thing. I said, yo, we're Optic, or we bring the audience.
Freaking Avalanche Twitch,
I said, we bring
Jesus.
an audience. Let us in for free, and we're gonna fucking rock this shit. And they're like, fuck that. Who the fuck are you? We got fucking the Crafts. We got the fucking Cronkies. We got people with real paper. Hex, who the fuck are you?
The thing for them, though, is what the interesting situation might be. And I don't know if the existing owners who are kind of in this position are going to do this. So this is just a pipe dream. But like, there's an interesting thing where one of these billionaires are like, we still want this asset at this spot. Would they be down for like a management deal? I don't think Barstool will be down for that, though. I think if they're in, they want to be in, though.
No, they have money.
Yeah, they want to be in.
Yeah, they have money. They have money and passion, which are the passion is all you need. Money helps. Money is a cherry on top. Buenos dias, Asunita.
But again, they're another Unihector. Yes, they do a lot of brand deals, but they tell a lot of stories. They build a universe with lore. And COD going into COD and having a team interacting with all the drama. That's very sellable because they can tell great stories with that. That's like you know what I'm saying? Like they're another moment to come in and when they'd understand that economy of content.
Yeah.
Which drives everything.
Yeah. This is a situation you were talking about. Which situation? JP, sorry. JP, you got to be on the treadmill if you're typing. I know you're doing back squats. Fucking typing this shit. I'm sitting. Hello. Dude, I'm just excited that Challengers is there, dude, because we do need it. I mean, we as a Call of Duty community need to support and watch as much as we can, even if you know, like, we got to grow this thing so that they can see that there's viewership there, so they can just say, all right, forget everything, everybody's welcome. Whoever is fucking good is gonna get to the fucking top. Period. If you deserve to be there, you're gonna fucking be there. It puts pressure on fucking everyone. Look at the pressure that the FaZe boys are now under because Luca is now on the bench.
Yep, 100%.
You know, like this is what we need. And anybody that feels bad about, you know, somebody getting kicked out because someone's better, fuck. Yo, it's competition. when we lose, and we lost for a very long time, we didn't win a championship for 7. I mean, not a world championship. We won championships, but not a world championship for a very long time. Like we suffered. It sucked. It bothered. And that's the way it should be, because when you win, it has to feel good.
Yeah.
There can't be just this take, and no gifts.
I agree with you. It's a business, and it's a team culture thing, and people gotta understand that's kind of how it runs. You know what I think is really interesting, Hector, is I'm really excited. I mean, we've had cups now, but the elite starts next week, and there's gonna be a lot of new people watching that competition format, and I think that's gonna be really exciting because now all these top 8 teams are gonna consistently play each other, especially in NA, and some of these guys hate. Yeah. There's some low key beefs going on behind the scenes that people don't know about with some of these players. And it's going to come to a full ahead next week, and it's going to be very good content. And going into your guys' Challengers event, I honestly have no idea who's going to win this. Every year, there's usually like 3 or 4 teams that are like, these are the best teams. Bro, legitimately, I think there are like 9 teams that can win Challengers Cup 1.
Yeah, and again, it's what we need, right? It's what Challengers needs. Challengers needs, and I'm not a drama guy, right? I am a content guy, so I can't hate on it, right? Don't get me wrong, right? I love content. I'm a content creator at heart, CEO by fucking default. But I do like where this thing's going. I love the passion, but I hate the fact that people who are doing hard work down there, who are doing better work than up here, and some of the people up here don't get to benefit, or don't get to benefit from
at that point, John, they're just going to draw the line on it. Like at that point, they're going to be in.
And it's unfortunate. What's even crazier is that it takes nothing, really, right? It takes nothing but a little bit of fucking critical thinking to figure this thing out.
Yeah.
How can somebody who has never participated in Call of Duty, period, have a better understanding of how to operate in a Call of Duty esports team?
Because I guess they understand telling story. It's not complicated. They understand what drives the internet, which is storytelling. Like people come in and they're like, again, because you and I have talked about that. People came in, they thought this is the NFL, and I'm like, it's not the NFL. It's not the approach. It's a different thing. So like they get the content perspective. What I hope, Hector, is Adam came on our show 2 years ago before he came join EFG back. When he was on his hiatus. And he made a good point. I wonder if there's a conversation happening behind the scenes. This is a perfect time for someone at Activision to go over to the Xbox division and say, hey, you guys are going to start this rollout for a new console. Like this is the perfect thing to attach to all of that as a way to drive participation and also sales of your inevitably future console that's coming out in 2 years. Like this is a perfect time for Xbox to get back in.
Yeah. Well, I think one of the best things that's ever fucking happened is that Xbox bought this thing.
Yeah.
There's not necessarily anything wrong with Call of Duty esports. And the developers obviously have to, the SBMM thing, have you seen the conversation around the SBMM thing?
Yeah.
Is like the number one thing, right? Where they're like, yeah, we're going to go away with it. But very clearly immediately they're like, nope, we've had the lowest performing game in a long time because we turned off SBMM, so turn it back on. Our sales are fucking, our pre-sales, our pre-orders are fucking. Well, first of all, who the fuck pre-orders fucking digital games? What,
exactly.
They're gonna run out of games? They're gonna run out of games? What are we doing? Okay, fine. Then you get a skin or you get something. All right, fine. You get a weapon. Awesome. Weapon skin. Great. All right. Cool. But fuck, man.
Well, it's because they're a public company. They just want to brag. They get all these pre-orders on their earnings call.
Sure.
Be able to pad their earnings, but it's like the people don't do it that more. I mean, I talked about this with Pat. I think the biggest thing. What do you feel about this? Do you think CODs in the future will help is going away from the R rating or the M rating? Like they actually need to try and get a T rating for the game.
Yeah. So no blood. Who cares? In a world in which, and listen, I might sound fucking like a hypocrite here, but at some point or another, and I was just trying to get skins in the game for Optic. But at some point or another, I said, we need to do what fucking Fortnite's doing. They're doing collabs with Wu-Tang, not at the time, but they're doing collabs with Wu-Tang, with fucking Travis Scott, not that I fucking listen to him, and all this other shit. Like, we need to start doing that. And then they just fucking they're like, I'm like, nobody here wants to see the realism of what it was like in World War II with these fucking muddy ass fucking color tones.
Yeah.
No one gives a fuck about that. Like, we're jumping off of buildings and not breaking our fucking ankles. We're deploying parachutes and redeploying parachutes. All that. And then they're like, all right, cool. Now that we've conditioned these guys to fucking want to see all these collabs, here comes fucking Beavis and Butthead. Here comes fucking Chucky. Here comes Ninja Turtles. Like, I get it. I get it. I get it. It's like, people gotta make a buck, but let people work. Get the fuck out of the way. Get out of the way. Let us say you benefit in both scenarios. You may benefit more if you got completely the fuck out of the way, because then you will allow for people like me who doesn't have the best taste in his mouth about this whole fucking situation to be passionate again about it without having to deal with nobody.
They're in a track where they have to innovate, because at the end of the day, look, it's an intellectual property that's been around for a long time now, and as all things, like, people age out, and they gotta draw new fans in. They gotta. There's a real punishable resource. They make the right game of people that are in their teens or late teens that could get into the franchise and be a participant for 10, 15 plus years, and they've got to move where the market's moving.
I froze again, Ben.
You're good, but like, that's my concern with the next title, because I love Infinity Ward, but unfortunately, this hasn't been one of their strong skills in recent years, is putting together a COD title where they check that box. You know what I'm saying? So, like, now I'm like, fuck, like, you know.
I might give me a second.
You're good. You're good. Are you using a DSLR camera? I don't think why your shit keeps freezing. Is your DSLR camera going like a cam link?
God damn it! Everything's falling apart now.
You're good. If you're using,
I can't fucking sneeze even. I can't move without this thing fucking going off.
Like, is the camera shutting off, or like?
Yeah, something is disconnecting, or something's triggering this thing to the mic. Sounds low now.
Is your I assume you have like a fake battery in, right? Like, to power the camera?
Yeah, yes.
Is it like being pulled and like it's not like fully in the socket? Like, there's too much tension.
So I have the camera.
I lost you for a sec. We'll give Hector a second. He's fucking unking out with his fucking computer issues. Why the qual start so late in the day? What are you talking about, Dalton? Oh, you're talking about...
Ben, this is why I pay people what I pay them. You know? Because I know that I don't have the patience. I would have broken all of this. I would break all of it.
You're good. I deal with this I deal with this with Tom all the time, dude. Tom.
I know.
You and Tom are the same, bro.
Yeah, it's not even like a complex thing. Like, if I could just fucking sit here, it'll be fine. But now I can't even sit. I gotta stand. I gotta wait for my brother-in-law to bring me my fucking chair from the office.
I like building shit though. You know what I'm saying? I'm always exciting day of the week. Like, in a couple Wednesdays from now, when we're going to Moody, it's just me and Riley there, just like building shit. Like, I always love that day, because it's like, it's fun. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Then I get Tommy, and he wants to need to set up the next day, but you know, that's life.
Now I feel like I'm in the booth and I'm about to drop some.
You're about to drop some absolute heat. Do we gotta start playing a beat? You gotta be out here freestyling like fucking Davis.
Better.
Ooh, okay.
I'm kidding. Now. He takes that personally. I'll tell him that I'm better than him. The two things that I can feel Davis like heating up inside. Yeah. When I tell him that I'm a better Call of Duty player than him, definitely a better sniper. And also when I tell him that in my younger days when I used to freestyle, that I was better than him at battle rap specifically, that gets him going. It really, really, really gets him going.
Why don't you guys do a 1v1 video? You should do that.
No, hey, what, dude, Ben. Look at this shit. I'm falling apart over here, man.
No, you're good, bro. What? You got one more in you, bro. You're good. You're good, bro.
Listen, don't get me wrong. If I play consistently, then yeah, of course. But I don't.
No, I'm saying about. Well, I'm saying battle rap 1v1. I'm not saying like.
Ben, I'm 45 now. I have more words to play with. You know what I'm saying? At
That's what I'm saying.
I
Cook 'em,
was an
bro.
uneducated little ass kid.
That's what I'm saying, bro. I'm giving you a W content idea. You're not telling me this shit would hit.
No. One of the main reasons why I created this space right here, Ben, is because I'm gonna sit Dashy and Shotzi there,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna make them listen to '90s hip hop. Definitely Dashy because he's really into hip hop,
Yeah.
or into rap, or whatever the fuck you guys call
Fucking still as
rhyming
right now.
nowadays,
It's-
fucking underwater fucking mumble rap. And I'm gonna put them in front of some actual lyrics. And I'm gonna teach them the ways of the '90s, you know, the best era in rap, period. Not the '80s, which was, yes, you could say that it was good. Late '70s, sure, because that's where it all started, right? But that's a different topic, Ben. Let's stick to
No,
college
it
football,
is a
please.
good topic because I've talked about it on my stream about how I think hip hop's fucking stale now, but you know we can get there eventually.
Yeah, legacy. Thank you. I'm looking forward to the major, Ben. I don't like I like the venue. It's a fucking excellent venue.
Yeah.
A sports venue. I don't like. I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have. That's not my first choice. Not our first choice. If you catch my drift.
You guys, listen. There's an arena in Ed City that I think you guys can definitely sell out if given the right day.
We tried, but they were under construction. Like
Yeah.
if the year would have gone exactly how we wanted the year to go, and we held champs at American Airlines Center as
Yeah.
like we wanted to, I was going to have a tour guide taking people up to the offices so they can see the watch party set up, so they can
Yeah.
see like the whole thing. But imagine we would have won champs on American Airlines Center.
You guys could
That should've
definitely
been
sell that
sick.
building for sure.
Yeah, but the thing is this, Ben, right? Like
Yeah.
especially now that Esports Engine is like here, and you guys got two. You work at Esports Engine, right?
Yeah, you remember
Oh,
you and
no.
I. I mean, the event that I always wanted to see and never happened due to COVID. That Chicago event was going to be legendary. Because remember, we used to have those
Wintrust.
calls. You and Andy, me, Adam,
Yeah.
John, Pete. Who else was on those calls? Mark and George. Like, bro, that event was going to be.
Oh man.
It's going to be a banger.
There's a guy, Ben. There's a guy that came to one of our meetups.
Yeah.
That had a ticket, like a physical Huntsman ticket, and he's like, "Yo, this is for you." And I was like, "I cannot take that from you because that shit's worth at least $1,500 in the open market."
He got
And
a
I'm like,
physical
"Oh,
ticket for that event.
Yeah, dude, a Huntsman physical fucking ticket for Wintrust Arena.
He like go to the box office and get it.
I'm apparently I am answering. We both Ben and I both Ben. If you have any questions on your chat and you want to throw it out there, please
No,
do.
yeah, you're good.
But we are answering chat questions as long as they're topical and within the
Yeah.
box of the conversation. Yeah, this is what I want to do, Ben. Okay, every year we throw our hat in the ring for two events. We want to, Dallas city-based model, stupidly dumb. All right, I understand that this is all sports teams understand because they have hundreds of years of data and history that it can happen. But this is the age of the fucking internet. All right, so they should have never gone through with that. Anyway, long story short, Ben, every year we throw our hat in the ring. I'm happy that the DreamHack's around because we get to go to Atlanta, which we haven't been able to do since the inaugural season. We get to go to England,
haven't been there forever.
and yeah, sure, it's not London. It's Birmingham. There's a casino, so I'm happy. but at the end of the day, like, I want to throw an event in Mexico City, dude. I want to throw an event in Tokyo. I want to throw an event where the fuck I want to throw an event. I want people who I want to go to you. Like, I want people who don't have the chance to fucking see things, get to see things in person and meetups and pictures. But
Would it help your? Do you think it would help your? I want to ask you a question. Do you think it would help your chances on those out of the box ideas if you were in with another owner? Like it was a double team pitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say Paul. Like you and Paul were like, let's go to this locale that's not a current CDL market and try and pitch the league on it. That would
Ben,
help.
since you asked the question, I feel like I am well within my right to be able to answer that truthfully, honestly, and without throwing
Yeah.
anybody under the bus. But I can tell you that if it was anybody besides me who had this idea, that it would be a non-starter. I'm sorry, a non-issue. It
Yeah.
would be a non-issue. It is because it is me and the
Yeah.
fight that I'm in that, you know. And I understand. Fuck it, man. We don't have I don't have my gloves off,
Yeah.
right? They do. I don't. I could take them off, but you know, I'm trying to do my best here. But yeah, I think that if things were different and us a fucking good little soldier, that I would probably have an easier time being granted events and being granted the opportunity to truly explore my creative endeavors that would benefit this league tremendously, in my opinion. But yeah, it's like Call of Duty should, and I don't know why people don't like the way that I say this, but we were a traveling circus, man. We took this thing on the fucking road,
Yeah.
12 times a year to different cities, man. That's what the beauty of this thing was. We came to you. We came to you. Los Angeles, we came to you. Seattle, we came to you. Dallas, we came to you. Orlando, we came to you. New York, Chicago, we never came to you because of your fucking unions. And we're a humble startup, man. You know, Call of Duty at the time and esports at the time, MLG at the time.
Yeah.
Like, we had to make enough money to pay the lights, pay the light bill.
I wonder. I mean, listen. First off, next year they got to figure out this 4 major thing is whack. First off, there should be an event in December every year. I don't know how the economics of this can get figured out. I've talked to a lot of people behind the scenes, and you probably see them. I think there's finally the one time we had it happen. I will say this: the only reason we had Raleigh happen, I want to shout out one guy, and you know him too, Pete Melican, my boy Pete, is I think 70% of the reason that event happened. He moved heaven and earth to make that event happen.
Another unsung hero, man. That guy, always a smile on his face, hardest worker. It is my absolute pleasure to be able to know him. He means nothing but good for the scene. I don't know how or why he's as passionate as he is about this thing, but he is, and we need more people like him. But yeah, shout out to Pete, always.
But
Pete, my boy.
But he, like, in order to make Raleigh happen, he got a lot of people that don't normally play together to make that happen. And since then, like, since then, like, I just don't. Everybody is like, we need a December event, and I get why people don't want to run one because game stability or whatever. But like, whatever, people will wait, delays, you can figure it out. But we need a major then, and to your point, we need a more packed calendar, Jan through June.
Yeah.
More majors, hopefully. I assume DreamHack, hopefully this year. Adam over there, they can cook and they can expand their play in NA because I assume they'll run more CODs, and that's a favorable economic deal for the league. But yeah, we need more events.
Oh yeah.
That way, you guys can run one. Toronto can run one. I know I talked to Paul recently. I think Vegas is now up there, like the Gentlemates guys, and we haven't seen them cook yet. I mean, they might cook up something special at the end of this year. Maybe the UK every year.
The fact that it took this long for somebody to reach out to Gotaga to get a fucking team is beyond me. Like, when the Paris team came to be, I swear to God, I'm like, there is a zero. I was like, man, zero chance that they don't somehow.
No, I don't think that's why we're shaking his head.
Some sort of ownership for him to be a part of this thing. And you know what, man? It worked out better in the end because now he gets to own his team by himself.
Yeah. He didn't have to go through the same bullshit you did, where you had to,
precisely my fucking point.
You sacrificed a lot.
Precisely my fucking point.
Yeah, you walk so he can run.
So that, and then you have obviously like the London Royal Ravens. How in the fuck did they not try to talk to the sidemen? How the fuck did they not try to talk to Allie? How the fuck? There's so many fucking. This thing is not an easy, a hard thing to fucking figure out. Who's the most popular Call of Duty streamer in this country? Who's the, you know what I'm saying? Like it's beyond me how it slipped through the cracks so horribly. But it did come from a group that thought that having tournaments in which only 4 teams went and competed in a weekend was going to sell out arenas.
Yeah, they're smoking that good stuff.
Ben, I smoked that good stuff. There's a fucking joint right there.
Okay, maybe it's the bad stuff. Maybe it's the dirt shit, bro.
Yeah, they had that. They didn't have that Pine Park.
No, they didn't have that Pine Park.
Yeah, they didn't have the Pine Park in hand. I don't know, Ben.
All
right, so
London had Vicstar. They just, bro. I could
Vicstar.
You know who would be a good person. This would be a Richard Lewis topic. Richard could talk about the problems of UK esports. They have systemic issues with the org structure.
Another guy that got fucking shoved out of the fucking way because he wanted to do good. This whole stupidity about getting mad at someone who loves you so much. Fans and esports alike, for people to push away those who are for free trying to make things better and getting into fights and being hated for it and still fucking have the fucking balls and tenacity to continue ongoing on anything. Like, man, I anytime I watch one of his videos and he's like, I don't fuck with esports no more or any of that, but you know, obviously he does. Like, I understand. I feel that shit sometimes too, man. I'm like, I mean, I have made my life uber complicated because I am so passionate about this fucking one thing. I stood up and picked fights that I didn't fucking have to, but look at where we're at, man. Look at what we're talking about.
Yeah.
We're not talking about growth. We're not talking about strategy. We're not talking about what's the next step forward. We're talking about how the fuck do we fix this thing? How the fuck do we go and fix 9 years of setback when this thing's only been around 5 years? Do the math. We're set back. We were set back. How do we make it back? I'm 45. Do I have the same tenacity and want and mental fortitude to continue to fucking work on this project as a fucking 45-year-old dude? When I started this thing, my daughter was 0. You know, now she's 16 and driving. And we're still fucking trying to figure out how to make this thing work after figuring it out already.
But again, that's why I'm hoping this Challengers growth really, again, it's a slow climb to your point. Like, it's going to take a lot of combos and a lot of people to change their minds. But like, this is the right direction in getting back to like what made it good in the first place, which is we're driven by the small that's open.
Yeah, but it didn't have to be this way,
Ben. It didn't have to, but it just, you know what I'm saying? It's tough it's fun to talk about the past, but it's tough to, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm always like, at this point, like, we gotta talk solutions. We gotta figure out then, like, well, what do we put in place to actually get back there? You know what I'm saying? We could talk about the good old days, but
there's nothing that you and I can do. Talk about, insinuate, give opinions on, suggest, that is going to make a fucking dent on fucking anything. Mm-hmm. Everything that we've ever done has been looked at and said, nah, that doesn't make money. Let's go this way. And now what? Less money. Who are the sponsors right now for the league, Ben? 2 endemics.
Mm-hmm. They have not done a good job of selling out to non-endemics about what they want to get into. The funny thing is there are some, and I think this is a topic that they're going to have to broach eventually. There are some non-endemic sponsors that want to get in, but unfortunately they're in categories that Activision, Microsoft doesn't want to touch yet. But other people in the space are
not necessarily, not Microsoft. Not Microsoft. Activision.
Yeah.
Which is why it's different now. And hopefully the powers that be are going to look at this thing and say, hey, question, why if it's rated M for mature, if it's 18 plus,
yeah,
and there's bullets and guns and this, that, you're smoking bongs. Where's mine? They're being cleaned right now, but I would bring up fucking Eric Khan's fucking masterpiece. I have 2 of Eric Khan's bongs downstairs right now being cleaned. sitting in that Zep.
You post some great
But
glass
how can-
on social. I'll just say that I see sometimes.
How can they glorify, because it is glorification, right?
Yeah.
How can they glorify fucking accidentally a gun going off on Seth Rogen's hand and killing someone? How can fucking smoking weed be cool, but I can't put a Pine Park logo on the back of our jersey?
Yeah.
I don't. This is what I'm saying. Like the hypocrisy is not only obvious, but they just don't give a shit. Like they're saying, yeah, because that's the way the fucking is. You know what I'm saying? That's the way it is.
You know how it's gonna work though. It's gonna be like this until they can get Anheuser-Busch in a situation where they're gonna be in that business and you're gonna be able to put that logo. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the problem.
No, nope. You want me to prove it to you?
Yeah.
And this is year number one shit. I have emails. Okay, year number one shit. I have emails. Do you remember when the U.S. Army, or what was it, USAA, sponsored the league?
Yeah.
That same year, I got approached by USAA with a substantial, and I mean fucking close to an M, in sponsorship opportunity, but but they wanted the real estate on the back of our jersey in game. Okay.
Which people were able to do.
No.
Yeah. No for the
answer
league.
Was no. Yeah, the answer was no, because what was it? Military and some other stuff. You know, can't be this. And not, mind you, listen to what I'm saying. My question to you was, what at the beginning of the year? Remember USA? You do remember USA being a sponsor, right?
Yeah, and I also remember that first year they thought about doing an event on aircraft carriers. So like,
okay. So why wouldn't the Huntsman be approved for the same sponsorship? Because that M was going directly to that team.
Yeah.
In a time, by the way, in which we shared it. Okay? In a time in which we had to share that shit. I want to punch myself in the fucking face right now, Ben. I'm not going to, because I don't want to hurt my hand with my fucking incredibly strong chin, and I'm already injured.
Now we've talked about this a lot on the show. Like I just, and I'm glad that Sheep Esports article, for example, came out a few months ago. It's like, I'm so tired of like from year zero of the league. It was like, let's raise like the 12th worst team at raising a partner sponsor thing. Like if they can't come in and don't have a business plan on how they're gonna make their economics work, like there are plenty of other people that can figure it out, and like punish other people that have either been this scene and have that base and have that brand and can tell stories and people want to work with them. To punish them and restrict the categories in which they can make money just seems very stupid to me. Because they're going to set a test case, an example on how to do this in this industry where it's hard to make money. Just in esports in general, on the team side, just hard to make money.
It's hard enough. It's hard enough. It's hard enough.
And if we got a lot of business majors or people that work for corporations, if you guys knew the amount of categories that were restricted to teams like Hector year one of the league, it was actually absurd. We had
them all, Ben.
It was literally every category of the league's like, it's our exclusive category. And I was sitting there in a meeting when I saw this, I was like, bro, what can't you sell? what can we go to market on?
Think about it, right? We're partners, but you can't make money there though. But you get some of that money too. You get half of that money. No. That's not how things work. How things work is we get one. We're gonna say that it was 5, and
no, not for challengers.
250. But it was 1. But we're gonna tell them it's 5. So we're gonna split 250, and those 250 need to be spread amongst 12 teams. But we keep that 250 plus the 500 that may or may not have existed. My theory.
Yeah, no, I mean they just wanted to create this environment where these sponsors and partners are falling to the league, and then everybody had these team deals, and maybe the team deals scale in the size, but like they're the biggest ones eating when it's like, and this should be a little bit more capitalistic. Like the team should go out and sell what they can sell, and it's gonna create an environment that's competitive.
Eat what you kill, right?
Yeah, but they're jealous of y'all. I think that's what I think is the biggest issue.
The thing, they have us though. Not only do they have us, but they have a passionate me who wants nothing more than to continue to do this for the rest of my fucking life. So I don't know. I don't know what it was, Ben. I don't know what it could have been.
mean, I think part of it was like they just again you and I saw a lot of stuff year one. I mean, there's stuff I wish, man. There's meetings that I sat in because we were just on the production side. I wasn't sitting on like all the league calls, but there were meetings I sat in, and I'm just like, wow. If they had for like 8 months ago actually tried to plan this out, like they would have, man, they would have gone in such a different direction. But they want to do this thing with a lot of money, and they just didn't plan. It was crazy to me. They came up with so much shit on the fly. And we're dealing with the repercussions of it now, of lack of decisions that people made in 2018.
Literally, me and Stro looked at each other one time and we're like, this ain't going to work. And then I'm like, yo, Stro, talk on this because I mean, obviously he knows his shit and he knows about he knows his shit. So I'm like, yo, talk about tournaments and why this isn't gonna work.
Yeah.
He's like, bro, imagine. And I'm like, guys, I don't want to sound crude or anything, but if the four most unpopular teams play each other one weekend and there's no optic, there's no phase, there's no any of that,
you're gonna have attendance problems. You were not gonna want to watch. Yeah. It is what it is.
Yeah, that was the fucking deal originally. That was their plan, and we're gonna travel. We're gonna send people to fucking Paris, and then immediately bring them back so that they can go play in Seattle, and then bring them back to fucking Dallas. It was fucking asinine. I wish that would have happened. I wish COVID would have never. I wish COVID would have never happened because it wouldn't have lasted this long, and we would have already been back where we were going to be, because at that point nobody else was going to be like the league died fucking day one, right? After the first year, everybody like, yo man, this thing ain't for us. But you know who it is for us, right? People who are in this thing to make money are not going to be as willing and able and as passionate to make this thing succeed and thrive because they don't have the passion for it. They wouldn't do it for free. That's at the end of the day, if you weren't doing it for free for as long as majority of us did it for free and figured out how to make money along the way, it wouldn't be where it's at. But it took that passion. It took that want for a fucking, at the time, meaningless fucking game Pazzo UMG event.
You know where that energy, you know where that energy is now in esports? It's at the collegiate and scholastic level. Like, you talk to so many people in collegiate esports and at the high school level, and like they're doing the free shit that people were doing 10 or 15 years ago because there's no economics there yet, but participation's high and they're innovating. They're doing. I've talked to guys in college and like their broadcasts, like, but they're doing shit that like ESL's not doing. Like, they're building tools and stuff that I'm like, wow, I'm like fucking impressed. Like, that's the next interesting market.
A-Train FPS says, we are booming at the high school level here in Texas. Hector, are you still one-legged? 3, dude. Oh, because of my foot. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Have you got an approach to get involved in like Texas esports? It's like starting there.
Of course.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think that for me to get involved in something like that would artificially inflate or artificially grow, and that thing needs to grow organically. If a big team and listen, support is support, right? Like, obviously, but we're not in a position. We can't help ourselves, Ben.
Yeah,
we can't help ourselves, and I'm being asked, yo, how can you help us? I can't help myself, man.
You're not wrong, Sarge.
I can't help
That's why
my hands are tied.
In December.
I can't help myself. You think I'm gonna be able to help you? I wish I could. Can we cover it? Sure. Can we talk about it? Sure. But again, artificially inflating something as they.
Yeah, no, you're good. And then it's tough because at I've had this conversation with Eric Anderson a lot. Like, the college level is interesting, but you think like this shit with Activision and franchising is crazy. The NCAA and the conferences, that's going to be collegiate esports could bang, but they've got some even more comedy roadblocks than we have at the top level of shit. See what's happening in college football right now, like.
Yeah,
but there's potential there because there's a lot of people that are bored. They don't want to do their homework, and they'll play Force. They'll play it.
JP, welcome to Ben and Jay in the morning. How can we help you? Do you have a question for us?
JP, go.
We're good. I'm about to set up my stream right now.
Copy. it is the two saddest times of the year for me, the two saddest weeks of the year for me, because we give everybody the 2 weeks off. I mean, some of us still like take meetings and shit. Like Peterman's always on the phone, but like everyone's off. Everyone's off. Roger's out in California with Paige. Fucking Maddie's in Oklahoma. Fucking all the production team is back at home, and the office is as lonely as it could ever be. So hearing 2 weeks off, says Joey. Joey, Joey? What's the last time you came into the office? Give me a day. Give me a day.
It then funny because then you realize that you guys are running an event in like 3 weeks, and you're like, oh, we got all this shit. But I will say it's been fun playing this Major One shit with y'all. Paige has been great for me and Tom on terms of watch party stuff. Yeah, and like I know it's like gonna be easy because obviously if she's doing a bunch of shit, and it's like, but I'm excited, man. But bro, no, I woke up today and I'm like, bro, I got 19 things we gotta do like that whole week, and I like am 70% way I'm planning it, and I'm gonna have no time, bro. Like, fuck.
JP.
Yo, give me one.
How's your workout, man?
It was actually pretty good. Appreciate the.
Was it a push or pull?
Appreciate you guys for asking.
I gotta get a standing desk, bro. That's an investment I'll make this year. I think we're gonna do a standing desk.
No, the Telluride situation that you guys were talking about was actually interesting, but with what I was talking about with the Los Ratones team, I don't know if you said you didn't or you weren't following the situation, but it's basically kind of the same thing, because like Cage Rules, what they were was basically a stream team, where they all open practices, all open scrims streamed, and it was kind of like the Bush situation, because they were playing in basically the EU league equivalent of challengers for the entire year. And then going into this year, apparently Riot had reached out to them to participate in specifically just the winter split for this next year. And apparently the owners didn't have to give any consent or anything. It was just Riot going over everyone and saying this will be a tide that'll lift all boats, basically. So I thought it was like basically the same situation if this ever got like.
Who lost their LEC spot?
Sorry, what was that?
Who lost their LEC spot for them?
I don't know if it was someone who, or I think they just added two. They basically added a rule of like two teams are going to be promoted.
I'm gonna get some water.
You're good.
One was going to be the team that actually won the Challengers event, or the Challengers.
They just ran back VCT basically. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure it was two teams that were just going to get promoted, but it's just for the winter split apparently. I don't know if anyone has like specific.
So what happens if Los Ratones like wins winter split and they qualify for MSI?
Great question.
And
they would qualify for the I think it's called the Kickoff Cup or something.
Oh, I forgot they had a new fucking land now.
Yeah, they have an initial tournament now.
Well, first stand, I think.
First stand, that's what it is.
Everybody bitched that they only have fucking 2 international lands plus EWC, and now they added a fucking third one finally. But this is the thing when Hector gets back, is like I know we can't. It's so hard for us to get back to like the old model, right? Like it's so hard for us to, and to Hector's point, like to convince people to just unwind the TDL and go back to CWL, whatever.
Yeah.
But like finding.
Switch my headphones real quick. I'll be right back.
Yeah. But like in everybody's chat, like finding a model. I'll wait for Hector to get back. Like finding a model where we can go 12 plus 4 or 6, like that's what I would love to see. Hector, JP and I were just Hector, me and JP were talking, like, what are your thoughts on like if CDL were to go to a 12 plus model? Like I don't know, the plus being like there are teams that qualify in every year if they play good enough to keep their spot. If not, they get relegated.
I would have so much more respect if I saw any effort in making this thing fucking better, no matter what the fuck it was. They can start by relegating fucking bottom twos, and I'm not talking about just performance based. I'm talking about the fucking whole the whole thing.
Literally. All right, I'm back. Sorry, Ben.
I mean, yeah, it's gonna be tough to convince owners that you can just fully lose your spot. That's good stuff.
Yeah, a little guava in the morning with some humexcito.
I mean, it's It's tough to do pro roll in NA. I mean, you see MLS is talking about it now. Finally, they're like, maybe we got too big.
There has to be a punishment. There has to be a punishment for someone. Hold on a second. There has to be punishment for those who are not performing.
I agree with you, because what you have now with respect to the CDL is that you have orgs that have an asset that they think has a value. They don't want to sell now because they think they can reach that value. So they're operating under a minimum spend as much as possible so they don't, lose much in the net wash when they inevitably get out. And you create the situation where, yeah, we've got, I think, 6, 7 really good teams this year and a couple of really good dark horses. We had a couple of teams that are just, we're not going to talk about them that much this season. And we do talk about them, it's not going to be positive things. I feel bad for the players in the team.
Yeah.
Feel bad for the backroom staff that try.
You know when I got the most afraid when they let Warzone get to the level that it got to where we're at right now, because it told me then that if they didn't care enough about the casual gamer, which obviously there's a competition aspect to, an esports aspect to Warzone, but a lot of half of the audience was on Warzone, half of the audience was on multiplayer, right? It's fair to say. But when they just said, hey, we're going to do what we do and not take care of that shit, that's when I was really like, fuck, they couldn't give a fuck less about this whole fucking thing.
Yeah, that was one of the last things.
Ben, I can guarantee you, right, that there's somebody out there who has a position in that company that could be replaced instantly with someone who actually has knowledge, understanding, and has touched a fucking controller and has shot a fucking gun. They're filled with passionate people over there, but there's this floor, this level on a building. There's this floor that has nothing else to do but to say fucking no, unless it's obviously very clear that there's going to be money to be fucking made.
I think I know who you're talking about, and I'm
not talking about anybody in particular. I'm just talking about an entire floor.
Just a vibe. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean that's the root of it, because if we're talking with respect to Activision, I mean, they're a public company. People's compensation is tied to the public performance of said stock, and all of the decisions are based around their shareholder responsibility and their personal responsibility. And it's like they're not doing it for the love of the game. You're losing sight of what makes capitalism great. You're doing the worst parts of capitalism now, where it's just purely driven by profit.
Yeah.
Not even revenue, just actual profit. And it's tough. It's tough. And you and I both agree, like, it's just, we've gotten away from enough of the symbiotic relationship between the yearly release of COD and this, and we separated them, and it's totally screwed the economics of this thing in a growth pattern that it was in.
Listen, I don't want to take Matt K out of what's his name, Skonks. I don't want to take him out of anywhere, because obviously he's there. But put him in charge, please. Right? Vanderhaar has gone on to bigger and better, and I haven't spoken to him in years. But man, like when you guys were talking about Jay Perrier, bro, like I was like, man, that was an ally right there.
Yeah, he was big for the scene,
bro. Dude, the gentle giant, with a better Call of Duty collection than me, and that's not easy to say. These are the sort of fucking people that we need on this thing again. We don't have the allegiance of Vanderhaar because he's gone. We have obviously we have Treyarch this year, which is why the game is as good as it is.
Yeah.
But where's the opportunity for us now? Like, all they care about now is seeing the numbers, and they're like, fuck. Like, it's panic mode. Let's go back to what we did last year.
Hey guys, I'm on my editor, cut this and put this on YouTube.
But it wasn't better, but it was financially better.
Yes, it'll be uploaded.
But it was the economics of the thing, the sole decider on whether or not we do what's best for the league. That's not how it works, man. And that's the struggle that esports orgs and esports people in general are always going to have to struggle with, that sometimes what's best for the business is not necessarily what's best for the product. But if you don't have the product, and if you don't make choices for the product in every single turn, and
It'd be very difficult.
in the moment that you pick
Deoxel.
business over the product,
Almost impossible. I
then
think.
you're damaging the product that brings you the fucking business.
Well, I was gonna use that as a springboard to talk about EWC because I think that's an interesting wrinkle now in the esports business. It's like the teams are grappling with the partner program and the potential revenue there, but it's like, how do you grapple these things and not anchor your business to entities that are outside of your own? You understand the question that I'm posing? Yeah.
No, I didn't know. I thought you were making a statement. What was the question?
No, it's just
I was reading something.
so like with respect to some of the orgs say in the CDL right now, and I think some of the orgs are potentially circling the CDL. It's like let's say you have a COD team. It's like you've got the CDL run, and then you got EWC in an off season, then back in it. It's like how do you? A lot of esports orgs right now are making a conscious choice to not bank their business, but center their business around those 2 months in the summer from an economic model. And it's risky. It's chasing the next, I don't want to say bubble, but it's like you're removing your, I'm not saying economic independence, but you're removing your ability to be flexible on the off chance that things pivot because you're banking your whole business model around it.
It's teams having another team just to have another team. That's what I don't really understand. Because if you're not going to put your heart and soul into it and actually care about the game, and you're just getting there for a team to hopefully place well and get a bigger prize pool, then it's like, I don't know. To me, it's like you're not actually going full into what you could be doing, like as deep as you could be in one specific esport if you actually cared about the esport.
I see Hector shaking his head. Go ahead.
Yeah, the thing about that though is like I don't think orgs understand what a team is in some cases. When we expanded into other teams, like and Hitch and I tried our fucking damnedest to make sure that when we had a Vision episode, that every single one of those fucking players were sitting next to each other. We had Mixwell with fucking Scump. We had Lethal with fucking Big Timer. You know what I'm saying? Like we actually created a fucking team, right? Like we're literally a team, and then you go battle over here, we'll go battle over there, but we're gonna be working together on this fucking thing always. I don't know. Let's pick any org out there. Liquid, fucking TSM, dude. The fact that TSM's no longer around, like that bothers me, man. Everything that happened last week with the FaZe thing bothered me so fucking much, man. Like it's disgusting what this thing has fucking turned into, man. The amount of people. Okay, and where I was going with that thought is that like how many of them have people. Magisk. Remember Magisk? I just fucking froze. Remember Magisk? Or obviously,
I know
Magisk,
Magisk,
right?
Yeah.
So, wait, when are you going to be able to take a? When are you going to have, for example, FaZe when they have Simple, right? Show me a picture of Simple from CS and Simp from Call of Duty together. Two of the greatest fucking shooters that has ever fucking, I know the camera's broke, I'm working on it, that have ever said, why isn't there a picture of them two together? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I'm talking about with team, when orgs don't, and I'm not talking shit about FaZe, and they're in a very fucking shitty situation where they're fucking fragmented to 3 different fucking places. You got GameSquare, you got fucking my man Paul doing, I just it's just not what it can be. You know what I'm saying? But the fact that doesn't exist, it's like a little bit of a missed opportunity. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's tough. I mean, the complication is, with CS is so much of that
Europe,
so much of ecosystem based in Europe. Like, see what Thieves is doing. Like, they're not a team's based in, I forget what they say. It's somewhere in, is it Poland? I forget where they're playing out of. But it's like they don't come to, they come to NA for a month, right? I mean, there's the Anchor IM event every year in the spring. This year there's the Fort Worth event at Dickies. That's it. That's really.
Dude, I would love to just shadow a team and see how they even work, because I know it's probably somewhat similar to COD, but there's got to be a lot of shit that they do that we don't do, and I'd like to see what they do.
This is I should probably hit up like Eddie Hahn, Eric, or Hector. Do you know Eddie? FaZe Eddie?
No.
Yeah, this might be a really good Eddie.
From where?
He was the CFO of FaZe, but now or the esports side, but now he handles he still does that, but he's like the big guy that's running the CS team now for Eric. So he
Got it.
travels with them in Europe. I assume they're at home more than you think. JP.
All I'm saying is that when Counter-Strike didn't have an event going on, I fucking flew them all to Texas to support the Call of Duty team.
Yeah.
I had Tarek, I had Rush, Mixwell. I had the team here in the crowd supporting the Call of Duty team.
No.
And we went out to dinner.
Esports is owned by
together,
Game Square.
as a team.
AEV. I can show the graphic.
That's what orgs miss. That's where they miss on. And it's such a great opportunity from like the ROI on you spending fucking money, addition like an extra $5,000 on hotel and accommodations, travel and accommodations for
how it works,
for your teammates to be on camera with your other teammates.
Screenshot if you want.
And showing what this thing is really about, which is fucking literal brotherhood, sisterhood in some cases, brotherhoods, and all of us saying, yo, we're going to fucking win a Counter-Strike trophy over here, hopefully, that you over there in Call of Duty can be proud of.
Yeah.
Because over here in Halo, we're proud of the shit that's going on over there. Because we are all happy that our org won something together.
It's definitely tough. Specifically with CS just again. Because you had to move heaven and earth to make that happen with their calendar. And now it's even worse. Is when you guys were in. Now it's even worse. It's to the point now where I don't know if you saw last year, but there was EFG PGL beef because people are fighting for spots on the calendars.
Yep.
And you know these CS events, they've got a quali stage and an arena stage. Like they're just layered on top of each other, and it's like very far on the other side of the spectrum. We have too little events. They might have too many.
Say it again.
I said we have too little amount of events. They might have a problem where there's too many events. And these teams have to decline events. They got to make conscious decisions about their calendar.
Yeah. No, I mean that's self-inflicted though, and I'd rather have those problems.
Yeah.
I'd rather have a problem in which there are two organizations throwing events and are fighting for calendar space than to have what we have now.
I agree.
You know, we need external parties coming in and throwing their hat in the ring. And I'm not saying like people need to come in and compete against EFG. I'm not saying that or Esports Engine. What the fuck did I say? Whatever, you know what I'm saying. I'd rather have that. I'd rather have what we had in the past. MLG fucking 4 times a year, 5 times a year, UMG in between. That's what it's everybody benefits. Content year round.
How many actual TOs are there anymore?
In where? In NA or
other than EFG and like Blast? Yeah, or for Call of Duty, it's just EFG, right? But it like in general, and just esports in general.
In NA or you got to specify? You're talking about in the Western world, Eastern world, like.
Okay, well, let's
start here in our homeland, Ben.
Yeah. So it's ESL, Face It.
Yeah.
And in Europe?
And OS does some esports events in NA. But then you have smaller. Then we get way smaller, like Fragadelphia.
You're going like way smaller at that point.
Yeah, but then in Europe, it's PGL, Starladder, Blast. And that's basically it in Western world, as far as like big tier ones, unless I'm missing one.
I'm hot, then I'm cold. I'm yes, then I'm no. I'm in, then I'm out.
I am his DreamHack. I am his DreamHack, which is ESL Face
Sing
It.
a song. I don't even know what song that is. Yeah. Anyway, look, I hate.
I saw some of the TikToks,
to be so morose about the whole situation. I hate to sort of start out the new year on some negative shit about Call of Duty, but like, man, when are we going to be given the opportunity to fucking really innovate and really push this thing forward? Because this could be a top tier esport. We could be on the top most watched fucking charts. Yeah, I hate seeing that Call of Duty is not in the top charts. Even if I was in Counter-Strike, I would fucking hate that. Even if I was in Counter-Strike and I was winning fucking everything in Counter-Strike, I would hate that my fucking favorite video game in esport is not in the top 10. I hate that shit, especially because of how fucking hard we fucking work to make sure that the interest is fucking there.
But this is where we circle back to Barstool, to your point. This could be a really interesting cutoff for Barstool. It's like, okay, well, maybe they're not a CDL franchise. They want to be involved with challengers. I think if they partner with the right people, they could throw the world's fucking greatest open event of all time, you think? With their ability to sell and content and storylines, and maybe get pro teams in the mix. Like, but again, to your point, there's just the people at the publisher, they're just gonna be like,
The problem with
Nah.
that, Ben, like if you were to think about Barstool doing the same thing that they did with golf,
Yeah.
you know, where they had like they had my voiceover, a good
Yeah,
go over,
goddamn.
and then
part of
all
the
the
thing, yeah.
you know everybody else. I don't know why Matt didn't go to that. Well, Nate Shot didn't go to that, right?
No, he was there.
Was
Matt,
he?
Matt, and
Matt and
Touche
Matt
were
were
there, and they
both
were
there.
the
Yeah.
funniest part about the first
yeah, yeah,
episode.
yeah.
To be honest, those two
Yeah,
actually
yeah.
had great clips.
Yes. But we can't do that for Call of Duty though, because it would immediately be like, all right, who are the biggest Call of Duty creators? Not necessarily competitors, but creators. And then it would turn into like some sort of creator classic where it's creator and pro. What do you call that? It's not pro-am because it's not amateurs, but it's like, you know what I'm talking about. The shit that Hitch throws all the time. Hold on. Somebody...
Yeah.
COD changing every year doesn't help with competitive either. I feel like. Dude,
I think there's.
I'll
Yeah,
fight
you
both
can
sides.
fight that.
Yeah.
You can fight for sure on
No,
that.
I'm not fighting. I was just saying that I could fight both sides. But if you guys
Yeah.
have an
I
opinion,
appreciate it, Sergeant. I hope you
please.
guys love this convo.
I think the
The
break
COD is
actually
top 10.
somewhat helps. Not gonna lie.
I think he means
the
on,
dev
like,
switching
Twitch.
obviously sucks,
I think he means like
but
Twitch.
the natural break that you have, and the initial hype that you get in October or November is, I think, actually good for COD.
Yeah, but they're not
honestly.
capitalizing
was
it by
al-
running an event in December.
I was
That's the issue.
always on. Oh yeah, I was always on the wave of like, oh, we should do like a COD mobile thing where it's like the best of everything, and yeah, I could see it also working, but we can't negate the fact that this like this natural break that we have and the hype building up every year is not like good, you know?
Well, maybe with BlizzCon coming back is an interesting wrinkle because I don't think COD ever activated at BlizzCon. And I don't know how big BlizzCon's going to be this year, but it gives something at Activision where they can anchor this stuff around, especially in the off season. Because like to right size CDL to World Series of Warzone and the COD Mobile Champs is tough, but like you could come up with a good competitive Call of Duty concept that could run in September, October, November.
I don't know, that's a great kickoff event right there because you're getting the esports of what WoW, StarCraft, I mean Overwatch, like all of them. Obviously not the biggest games anymore, but it's still the cross pollination thing that we always talk about.
Yeah, but bro, come on. Besides Scump, who fucking likes World of Warcraft and Call of Duty, right? I think that there's like the segment of personality types that play each game are so far apart in the majority of the cases that the transferability of fandom from one to the other is not going to be as exciting as it was. You could see that in MLG events in the early days where we had Melee in the middle, Halo on the right, League of Legends on the left, and Call of Duty fucking somewhere on the ground.
Yeah.
And people would go.
Yeah, but we haven't had a
from
BlizzCon in a
Call
while
of
though,
Duty
so we
to
don't know what
Halo, then from
BlizzCon's going to
Halo
look
to
like.
Melee, from
It's
Melee
been years.
to that, but it wasn't the whole audience.
Before COVID was the last time around one.
It was some of the audience.
At least some. That's all you need.
Yeah.
And some people were just looking for a place to sit where it didn't smell like fucking underarms.
You bring up an
Or
interesting
hears
point.
a fucking roar from the crowd. They're like, "What the fuck just went on over there?" You know?
Yeah, it's tough. Specific to Anaheim, it's tough that we haven't gone back there. But you talked about Chicago and unions. Unfortunately, because I was helping Kason. I know Kason was like, "I want to run an event in Anaheim," and as he discovered that building is not as cheap as it used to be. Unfortunately.
Listen. I love what Kason's doing and all that. I don't remember seeing Kason at any of the Anaheim events. I know that we all look back at those events with rose-colored glasses, and because we had a really good time there, right? Like we were at the bar afterwards, and this and the other. That's never gonna be that vibe will never ever happen again. And I'm gonna tell you why. Okay, and this is not talking shit about anything or anyone. That bar would have 9,000. Every seat in that arena is now 21 years old. And if that is where everyone's going to be partying,
everyone is there.
Yeah. The good thing about that is that everyone's going to be drinking for free, right? There's not going to be no shortage of, yo, Hex, let me buy you a drink. I experience it every single time I see
They made that bar better. Have you seen a picture of what it looks like now?
Yeah. But like I was, but again, I understand, and maybe Kason was too young to actually get into the bar, and that's why he
No,
has like
he's
these
told
fond
me
memories
his
for it.
big regret is he wasn't around back in the day. He wishes he was back around in the day for this shit.
Right, exactly. But for him to say, "Oh, I got to throw it there because it's legendary." No, it's legendary because it happened that moment in time. To throw it there nowadays, to throw it in, look at the DreamHack event that we had here. Like that's you know how there's no bleachers, there's no elevation, so everybody's gonna be like,
Yeah.
you know. The people in the front are not going to get the best experience because their necks are going to be fucking crooked looking up at the screen. The people all the way in the back are going to be screwed because they're not going to be as close to the stage as they're going to be, et cetera, et cetera. So like I get where the little love or wish that we can bring that feeling back comes from. But you know, I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here, but it wouldn't work the same. It wouldn't work the same.
Hope you're good, Ace. Happy New Year as well.
If you ever see me, don't offer to buy me a drink. Buy me a joint instead.
Well, I think this is why DreamHack's going to be an interesting test case because I know Adams obviously in the last year or so stepped in there. So that's his new role at EFG. He is King DreamHack. They're stepping into some emerging markets. So like Birmingham's happening because Insomnia, people in UK know that Insomnia was like the big UK event. They've gone under, so now DreamHack's stepping in. And I assume part of Adams' directive is to try and DreamHack never really has taken hold in NA. Dallas has obviously been lit, but they want to probably go there more than once. So it's like he can build something there. And what I think is interesting, and I'm curious about, it's not a short-term thing. I know you were just in Halo. When Halo gets back going again, is DreamHack the conduit to cross connectivity between Halo and COD? Because of all the potential two esports that cross over each other, that's one, or is that driven by the publisher? Like, is Adam the one pushing together, or is someone at Activision Microsoft going to be like, you know what?
I mean, Ben, the answer is right there and then. Why did Activision say no more events in which there are other games there?
Yeah, agreed. That was one of the stupidest things they did in 2019.
And so did every esport basically do that? Because I feel like it's the same for a lot of esports too, and I feel like everyone made the bad decision.
Do what?
Of basically not allowing their esports to be at other events.
No. Nobody had a fucking issue. Nobody had a fucking problem. Nobody was so fucking scared of other fucking esports getting their own shine that they said no other esport thought so small. No other esport had that mentality, that sickness in their mentality that said, I don't want to be next to something because I am afraid that my audience is going to like something other than what I am giving them.
It's so funny because Dota still had no problem with being a part of IEMs. Like other parts of the Blizzard tide especially were cool. It's just for some reason COD was special on that front. I don't know.
It's Slay Queen.
It's odd.
You know what? Was a small thing that I do miss from the because you were talking about the convention center.
Yeah.
Dude, side stations, bro. Side stations just aren't a thing anymore. You remember people literally crowding?
It will be this year.
Literally hundreds of people crowding around one side station because a team was playing.
They will be this year. Challengers is so lit. And we have 2 DreamHack events where I don't know how they're going to run those events without side stations. They're coming back this year. And hopefully they learn. I know last year at Dallas, that B station, I think, needed some tweaks. I remember, you know what I love, JP? You remember the old MLGs? You had B, C, and D, and they had that like side area with the 3 hanging LED walls. Where you could sit there and watch all 3 at the same time.
Yeah, you could. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Or
I'm just watching a stream right now.
In the parking garage. Did you go to that one, Ben?
No, that was the one. That was one of the year 1 events I did not go to.
2015. That was my first event. The first event I went to, and I saw the side stations, and you could watch, and they would have the screens above too that you could watch.
Yeah.
Do I remember side stations? Of course, I remember side stations. This is MLG Orlando, and we were on the side. That's my man Carlton right there. That's us, you know. Apostle, my brother Apostle. Girls scare me. What the fuck? My man, big timer. Yeah, I remember side stations. Look at the benefit. Look, no one's around here though. You know, this is where we came from. Like, this is what we had to fucking grow out of. We had to outperform other esports so that we can get our shot at being on main stage or having a stage to fucking play on in front of people. You know what I'm saying? Like, so it's not like we've never Call of Duty and the Call of Duty community, esports community has never been afraid. What the fuck just happened here in game? Oh shit!
Yeah, just a different scene. Yeah.
we've never been afraid of the work or to earn our way to a place in which we have the opportunity and the benefit of being on main stage, right? Like we've never that. And then we finally get to a place we got to such a place, right?
Yeah.
To where we had so much interest that billionaire investors wanted to come in and fucking participate in this thing. In the end, for what? In the end, for what? For everybody to be mad at the situation, people leaving. It's insane, man.
They want a quick buck to 10x $1 million or 25 million or whatever. And then, to be honest, I hate to say this, but like they would have, if they had actually succeeded, heck, you know what would have happened is some of them would have exited and they would have just made, it would have been like, there's a world where it would have popped and then they would have sold and then it would be essentially worse than it is now.
Well, only because we would have had to start over in educating the people to come in and I don't know. Again, at the end of the day, it's like a lot of the stuff that we have done is not self-inflicted. It's not something that we didn't see. It's self-inflicted. It's not something that we didn't see coming. We warned everybody what this was going to fucking do to the scene.
I know.
Think about it, right? Year one. Nadeshot wasn't in Call of Duty.
Correct.
Year one, right? I had to get on a call with him because I had the two spots, or I was going to be in a position to have the two spots. I had to get on the phone with him and John at the time to fucking like explain to him like, yo, like this thing feels empty without you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like Matt, like you need to be in this. Like you're one of the greatest things that has ever happened to Call of Duty. One of the greatest personalities that Call of Duty's ever had. You have to be in here. I convinced them. The league didn't fucking convince them of shit. I convinced them, and I had to. Guess what? I had to convince the league. I had to talk. I had to call Pete Flestelica and tell him like, yo, this is what's happening. Please back me on this. Because there was a situation. There was.
There would be in a weird spot for sure, because it's like if it wasn't that, who knows what have gotten? Who knows what have stepped in there?
Great. CDL is dying, hopefully. Okay, because Call of Duty Esports is not going to die because we're always going to be here.
Yeah.
People like Ben's going to be here. People like Zuma are going to be here. People like Telluride Bush. New people. Again, let me rephrase that. New people like Telluride Bush are going to continue to come in and have an interest in this thing. So the CDL might die, and that would be a good thing because it would be an open space in which people who deserve to be on stage are going to be on stage. There's going to be so much pressure on the players to perform now. So we as spectators are going to get a better product because the competition is going to be the toughest it's ever been because the competition is going to be fucking wide open.
Yep.
I agree. There's plenty of evidence on that, so.
Yeah.
I will say the one nice thing this year though is I'm so glad we're off the exclusive platform BS. Being able to like really be on all platforms. I had a good conversation with a couple people at Activision, and I know people do YouTube and Twitch, but they're up in other platforms. Like I feel like that was a very smart move. The 2 years where we were just stuck with exclusive. I know people like the YouTube player more. Like I get it.
Yeah.
But like you should have the option. I mean,
having the option is just it's so much better for creators and brands
sense.
and
I don't know, that deal must have been, I mean, I don't know the number, you guys probably know the numbers, but I hope that was enough for it to actually fucking be worth it. Because I doubt it was.
No comment on that because it's part of something else.
I'll say the part that Hector doesn't want to say if you're going with that.
Oh, let's hear it, Ben. I don't know what you're going to say, so please.
My problem with the YouTube deal is that I think that they presented, from my understanding, and if people feel a wrong way, let me know, because I'm happy to get other perspectives on this. But from my understanding of how that went down the second time, is that they presented the owners with a lose-lose choice of like, either we take this deal and we're walled, or we don't take this deal and the economics are screwed. But then there's always an option of, well, you're a multi-billion-dollar company. Why can't you pump a few more M's in this and bridge the gap? Like that was always option 3, and yeah, like I don't know what to say. That's the right response, Hector. I like that.
What response, Ben? That my armpits.
Good Paul. Yeah, you're just changing outfits. I like it. Yeah, guava.
No, I keep getting hot and cold and shit.
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. What else do we have? Any other topics? I think does the crowd have any topics?
Yeah, let's
I like how you guys had the call in. Me and Andy, when we used to have our podcast, we used to bring in people also. So I'm glad that someone's still doing that.
Bro, you and Paul. Listen, the podcast that people want to see is you and Paul. Because Paul, I've been trying to get Paul to do content for 3 years. You might be the one. You might be the one to help him figure that out.
It's easy, right? Because one, he's a good personality. He's a funny dude. He has a lot of knowledge about a lot of things, and he's passionate about this thing. So yeah, he would be a good one. Hold on, let me deactivate and reactivate. I'm telling you one thing. When Matty comes back, I'm gonna say, Matt, please, brother, because I set this up myself. He set me up with a regular camera, but I wanted he set me up with the Elgato camera, but I wanted the whole wide angle to look like this. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be seeing the whole thing. And what's the point of having this space if you can't see the whole thing?
The Elgato, I use an Elgato Facecam Pro X, and like it's got a pretty wide lens, but I don't know.
Not as wide as this.
It's not gonna be wide as this one, yeah.
Pause.
The wide lens is good. It's actually like Tom and I ran into this problem the last few years with the one problem we run into sometimes at watch parties at events is arenas have weird layouts, and we get into spaces where they're a little bit tight, and a normal webcam or camera isn't going to work, and that's where a wide angle lens is the key, because I'm trying to make a 10 by 10 space work and fit 5 people.
We got my man Dan Ghosty in the chat, Ben. Ooh. And JP, he says, "Fuck, I closed my chat."
I got you. Chat. I have your shit up if you need.
And said,
yeah, I feel like I could easily adopt the CS model. Thoughts on that, Ben?
Well, so maybe, but the thing, Dan, is that I will say I think ESL has navigated themselves in a position where they've attached their hip to COD, and I think they're going to squeeze out any competition for the most part. So yeah, we could end up in a CWL model, but are you going to get a CWL model with its third-party events? You're going to see more akin to what happened in IW in World War II and Black Ops 4. There's not really going to be a third party other than EWC, and that's not really third party because they're also aligned with ESL, face it.
It's kind of like the TO thing we were talking about too. It's just depends on who'd be willing to back the league like that.
I think one of the things that the Telluride was talking, I don't know which episode it was, because again, I watch, so I'll turn on my TV, and then whatever is on my For You page is more often than not is either the flank reacting to something or Methods reacting to something. And I was watching
they're out of money,
to one of theirs, and they're talking about like, well, we can start our own league, and I'm like, oh, you innocent, you poor innocent.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen.
Not innocent necessarily from like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. It's just they're just not from this space, so they don't have the experience to understand that. Unlike NFL, unlike NBA, like one entity does own the field and the ball, right? Yeah. Nobody owns the NBA. In here, Call of Duty owns the IP and the copyright, right?
Yeah,
and
they can control what works and doesn't work, and
they can shut you down ASAP. Basically, is what he's saying.
That's why I've always hated that sports analogy, because it's like, well, Mark Cuban was a big person. Always made that point, Hector, because people were always asked Mark back in 2015, 16. Because he's an avid gamer. He cared like, why do you never get into or think about getting into team esports? And he was like, this is the sole reason. Intellectual property problem.
Yep.
Yo, who was that? I literally saw someone join this shit, dude.
Fuck, man. What the fuck, dude? I'm like, I look down and I'm like, is that my brother-in-law? Dan Ghosty says, hold on, sorry. Chat. I feel just like COD will always be one of the most popular general games in console, one of the most popular FPS on both PC and console. The potential for investors to cross into competitive has to always be there, like you mentioned, with COD being so big. Do we want that? Do we want that? I mean, we just experienced that for the past 5 years, Dan Ghosty. Do we want outsiders to come in and for what? What do we need them for? What are they going to do? Get us in big fucking stadiums? Are they going to share some of their sports franchised sponsors with us the way that the Cowboys were sort of sharing sponsorships with Complexity at the time? I don't know if that's the answer. Personally, sorry about the ad break. I don't know how that happens.
The Twitch people are just running ads. There's not much you can do about it sometimes.
Yeah.
Someone asked Ben, can't the league just go grab a steak FanDuel sponsorship in his GGs? You don't think that's
You
We
can't
don't
do
think we're gonna
gambling.
discuss. Yeah.
You
Talk about
can't
this a
do
lot.
gambling. You can't do beer. Okay. You can smoke. You can't smoke. You can't be sponsored by a weed company either.
Yeah.
But you can smoke a bong in game
Yeah.
as a lizard or as Seth Rogen or as Captain Price.
How does conflicting sponsors work with like the league?
As far as restricted categories.
No,
I'm
no. In
frozen.
response
I'm
to
frozen.
if let's say the league has. I mean, I don't want to bring up free advertising.
Give me a
stuff,
second,
but,
Sauce. I'm gonna ask you a question.
If they
in
have
a bit. I
one
got you.
computer sponsor and you as a team want a computer sponsor, that's different.
We're
Well,
saying,
we had to.
Hello.
yeah, we lost Hector for a second. Give a sec. You're back
Huh?
now. You're back now, Hector.
Yeah, you're
Start
back
over.
now. We lost you for a second.
Now it doesn't matter now because EFG has bought the commercial rights for the league,
Correct.
so they can have an opinion on the way that things are. Did you guys for the flank? I don't know if you can talk about this or not, and I don't know if I can
I'll talk about it
or
if you. I know exactly. I'll talk about it if you want to talk about it.
not. I do
I know
want to talk about it.
I know. I haven't talked about this yet on stream. People don't know
I
about
predict
this.
it. Let me see if you know if you can read my mind, Ben. Let me see.
So,
And I'm not setting you for you to be the first one
Nah.
to talk about it. We're talking about the watch party stuff, right?
So I alluded on stream about a month or half ago that there were new watch party guidelines, and it didn't affect us, but it might affect other people. And the other people, if you want to talk about it, Hector, is I've definitely felt like there were some changes that make your guys' business model a little bit tough. So if you want to talk on that, give your opinion.
I think you've said enough, Ben. I think you've said enough.
Like I said, I
We
can
have
read your
to-
mind sometimes, bro. Sometimes I'm good at it.
We listen. We did, and also like I'm actually kind of I just realized as I'm looking at my stream, I realized that my ads or not my ads, but my sponsor stuff is not running, and it's everybody has the weeks off, so I don't have Paige yelling at me to put it on, so it's a
You're
good thing.
You're good.
Yeah, I think you've said enough, Ben, and it's just weird, you know, it's just weird. But yeah, there was some changes to watch party stuff, and we had to work hard to figure out a way to continue to give the best product that we have.
No, that's not it.
For the past
no.
couple of them.
Someone in your chat said, "How's the Snoop Dogg collab work? Then he's legit the weed man." Great question.
Great question, man. Did you know that
Advertise in the game, but can't advertise in the CDL.
Yeah, the
yes.
watch
I
party
mean,
rules
when
are
you're
public.
playing-
You
when
can go
you're playing
read
the new
them and you
map
can
on
understand the
Warzone,
issue.
you can
It's not that
land
complicated.
on the
you can go to the
Elgin- on
website right
Elgin
now
casino boat,
and you can read the
and then
watch
you
party
can go
rules
in
and
there
you'll
and then
understand
spend,
what I'm talking about. It's not that hard.
I don't know how much, $50 of your cash that you get, and then you can get shit back. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just some of the stuff is just asinine in my opinion, which points to the fact that these aren't dumb people, right?
Yeah.
That are making these decisions. So that means that they're actively doing it, right? Because if they can't see the hilarity, if they can, T-Dog Smitty says, "Don't get me started on these fucking collabs." He didn't say fucking. I said fucking. But
T-Dog, bro.
the hilarity of the whole thing is that these aren't dumb people. They're very, very clever, smart business people, which means that they do see the hypocrisy.
I did, man.
in
We
the
can talk about it
rules
after this.
when they are seeing the content in game. You know what I'm saying?
Rules for the not.
I'll be obvious.
Yeah.
They say they can say no to weed sponsorships,
Yeah.
but they can say no to that, but they can say yes to smoking weed in game.
Yeah. Rules for the not for me.
Yeah. Or dude, honestly, and what you're talking about with the betting sponsor, I mean, COD as an esport is still something you can bet on those sites. Like they could take that down if they wanted to, right?
I don't know, because there you're using your knowledge in game to pick who you think is going to perform or underperform.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they are putting it on their website. Activision, if they wanted to and didn't want gambling at all,
They
could say
C&D them.
you can't have COD on your website.
They could
people to
C&D
bet on.
them, and I guess
Right?
theoretically, if they want to, they could litigate. But it's like, the thing is they don't, and I'll tell you why, JP. Because if you look at CS, I'm gonna give 2 examples. CS, right now the CS space is littered with skill game, skin companies and actual books like getting involved. They partner both with teams and with the TOs, and there's deliverables. Like everybody's making money off of that as a category. Riot, as you guys may know, recently, as of this summer, has relaxed their rules in this category. They have very specific guidelines about how those partners can and can't activate it and what it means for participation, because they're very obviously worried about the downside of these things, like you're seeing in the NBA, which is people manipulating results in order to, affect outcomes of these props. Activision for now seems like they're on the sideline, but the rest of the market is starting to move in that direction.
Someone in my chat actually had a decent question. I think it still doesn't work because it's CDL Challengers, but if you wanted to have a Pine Park logo on a Huntsman jersey, would you be able to do that? Or no, it's because it's still CDL Challengers?
To be honest, that's a good question. I'm gonna find out. Peterman's the man to ask for that. Who has way more patience than me when it comes to rules.
That's not Oscar. That's not what we're talking about. It's not what we're talking about.
Because again, me,
guys,
a revolutionary.
It's not. It's not what we're talking about, Oscar.
Had a really good question, and yes,
if you guys don't figure out before the stream, I'll show you. I'll show it to you on stream.
Why
exactly
you guys
what
had a custom AW skin, but now it's super constricted on what you can do.
AW is funny.
So, the answer to that is a two-parter. The reason how do I explain this? Okay. We, unlike every other team that had a skin in that game, had two skins. We had the all-black team skin that anybody can purchase, but then I cut a separate deal that said I want 19 white championship skins for my team only.
Yeah.
The way that I was able to make that happen is because some dude who used to run a team, an orange team, that won a world championship with the Wolf, gave it away for fucking free.
Free? Wait, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
$0. He gave it away for free. He said, "Yeah, I think every single team is going to be cool with having their shit in the game. It's cool." I agree. I would have done it for free too. I would have. But at the time, and because he was fucking doing the shit that he was doing, I went against it. And I'm like, fuck that. I'm not giving you nothing. I'm like, Optic will not be involved in this program. And they asked and asked, and they kept on asking, please, it's going to look weird if you guys aren't involved in this program.
He's talking about Robbie. He's not talking about Rick.
Nobody made money off of that. No team made money off of that. We did. And we got the concession.
Save your question for later.
The fair, by the way, let me phrase that. The fair concession, by the way, of being allowed to have special fucking treatment. And the reason that we had special fucking treatment was because we were fucking busting our asses creating content to create storylines that are going to engage the fans in a way that's going to make them and entice them to come and watch us compete, and therefore growing the thing. So I wasn't going to do it until I cut the deal the way that I cut the deal. Had he not spoken for all the fucking teams that were involved in that time, we could have all came together to a resolution and an agreement in which everybody could have gotten paid something. Because, dude, I wish I had the numbers. How many skins do you think, how many skins do you think people downloaded of Optic? During AW with the Dynasty team there?
Good question. You actually know the number, or you just?
No. I don't. Because we got paid. There was a contract. We got paid. We got the concession of the skins. Yeah. And that was that. That was it. That's the end of it. It's like you pay somebody to It's like I hired somebody to draw me a logo, and I paid $5,000 for a logo. I'm not saying that that's the going rate, but let's say I pay $5,000 for that logo. I end up making $500,000 off of that logo because it fucking went viral or whatever.
Packs and you can get
the deal was a deal. You got paid for that. Why you don't get anything over this. I did the promotion, et cetera, et cetera. Weed is a toxic drug that is addictive. Yes, dude. I haven't smoked. This is a true story. I haven't smoked in about 2 weeks, bro. And I have the shakes. I've been sweating. I haven't been able to sleep. You can see how purple I look right now, man. I am in such disarray that my nervous system is shot because it's so addictive and toxic. Talking shit.
Can we talk about the mismanagement of the MLG brand after 2019?
Dude, don't get me fucking started because Adam's going to come in here.
I think that might be one of the biggest ball drops in the history of esports.
I don't know if we want to talk about this one.
No.
So you want to get into it?
No, I'm going to tell you why we shouldn't. Because I'm very passionate about the MLG brand because it is a friend's, you know, 2 of my friends, 3 of my friends' brand in a way, and the way that it was handled was so bad that I literally would probably get in trouble because I would let loose on the whole situation. But I think it's one of the biggest tragedies. It's almost as bad. I mean, like Twitter, right? It's no longer called Twitter.
So I got you. Just give me a second. I'm gonna ask you a question. We just need to get there.
I mean, I'm sorry. Industry and world changing application that should have maintained its name, but it got changed because it got acquired. But I feel the same way in that scenario. The same way that they just shut down MLG and game battles.
Yeah.
Saying fuck you to that community for like a 15-year-old community, 20-year-old community is the same way that they're treating this thing. Or if they fucking could, I'm telling you right now, I know for a fact, if they could snap their fingers and say it's only casuals, there's no esports ever again, they would.
Yeah. Same reason they have an
setting a generational brand.
Same reason they have
I guess.
They have a Twitter account, and I think the Twitter account's lost followers. That Twitter account at one point
it had like over
M's.
1.3 or something.
No,
like
it had
that.
more than that. It's decreased
Really?
over time because obviously inactives, but like they also haven't tweeted on that account barely. When they bought that account, it tweeted maybe a handful of times since 2019. The LG account's got over 1 million followers, and they just. I think eventually the people that Hector's talking about are going to collectively tell the story of what happened here, but it's interesting. Not in a good way.
But it won't be the full story. You'll hear some of it, but it won't be the full story, and therefore you won't understand how fucked that whole shit was.
Yeah. It's sad. I have a question.
Let's just say this the same way, really quick, before you go. Don't forget what you were about to say. The same way that I didn't have to, but the same way that I chose to take the money when I sold Optic because of what I saw coming down the line, is the same reason that they were put in. And guess what? Is because of the same entity.
Hmm? You're not wrong.
Yep.
Someone in my chat asked Hector, what are your thoughts on, now that we've got interest in challengers, bringing back the boot camps like everybody used to love in Black Ops 4 and IW and
we have one coming. We have one in the next fucking 3 weeks.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say like anything else, but yeah, we're bro, boot camps, shit, man. Since 6050, Ben, you know we've been on it.
Oh, I know. I've heard about this one. I'm excited for this one.
Oh yeah.
More to come there.
So let me, Ben. Maybe you can fucking help me with this too, because I don't ever know how to answer it because I'm not involved in this part of my own business.
Yeah.
Any word on when new challengers passes may drop after the EQ teams start allocated theirs? So
yeah,
I tweeted out that we held 16 passes, right?
Yeah.
And I was talking to legendary Corey Dunn. I wasn't, but Paige was talking to legendary Corey Dunn about it. First of all, like there's team passes, they go on for sale. We can't control who buys them or for what reason they're buying them.
Correct.
You know, the same way that I froze again. But Ben, if you have anything to say on that matter and how that works, please do, because I don't know how to explain it and how to make it easier to understand that, you know, we put up passes that we can't invite 9,000 people to fucking to have a pass, right?
Correct. And I actually going to tip myself because this 16 team policy kind of started with me and Pete, because I had seen a lot of the issues back in the day with this process, again because I was on the other side of it at times, and the only thing that hosting teams in the league can really do with pass sales is put them on sale, ensure that, you know, people aren't buying multiple passes, and if they're found to be multiple passes, they get refunded, and reserve some passes for teams that want to travel. The thing I'll always say is that if you are a top organization, that there's always a question of how do I get a pass or whatever. There's people you can hit up, people you know, and that there are always some passes that become available because, again, people are violating this. There's always some people that are trying to resale or buy multiple, and they always get caught and then they get refunded. So people that need passes always get passes. Yeah, maybe they could create a better system in which there are orgs that are anchor orgs and challengers that get reserve passes, but I think that gets into a very murky territory because at that point you're just making partner teams and challengers. Like at that point, you're basically just doing that, and then they're gonna want more than passes at that point.
So hopefully that answered that question, because like there was follow-up questions and they're like, well, why don't you just release them now if you know that you're going to be that? The answer that I got to that question was a very logical one, and I fucking slapped myself for being so dumb for asking it. And I'm not saying that the person that asked this is dumb like me.
They went on sale a while
you don't know
ago.
if one of the teams that bought a pass doesn't make it, they keep the pass. If that team that bought a pass makes it, then that pass gets released, and we don't know because we've sold them already, and we're not going to renege on a transaction that they were quicker to get on than you or whoever is interested in getting one, or somebody who got left out.
And it's not like they just randomly dropped on a fucking Tuesday at 10 like a Kith drop, and it's like there was a week of, hey, you're gonna go on sale at this time, and this is my thing with challengers orgs is like, they just don't go out of the way then to get online and purchase them. They procrastinate, and they make it the problem of, unfortunately, the hosting team and Activision to figure it out because, you know, they've got a top team and they need to be there. That's my thing that's always frustrated me about the process. Like, I get the perspective from teams and players about it, but like they also don't make an attempt to purchase a pass. They just assume one will be given to them. Which has always been my beef with it. That's why I like, you know, saying you don't want to want to reserve passes. You don't want to reserve too many passes.
Yeah. Because I mean, you saw what happened for DreamHack, right? People did the math and they're like, wait a minute, me and 4 of my friends can just attend for a cheaper price if we buy a challenger's pass. 4 of us can, what's easy, right? So people are always going to gamify it, like the situation. We can't help that. We can't predict that.
That's a unique, that one's a weird, interesting situation because I actually think, and maybe this is a bit of a no-brainer, but like I've talked to people at ESL and they were surprised at the interest in the UK, and I'm sitting here like, we're surprised that there are Call of Duty UK fans. like where we underestimate how many UK COD fans there are. Like I'm confused here. I will say that event, from what I have heard, because you probably gotten the same thing. I know Paige's been hitting up. Like they've been really, I'll say this, they've been very aggressive about people that want to go of, hey, you need to confirm because we're trying to use all the space in that room. Every single ounce of that room is being used up to try and fit as many fans in there as possible. Because they underestimated how many people want to go and watch Call of Duty in the UK.
Yeah. So Ben, are you guys going to every single one? To every single event?
We want to this year. Last year was iffy. This year, Tommy, I think the thing that that I think Tom's down for this year is we have 2 Europe events. So these are markets that we have fans in. We haven't really gone. We want to go and do content, interact with those fans. Mm-hmm. The DreamHack's been a great partner on DreamHack events, and they want to get us involved in there and do stuff, which really helps with some of the economics. And obviously, you know, we're not missing an Optic or a FaZe event like ever. So.
Well, of course.
Like that's how you get the calendar. And for Tom, you know, he's a big creator now. You know, the economics for big creators are tricky with these, as you know, Hector. They can get the same viewership at home as they can on the road. But the thing you can't do on the road, and will be great with this week at how you guys have programmed it for Major 1, a lot of really good, when the matches are on live, there's a lot of good IRL content. You can go live and have fun and interact with people you don't normally see. And you're not going to be able to do that from home necessarily, but you can do it live and create good content, tell good stories.
Yeah, the opportunities are just that much bigger. When I was watching you or Zinni watching, what was it? What the fuck was I was watching somebody watching someone.
Classic.
But I was watching you and Nameless's pod. I hit him up and I'm like, yo, because I sent him a screenshot. I'm like, yo, I see you're wearing a good hat. Let me get you some. Let me send you some more merch and shit. And then I said, I'm like, yo, we haven't done a podcast. We haven't done a podcast since 5 years ago with Huntsman. And I told him, like, yo, we should do one when you come for the major.
Yeah.
And he's like, dude, hell yeah. I'm like, we got to set up in the studio. We're going to I got it all handled. So
Raleigh's in my chat too. He loves to hear that. We got shit to do on that Tuesday, Raleigh. Have fun.
He don't have to do anything. And he doesn't have to do anything.
We got a jersey.
Riley's got to have his hands full with with the
Riley's
with the watch
tilting.
party.
Ignore Riley. He's probably sad about Bama from yesterday. I got Jersey
Yeah,
Jerry
ask
in my
him what the
chat
fuck
though.
happened yesterday.
We'll get there, but we got Jersey Jerry
Bring
first.
Jerry, join us.
I don't think Jerry's got this Discord.
Somebody can. I don't have Twitter on this thing or X.
I can DM him.
I mean, if he wants to. I mean, obviously, like.
But Jerry had a question. He said, "Are we?" And you may not know heck. This might be a page question. He's asking if for challengers, what the like attendance policy is if you're not a player. Like, he's asking, like, I assume if him, Connor, and Sass can be there, standing and watching their team. I assume because they'll have coach or owner pass that can get figured out.
Yeah. I mean, dude. If
they're going to be there.
Yeah, it's simple. If you're Paige is going to get you in a media pass, you'll be able to go anywhere you want to. Worry not.
Yeah, Paige will get you covered.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. You'll be able to go. Our fan. I don't know if fans are allowed in the spectator in the passion pit.
They'll probably be allowed, but like they curtain off areas now because I don't know.
Yeah, they just section off, but you still be able to watch.
Yeah.
Hey, guys, 2 seconds. Sorry to interrupt. Hey, Lunar, I would love to talk about weed all day. Okay, I'd like to smoke weed all day, but we're not talking about that right now, man. And it's 2026, man. Relax, dude.
Relax and chill.
Yo, smoke. You know what you should do, Lunar? You should smoke a joint. Yeah, that's what you should do. Try it for yourself and tell me what happens. Okay, I'm kidding.
Hector, it's funny you mentioned it's funny you mentioned Good because we never talked about that, bro. Like, bro, those guys.
What?
Those guys have blown up so big, and you. It's funny because I talked to Jackson a lot.
Hargis.
Yeah, Jackson crosses over. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the man.
And I wish that's. I love the good stuff, and I would love to see them cross over to gaming because a bunch of those guys play games.
Fucking Garrett's good. I think what's his name? Fucking my man Matt Sharf. He's loved gaming all of his life. So like, yeah, I mean both of them. I mean, and what's his name? Garrett was good from what I'm seeing. Splooshy, obviously, Sploosh, right? He's good. Yeah, I think they got something cool going on with the good stuff right now. They can literally do no wrong right now. They're that big.
Yeah.
And golf is becoming such a big and I mean obviously golf has always been big, but not as big as it is today. And I gotta tell you, it is because of the good boys, man. The amount of disruption that they've made as a collective needs to be studied and talked about. But you're gonna see the same thing with Guggen and
they
subsequently Optic.
They're the first creator brand that has a sponsored PGA Tour event starting this year.
Dude, again,
Austin.
they're revolutionaries, man. I just had breakfast with Kendrick 2 mornings ago. That's my BFF.
It's one of my favorite parts of the Dallas trip is going to that warehouse. I love that space. We go there, we stream from there, and fucking whiff trying to shoot threes.
Yeah.
Maybe be Jackson on the sim, although he's way better at golf than me. But it's what it is.
Yeah, I started taking golf classes so that I can go golfing with Nate Shot, and then Nate Shot just completely not played. I told him, like, yo, for your birthday, I got me taking golf lessons so I can go with you because you have nobody to go with, even though he's got all the good and fucking Kendrick there. But yeah, all right, back to this thing, man. Back to this thing.
Yeah. But yeah, Jerry should be good.
Yeah, bro. You'll be fine, Jerry. Jersey Jerry or JJ as they call him.
I can't wait to have them come to Major One. I can't wait to see them do this whole tour if they go.
It's so funny because I've been watching the Yak for like 5 years now. Did you ever watch the Yak?
Yeah,
Ben?
Yak's great content.
And
the Yak Pack? Or what are you talking about?
No, the Yak it's like a Barstool podcast.
Yeah.
So like they've appeared on it and stuff. But Sass was on it for a long time.
Yeah.
So like to them, I didn't even know they were COD fans, and to see that they're like actually into COD now is actually really hilarious. It's really good. You guys have to watch the Jersey Jerry hot dog eating challenge.
Wait, was he a participant?
Yes.
Dude, I'll tell. How many did he eat?
I'll let you watch it.
Yeah, you gotta watch it, Keith. I don't want to answer that question.
I am trying to gauge to see if that is a piece of content that I want to sign myself up for because I, no pause, am a glizzy love. This is my favorite handheld next to a taco. It's better than pizza, better than burgers. A chili dog is better than all of them, except for tacos, of course, or tostadas, or anything Mexican. Hey yo, no hey yo, man.
So you would like golfing
dogs.
because that's literally that's the S tier fucking turn food.
Listen,
is the hot dog, bro.
Ben, I tell Nate Shot all the time. I'm like, yo, if you ever need a driver, I tell Kendrick the same thing. If you ever need a driver, I'll drive the cart, smoke a joint, and eat hot dogs and drink beers if I have to. But I would prefer not to because I don't like to drink liquor. Yeah, sopes over glizzies. Yeah, anything Mexican handheld is better than the glizzy, but the glizzy is for sure better than all the others, in my opinion.
All right.
Hex holds the club with his teeth. See now, Sixten, what does that mean, even, dude? Like, come on, lock in, chat. Come on, we're talking. We're trying to change the world here for the better.
Now, golfing is great. The thing I doing a lot the last 2 years is, and usually I do it with Nameless, is we'll go on like a Monday or Tuesday, and I'll just stream and we'll just golf and drink and have fun and talk to chat and hit shots. I love doing that content. There's no pressure. Yeah. We're just vibing. Everybody's having a good time.
Yo, Ben, are you and Zuma doing anything for FIFA for the World Cup? Because if you guys aren't, dude, you guys are fucking up. Okay, you guys should already have everything planned. Where you gonna go?
I'm trying, bro. I
fucking do.
Listen. I have brought this up. If my boy Avalanche coming with a 5 gifted, I hit a puff for Avalanche in a sec. That's the OG. Listen, I brought this up to Tom for 20 months, and I'm trying. We might cook something up with Prize Picks. They've been interested.
Cool. I'm trying to find Riley on my chat because somebody added him. Can somebody make Riley a mod if he's not modded? I don't see him.
You guys trying to do shit for when
no, we're not trying. We don't try. We try.
We do.
We fucking do.
I like that.
And whether that do succeeds or not, that's something completely different. But at least we're doing it. You know.
I like that. I gotta hit a putt for Avalanche. Give me 1 second. You can keep yapping.
He is a mod. Entering Glizzy Overdrive. Relax. JP, how when do the boys come back and start practicing?
We start practice back tomorrow.
Ooh.
So we're back. We're fully
perfect.
back.
6, and thank you so much for the $5, dude. Appreciate you, dude. Thank you.
But yeah. I've asked him a lot. I've asked him. I've been telling Tom like, yeah, like this is gonna be a special World Cup, and like I think we'll do something. I think it's probably a good chance we come down to Dallas and do something at some point.
Yeah.
I'd love to go to the final, but the problem is the final is the same weekend as champs. So that's. I know that Paul Hamilton and Vegas is thinking about how to navigate that, so they're on top of that. But
I'm flying back Monday, but I believe all of them will be there tomorrow.
I'm excited for the World Cup. I don't know if I'm excited for the U.S. team. I think has been playing better the last few friendlies, but I don't know. I don't know if I believe in Posh just yet.
Dude, I'm telling you, you and Tommy fucking go, dude. You could probably get fucking media passes too, Ben. What the fuck are you guys doing?
I listen. You don't think I've been? Listen. I'm trying. I've been bringing this up for Hector. I've been bringing this up for 2 years. To Eric and to Tom and to like 1 or 2 conversations to Chevy. Shout out Chevy. We'll get it going. Chad knows I bring this shit up like every 3 months. It's like.
I just, expanding into something outside of what you do is always good, especially if you're passionate about it. Yeah. And you both like fucking football.
And we have a 3-week break. We have a 2-3 week break where there's nothing going on with COD after the Paris event. There's a gap to be able to just do shit. You know what I'm saying?
Another one?
Well, no.
Bro, now can we talk about how?
No. But I'm saying in between Major 4 and Champs, those like 2 weeks is when the World Cup's going on.
We did talk about it, but please, what's your opinion?
Yeah.
No, please.
I think we used to have events 2 weeks after the game came out.
I'm in the bathroom real quick,
back
chat.
in the day. I don't know if
we need a December event for sure.
The game is not stable enough for us to have an event, which I think is like bullshit because we had the Monster 75K that was fine. Like there were some problems with the Caisson tournament, but dude, we could have had a LAN for sure within December, 100%. I think at least. I think Bren, you've talked about it multiple times where it's about basically pre-planning ahead, like way too ahead for a December event because it's at the end of the year or like the end of the fiscal year.
Yeah.
But to me, we're not capitalizing on it. It makes no sense to me because we don't have our first event till January.
Well, we
every
lose
year.
momentum. We lose momentum,
100%.
right? Not only do we lose momentum, but we lose players getting better unless they fucking grind their asses off, which a lot of them do.
Yeah.
It's just a lose-lose for everyone when it can easily be a win-win if we just do the opposite of what we've been doing. I love that it gives the opportunity for Hitch to throw his very creative way to keep the audience engaged in those off seasons.
Yeah.
And Activision knows that, which is why they support him as much as they do. But you know, we do need some of that. Like, dude, just remember, okay? What game was it when Seth first moved here and he played out of the hex quarters and got to 100K on one of those late night?
BO4, right? I think it was BO4.
Yeah, think about that, man. Like the fact that the game releases at midnight. At midnight, it should be called the Midnight Yearly fucking tournament, where every fucking team fucking stays up late, changes their sleep schedule, and then they fucking grind. No one's gonna be there watching. Actually, a lot of people were watching. 100,000. What are you talking about?
You know who had a good idea on this and never happened was Jake Reppin. Remember Jake?
Who?
Jake Reppin.
He was on Minnesota.
Yeah, Jake. Remember Reppin? He had an idea that they were chasing.
I'm gonna mute for a minute, guys. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you're good. He had an idea. You remember
What was his
this?
idea?
To do like a 1 or 2 week boot camp for CDL teams a couple weeks after the game comes out. So it's like a boot camp combo tournament. Yeah. Do you do like a...
Jake's my boy. I haven't heard from him in a little bit. I saw his Instagram post the other day. But...
Yeah, I think Jake's back in finance world, but basically like his pitch was you do essentially a combination of a boot camp and a tournament. The way the boot camp works is it's structured into the tournament, but you're basically just doing Swiss. But you play out all the rounds of Swiss. Like people don't get eliminated in the Swiss rounds, you know what I'm saying? Like that way everybody's just guaranteed a minimum amount of games and you're just constantly playing different opponents and shit. But you're playing like best of 7s, best of 5s, so you're playing like all the maps and shit. And then it would culminate on the weekend with like an actual, 14, 18 tournament, whatever. But it's just pure content. Everybody streams, there's all this content. You're not gonna be able to consume all of it, but there's all this content and you can choose how you want to experience.
Yeah. No, I mean it sounds like a no-brainer.
Yeah, and they pitched it, and I just think the economics of it just never. I don't think Activision was down to pitch in on it.
It's like I remember it was on one of the league calls that we had this year or last year. One of those like pre-league calls where it's like August and we have the call.
Yeah.
What is this obsession of like? Oh, we want to wait to have the match so that like it builds up anticipation, or wait to we don't want as many matches at the beginning so that people get riled up for it. Like what is that? That never made sense to me.
You want me to tell you what it is?
Yeah.
It's the same mentality that said, we should do city-based. We should do a closed ecosystem where only 12 people get to block with that.
That's insane.
Systemic.
At one point they wanted to name all the tournaments. They weren't just gonna be like Major 1, Major 2, Major 3. They wanted them to have distinct names.
I mean, I don't mind
that. I don't mind that. I think whatever. If that was the least of our worries, dude.
But to JP's point though, like they were fascinated with like this mystique and ethos, and it's just like no, it's people like you live in a demand economy. People want to see. You don't want to limit the amount of times that these top tier teams play each other. They want to see it the first day the game comes out because they want to see where these teams and players match up. And they're going to talk about it. They're going to make podcasts. They're going to, go on. Like, you're going to get all this engagement and content if you do it from day one. If you wait till the end of January to see them play the first time, like, you're just missing out on 3 months of growth.
Yeah. Another thing from those calls that I always never really understood, and they always say this, which is the funniest thing. It's always someone always brings up, everyone really liked the pro-am for MMW2 in December. Like, why don't we do that again? Like that pro-am was like always considered like the best CDL event, and they're always like, yeah, we really would like to do that, and we love to do that, and it just never happens every year.
It doesn't happen because the Activision CDL can't figure out how to budget for the current season and the upcoming season.
They don't have to.
They don't have to.
Even if the plan was in May.
We Major 4 last year or the year before that, where it was in a closed place.
Yeah.
There was no fans. We wanted that event.
Correct.
We wanted that event, and we were going to make it open to the public. It wasn't going to be here in Dallas, but it was going to be in a different place, which is what I want to do. But it was going to be fucking dope as fuck. We could have had that, but well, I don't know why. I don't know why. I mean, I know why, but I don't know why. If you know what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, I just think the no event in December. I don't give a fuck about game state and whatever. There'll be some delays. Everybody will deal with it and figure it out. The fact that they're just not doing an event the week or two before Christmas, like we were doing all the time. What was the most watched event in AEW? It was the Columbus Open. It came out.
Yes,
the Lizard Squad event. It's
And
like,
that was like 2 weeks after. It was the end of November, right?
it was literally the weekend after Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Unreal.
But so when they say game state not ready, are they saying like, you know how they have the Codcaster overlay and stuff? Like, dude, we don't need that. You know what I'm talking about? Like, what do they mean when they say game state is not ready? Like,
it's
you don't need this overlay.
It's an
You don't
excuse
need
though. It's an excuse
crazy
for the
graphics.
It's an excuse for and Hector, you know this, right? You run an event with the CDL. There's an event subsidy, right? There's some economic relationship between the team hosting and Activision as far as how everybody's spending money, right? There's certain parts of the events you cover, certain parts of the events they cover, right? They can't handle broadcast and some of the production and just things. And they just can't figure out the economics of this Q4 event. Like, and I don't know if it's a issue of rolling money over or getting their AOP plan to have additional money at the end of the season. It's like, again, the one time we had it is because my boy Pete and your boy Pete were able to put 3 people together so they can figure out the economics of it. Like,
yeah.
There's no short. I'm telling you, you know this, Hector. There's no shortage of teams that would line up and put their hand up and be like, December event?
There is. No, that I don't agree with. There is a shortage of teams who are willing to fucking raise their hand and do something. And I'm going to tell you,
but I'm saying
Toronto.
there's a couple though. There's at least a handful, right?
No, there's 3.
List them.
There's 3. Us, Toronto. I don't even know who the fucking third is, Ben, if I'm being fucking honest. Is that, I mean, I love Paul, but this is the first time that I know the camera guy, guys. So listen, anytime the fucking camera guy dies, I'm working on it. There's only 2, man. Toronto and us. Who else throws events?
Miami did for a while, but I love Miami. I don't think their events are that good. I don't think their events are good. I love Heretics, but they got to step it up if they're going to run another event. Paul obviously is a good one. I want to get Paul on stream because I had a good combo with Paul a few weeks ago, and I think I think this is he wants to get more into this because, again, to your point, Paul is Vegas, and I think people are going to see champs, and there's a path there. Falcons is an interesting one to me.
It's going to be sick.
Because I've talked to Denz. I'll be transparent. I've talked to Denz about this, and I think there's some interest now in Falcons want to get in the mix on that. But there's obviously, they have to make a decision of like, if they want to start running events, are they doing it in Saudi or are they doing it in NA? The Saudi is going to be travel. But that's it. I mean, who else is doing it? Boston did it for a while. They tried. New York did it for a while. They tried.
Such a good fuck. God, this whole thing could have worked. This whole thing could have worked to a point to where we were going to be at the top of the top,
Paul Hamilton,
shoulder to shoulder with all the other big ones. It all could have worked. Every team that came into this thing could have made money on a yearly basis, not break even, make money, if they would only allow for more than just one time a year for us to have a skin in the game. Put their skin in the game by allowing our skin in the game.
Agreed.
More than once, maybe 4 times. 4 skins in the game.
Well, someone asked me this question, and you may not be able to answer this, but it's like, I just wish that they've slowly given teams more creativity about the MTX. You see, especially with like the charms, like the additional add-ons to the MTX package.
Yes.
But the base skins in the base operator could be better, and I figure for the commercial reasons they don't want to give you guys the full freedom to really bang that out.
I mean, they handicap the fuck out of themselves to begin with. I mean, this goes to the bigger problem, the regionality thing. Dude, it's esports. It's a fucking global thing. Why are we confining ourselves to Seattle?
Correct.
What? Like what? And now you want to put MTX about just Seattle? Like no one is gonna buy that other than people from Seattle or like fans of the player on the team, maybe.
Just gross.
Like what? Like who
made these decisions? That's a good question, Jim.
Exactly, dude.
I'll tell you who. Someone who has never touched the fucking game.
Yeah. exactly.
You think a London fan of Damon year one was gonna buy a Seattle Surge thing that had Seattle on it? Like what?
Someone who has someone who plays inverted probably, if they do play.
Well, to be fair, Pat doesn't Pat play inverted? And like, we gotta tip Pat at
Yeah,
least,
he
you know?
Wait, does Aches play inverted really?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
plays inverted.
No.
Yeah.
What a legend!
I know, that's
Bigger
crazy.
legend now. Yeah, bigger legend now. Scene Anders was also a person. I mean, from the people that not a pro, but people that play Call of Duty inverted. Scene Anders.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive when you see people like Mason who play with like no bumpers and they just play full default, but like people that play inverted, it's like
Check
the
out
up
this
is up,
question
down is down.
from Jake Mavericks. He says,
Okay.
I don't get why Activision CDL just didn't ask Hex or Adam AP what to do with the league and just follow what. I'll tell you one thing. If even all you have to do is remove me from there, okay?
Yeah.
And
Just say Adam.
the real question is, why didn't Activision ask Adam? Okay, they didn't need to ask Adam. Adam told them what to do. Adam fucking told them what to do. Free fucking game he was fucking spinning for free, and they still say, "Yo, you see that? See that exit sign right there? I think there's something on the other side of that fucking door, dude. Go check it out. Disgusting."
Yeah, no, I'll say it's because Adam doesn't do as much content now. Like, I wish we do more. Like, if you have a 5 seconds convo with Adam, you'll know that he's on our side of this conversation very strongly.
Of course.
And it sucks that, again, to your point, and when MLG brand get sold? This was 2017. When was after Black Ops 3? 2016?
2018.
2018. The decisions they made after that. Man, they could write a book on that shit.
That's the plan, huh?
That's
Call it
that's a good plan. That book's
I'm kidding. Am I?
That Hollow book's gonna do numbers in 2045. I get this shit downloaded in my brain, bro.
Yeah. Yeah.
Wait,
Adam,
I wanted to ask you. Sorry, I didn't. Sorry, were you talking in chat?
No.
Did you play in the Machinima Race to Prestige in BO1? Because I remember watching that stream. I don't know if were you part of that or was that
early?
Dude,
yeah, I was in. Yeah.
I was trying to look up Machinima stuff, but apparently all of that shit got taken down.
Yep, they nuked
Dude,
everything.
all of my top 5 kill cams of the week got deleted. The fucked up part about fuck whoever bought Machinima 2. Literally, fuck them. Whoever bought them and fuck whoever deleted that fucking, like, this industry is missing so much fucking, is missing so much history, right? And that's why, this is why, and I told Nameless when I was hitting him up about the good stuff and ultimately the podcast, I told him, I'm like, yo, right now, and I was making the reference that a lot of the stories that are being told today about the olden days are being told by spectators, fans that have become industry people that are telling these stories. That can't happen. We can't. Listen.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
that's
going to
why.
or I'm not that I look like I'm fucking some sort of control.
There's more.
Person, but we have to tell the story. And I told Nameless, I'm like, yo, me, you.
I'm about to make Hector lose full. I tell him
maybe fuck. I mean, Pac-Man. Where's Pac-Man? Where's Wheats? Like, I don't know anybody else who was around during Call of Duty 2 competitive. I still have connections to like all of the old people from back then. But those are the people that need to tell that story. People who were fucking there, not fucking spectators who were watching. Not that there was anything to watch in Call of Duty 2, but the people who fucking experienced that. Because we're missing a lot of history between Call of Duty 2 and Call of Duty 4. Call of Duty 4 in specific is an interesting one because you had the birth of competitive sniping and creators. Really, you had, which is like creators, and then you had the competitive side of Call of Duty 4 here locally with Xbox, and then you had the combination of both sniping and competition with Pro Mod out in the Euros. These conversations cannot be had or made by people who were not there. And I'm not talking about there as a spectator. I'm talking about there as a participant of some sort. Call of Duty's history does not begin in Modern Warfare 2 with all you fucking fanboys fucking got into this thing. No offense to it, any of you who got into it then. But there's a lot of things missing. I talked to my man fucking Shoston already. I talked to fucking Nameless because he more than anyone, dude, like this dude has been around since 2005, bro. Like think about that. Who else besides Nameless, me, Pac-Man, Wheats has been around since Call of Duty 2? Competing since Call of Duty 2, dude.
We gotta get Maul on. Maul would spit on this shit.
Who?
Wheat, Maul.
Yeah.
But you know who the reason Machinima died? You know who bought Machinima?
Mm-hmm.
Warner Brothers, who got bought by AT&T, and then they were folded into the whole Rooster Teeth behemoth because they went through the same thing, and neither company fucking exists now. Well, I guess Rooster Teeth, the guys bought back the IP, but I mean, all their shit's fucking nuked now.
Yeah, fucking Rooster Teeth, Red versus Blue, such a big fucking show on Machinima. And then this is the problem with this thing, right? Because if you look at the internet culture as it stands today, the creator culture on YouTube as it stands today, a lot of the main fucking players all came from watching or creating their own Call of Duty videos, right? Yes, obviously Mr. Beast being the most popular, not just in the world, but also like a person who was in optic chats and in lobbies and spectating and whatever. But think about everything that came from that, dude. You know, like it's like that movement, Call of Duty 4 movement has had what do you call it? Has had such an impact on the entire culture of YouTube creators. All of it.
So there's a question
we don't have, because Call of Duty has no business being this popular. I'm going to be honest. Call of Duty as a competitive thing has no business. Counter-Strike, all the big ones, like they're still around and they've been around that. But Call of Duty has no business doing that because the esport is not set up for success. But because of the community that was created through these creators that were around from the beginning of fucking time, created enough interest in which they were able to fucking do it. And you can track it all the way down. You can track it all the way down to the Hilton Anatole, not 30 fucking minutes from here, where I show up with my fucking squadron, me, my brother, Nerve, everybody, and we show up and listen, this true story, fucking ask fucking Sundance, ask Fuistro, ask anybody that was there in those times. I didn't even know Adam at the time. But when we went on stage, I uploaded a video to Optic Nation and it went from 300 people watching to 20,000. I think it was like 18 to 20,000 people watching, and that's when Adam said, "Yo, what happened there?" And then that's when Sonny said, "Yo, what happened there?" And then after that, boom, the friendship began, and then the fucking work started.
Were you guys creating content? Like, because I know, like, Red versus Blue, for example, like they were posting stuff on, you remember Mythica.org? Jesus, like they were posting stuff and self-hosting before YouTube. Were you starting stuff pre-YouTube? And like,
we used to upload to a place called Map Monkeys. My brother used to do and find glitches on maps for and funny you say that because Nameless and I were talking about Map Monkeys. So there used to be a thing called Map Monkeys where people would upload like glitches and all this other shit. So yeah, from the beginning of time, dude. From the beginning of time.
Yeah, people may not remember the pre. I mean, people are so used to YouTube and like being on demand, but it was not easy to watch videos for a while up until.
Yeah, it's a conundrum, right? Because it was hard to get big back then because nobody was on YouTube. So how could you get big if the population's not big? And now it's so oversaturated that it's impossible to fucking get discovered. So
yeah,
you have to start in small niches like this one, and then if you love it enough, then and you can make it enough, then you fucking expand into other platforms. Fucking game battles, NX Gamers, like they all had media players, right? Like it was in tandem with YouTube at the time, but at the same time, like there were other properties that belonged to our community that we could have uploaded to. I remember in 2010, the first meeting I ever had with Sundance and Sepso at the bar. When they were like literally mentoring me and putting me on game because, I didn't know what the fuck I was doing. I mean, to this day, sometimes I feel like I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But I told them, I'm like, yo, you guys should allow us. There should be a thing called the team stores where you can have MLG, because I didn't have my own website, so I'm like, yo, give us MLG.com/optic and let us sell our merch from there. You take a cut and we all make money, right? Because I don't have the financial capability or the knowledge to start a website, right?
Yeah.
And in that way, everything continues to go into this one big pool called MLG, and then the more you guys grow, the more we grow, because you guys are the ones throwing the tournament. I know I froze.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, they were not good signing, man.
I think we're missing a lot of just grassroots stuff now too. Just like the S&D scene is just not a thing anymore. The wager scene, I think that was such a big thing, and obviously game battles, but like core ways for people to get active in the competitive side that's not ranked, especially when ranked isn't even fucking out during this time, would be so helpful for people to just want to play. Like you can't load onto the game and play the game that we're playing right now.
I will say I don't know if I entirely agree with that, because I actually think that a solution has started to really come out in the last year or so, which is, I don't know if you know this, but Discord 8s are absolutely popping these days. It's not a super monetizable thing for what it's worth. I don't think you can really super build a business on it, but like all of that activity now, people that want to play for free, right? Because that's what kind of killed those, is it's all in these 8s chords. And like you're starting to see 8s communities, and those people get put on that. It's just not you just can't really build a business around that.
It's not a business, at least not yet, but I agree. Okay, so I think that and the no anti-cheat thing is also probably really bad. That's what I mean.
We're moving to PC.
Brandon always says this. He's like, dude, S&D's dead just because there's no anti-cheat. Like, it's so hard to play those tournaments.
But the S&D community was starting to die in the CWL era, though. I don't always agree with that. Once Game Battle wasn't the only game in town, and wagers started. Once people like really started playing wagers, and like 8s died, like pre-scrim 8s died, in like jetpacks, this S&D scene started to really like. You have to also remember another part of it is also like we've talked to you, JP. You and I have had this combo before with Pat. There's too many. You have so many gaming options now. It wasn't the same even in 2012 or 2016. It's just like, bro, you could play 5-6 different types of shooters. It's like COD wasn't the only game in town.
And I don't have to wait till I'm 18 to play one of those competitively.
That's right.
Yeah, the age thing is the easy thing Activision could solve.
I'm a crack 16-year-old. Why would I wait until I'm 18 to play COD when I can play Fortnite when I'm 16?
I'm telling you, like, people at Activision, bro, like, if they could solve this age thing, I know I keep talking about him, but fucking Asim's little brother, bro.
Asim's little brother, bro. Even since when I was with him on NYSL, dude was literally 12 years old or some shit, 11 years old.
He was 10. No, he's 10, actually.
10 years old.
10?
Asim's brother, Yusuf. Have you heard of him?
Dude, so good. Yeah, of course.
He's literally
been in the scene since like 10 or 9 or 10. He's been playing.
Yeah. But like, obviously, he's still got to wait another 3 or 4 years to compete. And it's like, look at people like Zinni. Like, it's just, there are people right now in some very interesting stories and careers that could be started. But the fact that the game is M-rated, the fact that Activision is unable to figure out a legal waiver for that process, they're super limiting their player base.
I never really understood that, because we had people playing when they were 15, 16 in tournaments back in the day. So why is that now a thing?
They no longer accept parental consent letters.
Oh, yeah. Interesting.
I think, I don't know. My thought on that was that some kid complained that their parents never gave them their money or some shit.
I remember having a conversation with Carlton in oh my god, I can't believe I'm throwing this name out. I had a conversation with Carlton
Holy fuck.
in AW, probably at fucking New Orleans AW, and like that's when CWL was starting up, and so he was involved with that, and they were trying to figure out JP like an insurance waiver process, because that's again when like people like Donnie and Kyler and Ken were not going to be able to play the next year, and like those were identified stars at the end of the AW season, right? Like you had the Dynasty, you had Tommy and them, you know, you had
Kyler, Donnie,
like those guys were next up,
Ken, Envoy, and
like heck, do you know Rami and Adam? These guys were big on finding future stars, and like they identified stars. And the problem is it was about to pivot this ESL thing, and like they had no way to keep those guys participating. And somehow
Yeah.
in fucking 6 years we haven't solved that.
Do you know why? Do you know why we haven't been able to solve it? Because there was no need for a solution for that in the last 6 years. There was no need for a solution because we had challengers, according to the three steps to becoming a pro, from fan to pro, challengers to pro. You know,
You're talking like CDL on, or are you talking about like you're talking about from
just
Block
in
of Three?
general,
Okay.
like they never really, no one ever really had any grasp. Well, first of all, there was no need to figure it out because it was an open ecosystem, and whoever was the best was going to rise to the top, or it was going to make enough noise in the pit any given Sunday or any given weekend as they work their ways through challenge. The E6 is the perfect example of that, right? Where General, what was the other one's names? The
original E16 was General Cade.
Ochoa.
Was
M. Ruiz.
Ruiz. Was Nick
Ochoa.
Proton on that team? I don't remember if he was on the OG.
No, it wasn't Proton.
No, it wasn't Proto.
I'll tell you.
It started with the E.
Enigma? No, that's Enigma 6.
No.
Exib.
Fucking yeah.
Kelsey, bro.
Okay, so there, right? Like they came through challengers and made it to the fucking top. So challengers, there was no challengers, no need for it because it was every tournament was a pro-am, right? There were the top 16 that made pro, and then everybody else were trying to make the top 16 to be pro. So there was no need for it because everybody got their opportunity to show their skill. And like Formal said, right? Everybody was fucking playing the social ladder simultaneously. If you were good enough, it was easy for you to climb it.
Yeah. That's what I thought. It's the cream is gonna rise. Like if you're good enough, you're gonna find a way. You'll get picked up.
But like,
could you imagine if Scump didn't play any champs? Might have changed everything in COD. Dude, I mean, he couldn't play. Luckily, he couldn't play. When was it? When Rambo couldn't. When we won COD XP. Yeah.
It was MW3, right?
Oh, by the way, COD XP was a world fucking championship. So $1 million fucking dollars. Okay, so Optic in theory we do have 4.
You can count that one.
All right, cool. Ben, if you said I can count that one, I'm gonna go get rings
I've
made.
always believed you can count that one. So like, you know what I'm saying?
All right, cool. I'm gonna go get rings made, and that's it. Then I'm gonna make myself a ring. I'm not getting Nate.
I don't think anyone's
Me and Nate started getting rings. Vengeance and Flawless. I'm kidding. Merc,
Joey,
Nade. Who else? Me, Merc, Nade, Big T.
Vengeance.
Wait, what the fuck? What was the team? Merc? What's Merc? Wasn't it Merc?
Dude,
what was the fucking
Nade,
team?
Big T, Vengeance, and Nade, Big T, Vengeance.
And Flawless? No, it wasn't Flawless, right? I am so fucking ashamed of myself right now.
It was you're thinking about
no,
Matt.
It was Merc,
it was Matt.
right?
It's Matt. You Matt.
No, we know Matt. We know it's Matt.
So
Merc, Big T, Nade, and Vengeance, right?
Yeah, that's a 4. It wasn't 5. That was 4. Were you trying to count an extra person here?
You know what? Hey, Lunar, whoever's in here talking shit about weed, you're right, dude. You're right.
Ray
you're
was
fucking
you're
right.
thinking about Ray.
Yeah,
Ray was on, and then I was
Rambo couldn't play because he was from Canada.
Got Canada cheesed. Fucking Canada.
Here's a question, Ben. I have a question about price pool and team revenue crowdfunding. Do you think Activision is worried they'll lose leverage over team owners if the CDL stops depending on them? I don't know what that. Oh, let me. I don't understand the question. Do you think Activision is worried they'll lose leverage over their team owners if CDL stops depending on them? Whoa.
Yeah, hold on. That question doesn't make sense. You gotta be more specific.
I think I know what you're saying. No, they just like to. No. It doesn't. Activision is not afraid or worried that they're going to lose control over their team owners. I'm one of the team owners, and they've never had fucking control over me. I'll tell you that. And secondly, now that the league is no longer, for example, I'm going to give you a perfect example, okay? And this was me and my fault and on my timing. But the Hex Quarters Invitational was supposed to happen after the Whatnot. The Whatnot, all of the proceeds, well, majority of the proceeds of the Whatnot were going to be used. All the t-shirts that you bought on the Whatnot, all the artwork that you bought on the Whatnot, everything that you bought on the Whatnot for the Hex Quarters tournament was going to be the actual prize pool of that tournament. It ended up only being whatever, I think it was 30 grand that I put in, but that's the way that it was supposed to go. So the next year's Call of Duty 4 Optic Hex Quarters Invitational is going to be sort of crowdfunded through the whatnot artwork that I'll be creating.
But I appreciate the Twitch Prime, my God. Thank you so much, Go. That's another thing, bro. It's just the way that we get 2 or 3 months of an off season, sometimes longer, sometimes shorter. And the lack of, I know Davis obviously super fucking tries. Shout out to Davis. Tries to program that path. You guys always have been recently doing a lot of stuff there. I know Tommy has been trying, especially try his World Cup concept. The game was broken. Sucks that we couldn't pull it off.
The game was broken.
The game, the game was actually broken in fucking September.
You know, that's what I'm saying. The thought of that being the reason why you can't play the tournament
is crazy.
Is insane.
But the fact that
is
unofficial,
or is it by design?
I had this conversation with Daniel probably like 15 times.
That's a conspiracy theory I can get behind. Holy shit.
The fact that like there are so many good off-season concepts that you can come in with programming that people will actually go to and watch. Not like cringe shit, like actual like good show matches and competitive content that people will go and attend and could be actually like both watched and lucrative and could be an actual business. And they just like don't want to help figure those things out, or they'll be like,
right?
They'll be like, they're just gonna wash their hands of it.
CDL can run a Black Ops 3 tournament if they wanted to.
Well, I think you would say Activision because I think that decision.
That's what I meant. Sorry, Activision.
Yeah, that when we start talking about throwbacks, then that's
like why is that not a thing in the off season?
But I'm saying even macro, don't even worry about the game title. For example, a concept that I pitch. Heck, do you remember Rob Belk?
Yeah, I remember the name. I'm trying to put the face. Yes.
Yeah. So Rob and I talked about this a bunch. It never happened because you want to do a Warzone too. Like really lean into NA versus EU. Like you can make a really good show match NA versus EU fucking concept that you can do live at an event, and it doesn't need to be a big arena. It could be a big arena, but it'd be great off-season content, and it can be done and it can hit. You know what I'm saying? For example, you guys did that banger like these show matches work. You guys did that banger fucking Founders Land. And that was awesome. That was an awesome community moment.
Founding Fathers Land, yeah.
Like these one-off things can be done. They just don't.
Damn, that may have been the last collab between FaZe Clan and Hop.
Yeah, actually.
Fuck.
What do you think's gonna happen with the intellectual property? Like
I'm hoping that they come to their senses and they just say, you know what? It's a fucking write-off. Let's do the right thing and give it back to the kids. You know, and obviously I'm not talking about kids, but even then, dude, I don't know. It's so convoluted now.
That's gotta be the best Signetti quote of all time.
Separate.
We'll watch that clip later. That shit's fucking legendary.
I don't think that GameSquare is ever gonna let go of that IP just because of the 10 million followers on this thing and fucking 40 million. You know what I'm saying? Like it is going to be fucking one of those weird scenarios of. Dude.
But that's a Kenna. I wonder if presented with that opportunity. I mean, I don't know. I haven't had too many conversations with Kenna, like CEO, GameSquare. Like, but would they be down to explore it?
I don't know. No, I mean, I wouldn't. First of all, I wouldn't do a collab with FaZe right now.
Yeah, I agree.
Atlanta FaZe, maybe, but with FaZe Clan, there's no one there.
Yeah.
No, when I did that fucking Tommy, they all showed up. You know what I'm saying? We all showed up. They showed up. Like right now, nobody would show up.
Right now, it's just.
Dude. I'm telling you, I'm fucking really. That shit really fucking bothered me.
Somehow, Eric Anderson's the last person standing, just holding it down, bro.
Fucking budget Keanu, dude.
Fucking Eric, bro. I try to get Eric to do content. Eric just never wants to do content. It's so.
Dude, stop trying to get people to make content if they don't want to make content, man. You know what I'm saying?
I know, but Eric's got stories, bro. Like.
Yeah. Okay. From a stories perspective, is one thing. Content. When you present it as content, this is the thing. Here, I'm gonna teach you how to get them in front of the camera.
Okay. Heard.
Don't say, "Yo, create content." Instead, be like, "Yo, I got questions about." This one thing that you can only tell a story on. You don't need to fucking create content. You just sit there and tell me a story. It's gonna be filmed and that's it, right? Like when people hear content and they're not content people, they're gonna be like, fuck, man, I don't want to be on camera and fucking say something dumb. And also remind them, be like, yo, this is pre-recorded. This is not gonna be live. So if you want something cut out after it's out, and like you're on the way home, you're like, man, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Hit me up, I'll remove it.
I mean, yeah,
I can get Paul. I can get Paul on a podcast. I'll bring back the fucking eavesdrop to get him on the podcast if I fucking have to.
You and Paul episode would be. People would love that.
Yeah, no, I'm right now. I'm worried about my next podcast. It'll be on the water. I'll tell you that. That's not the
Ooh.
name of it, but it'll be on the water.
Ooh, okay. But you actually are you? What are you saying? You're not filming it on a boat?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
Oh,
He's
that's
not
good. That's
filming
good
that.
content.
It's a fishing.
That's
It's a
that's
fishing.
banger.
Thank
Banger.
you. Of course.
I love
Dude,
that.
come on, Ben. I thought you knew. I thought you knew that I've had this shit.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
I don't live in Texas. I don't hear all these convos. You know what I'm saying? Like I only hear.
No, but I'm saying I thought you knew that I have all the shows in the head, dude. I just got to pull them out.
Listen,
Of
you
all the
guys always be
ideas.
chefing over there. By far.
Yeah. I again, I think with the way that things are right now, which are, in my opinion, not looking so bright, and it truly points to the fact that, hey, in these times, just as if you're a fan of a team,
Yeah.
right? You as a fan, and us, and I'll get to my final point as this community, but you
Beans, can you ask me a
as
question
fan
after this combo?
get to display
I
how
got you.
big of a fan you are of a team when they're losing.
Yeah.
Right? When they're losing, when your team is losing and you stand strong by them, that is the only opportunity truly where you as a fan get to display your fandom and your loyalty to that team. Okay? That is the only time, because when they're winning is really easy. Right? When it's tough, when they're losing, that's when it's tough, and that's when you really get to do that. This community has an opportunity, right? To where, yes, the CDL is failing, and it should, because of how fucking dumb it is, right? This is where we display our passion and our love for Call of Duty by not being bogged down by the fucking stupidity, by not being discouraged by the state of fucking things,
Yeah.
and only by showing up to work, no matter how it is. Do I have to turn out this fucking stream and fucking talk about this thing? Yes, I do. It's not even no, I don't. I've made my money and I don't have to do. Yes, I do, because yes, I do. This is my job. My job is to make sure that my team has somewhere to play. And if that court or if that park looks like shit right now, then I'm gonna go and start picking up some garbage and then throwing it out. That's where we're at right now as a community. We have to stick. We have to watch, and we cannot be discouraged by the fucking asinine decisions.
The great
No,
philosopher.
I'm not buying face, guys.
This great philosopher
I can't
Kendrick
afford it.
Lamar once said on the song "Mortal Man," "When shit hits the fan, is you still a fan?"
Cool. I like it. I
I always like using that quote when I can. It's a banger. But I mean, you're not wrong. I think that's how you then generate, right? Like that's how you generate innovation, because it's like, okay, well, this shit's not working. Like, what can we do different? What things can we create? What ideas? And like that's sometimes burst innovation is through these moments. It's like, well,
Yeah.
the paradigm, the market doesn't make sense. We're not doing things the right way. We're missing this audience or this opportunity or this niche. Let's try and let's try something else.
Yeah,
Or in
I
our
think
case,
I think it's just more frustrating because the formula was already there.
Yeah, and I agree. That's
You should
here we
The
go.
formula was literally
Talk
built.
to you later.
Hector finally gets his
You're good.
share.
Thank you.
Holla. All right, here's a question
Yeah.
from Maddie Meatballs. Can the CDL ever reach its potential while operating under Activision Blizzard? It
Ooh.
seems too obvious to allow creative esports mind. It seems obvious to allow a creative esports mind to take over control and siphon a percentage of profits back to the publisher. So everybody eats. Is it ego? Ulterior with an L, nothing N. Ulterior motives? Did someone piss off some big wig at Activision back in the day? Not back in the day. Recently, like fucking 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 2 years ago. Did someone piss off Activision back in the day? Surely a $1 billion company, not billion, $69 billion company isn't this stupid. They're not. But they do have some that are working. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And the problem here is that because of the decisions that people who have never touched this fucking game or have zero interest in, they wish to fuck that this thing didn't fucking exist, that if it wasn't for them, everybody else that's there working on it, all the fucking developers that fucking are artists, creative artists, would fucking make up a better decision-making league in that instance.
I agree. It's a fucking tragedy is what it is.
Fucking tragedy, Ben. It's a fucking tragedy.
Fucking tragedy.
Thank you.
It's like me watching Tottenham Hotspur every year, If only the people that can make decisions can make the right decisions.
Yeah. Yes. Do you guys have any questions from your things?
Someone's saying we need to hire Aches as
Um,
commissioner. I don't think we need to do that, but I love Pat. I think we can. I think we can skip that one.
Gotta unfollow you. You've turned into a sleazebag and grifter to your audience and supporters. I won't support you anymore. No. Please come back.
Someone made a.
I'm sorry.
Someone
I'm sorry, man.
asked an interesting kind of question.
Yeah.
They said the worst thing about the CDL is they don't even make the effort to create content for the 5-minute waits. I don't agree with that because I think the one thing actually that's good right now in the league is the broadcast team. I think they actually care. And if you notice this season, they've actually they've been working in a lot of shoulder content and clips. Like they're trying their hardest to make the show entertaining.
I think the new studio looks dope.
Yeah, new studio is
They
really
probably do
nice.
a lot with that.
See to like a 70 or 69.
Yeah, new studio is really good. I was actually at a New Year's party with some people from EFG, and there's a lot of stuff they're going to try after coming out of the break. Some new stuff. They're continuing to tinker with the new studio and with the broadcast flow to try a few things before Major 1.
Listen, I'm with Aches on this one.
Okay.
Okay, I'm not saying let's get rid of everyone. No, I'm not saying that. But this downtime, come on. No, let's get to it. Let's get to the competition.
That's how EFG tries to run. I mean, they're that's why people they want them to break down maps more in the broadcast. The given flow they have right now with the broadcast is that they're trying their hardest to get from match to match. The one thing, if you guys noticed last year, shout out to the broadcast and production team, we had very minimal delays last year, and the show times were really, really, really much shorter because they were getting in the matches super quick.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what people want to watch. Yeah, I want to see Nameless yap sometimes. He says some funny shit, but Puckett's got some good jokes, but we also
No.
JP.
Listen, I'm not saying let's get rid of the analysts at all. I think that we need them desperately, right? It offers a level of professionalism that otherwise we wouldn't have. 100%. But I do agree with Pat on his thoughts on it, on the speed in which we get back into the action.
What are your thoughts, Hector? If we went to a format for the league where there are multiple matches running at the same time, is that a issue for you as a team owner? Do you
like a red zone shit?
Yeah, is the screen time that you are guaranteed a big talking point for a lot of owners, basically?
Yeah. So no, I mean, I don't talk to a lot of owners. I only talk, frankly, just Paul, literally just Paul. I'm trying to think all the other owners from all the other teams. Can't even remember their faces. I mean, besides Nate Shot, right?
maybe
let me see.
Adam?
No. So, but again, that was the mentality back then, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like if Optic is playing Thieves on fucking D stream, and on A stream you have pick 2, then obviously the majority is going to be that. But this is the thing, though. Imagine, right? Because no one is exclusive to just sitting in one stream. If in between matches, in between S&D rounds, when people go and take their pisses, if something's happening on the other stream that's look at the play that just happened there, or hey, this game 5 round 11, we're gonna watch this. They have the ability to tell JP and everybody else is hey, we're just gonna wait for this round 11 to be over, and then you guys can get back. Your P break is now extended to 3 minutes instead of 4. And not only that, man, but imagine the amount of people that are going to be more interested in a different player that they hadn't seen perform or make a fucking sick ass fucking play, right? Like Alpha Bravo Charlie, as Major Rico saying, it has to be red zone within reason, right? We're not talking about hey, there's fucking 4 matches going on, but there is the opportunity to watch both. I don't think that we should shackle ourselves or we should box ourselves in to one single format. I think that what happens organically, what interests us organically, is always going to be the best path forward.
Yeah, and I think you could even make the argument. I don't know how many fans are like this, but let's say there is a fan that literally only watches Optic matches, only Optic matches. They will never be exposed to 2 other teams playing each other, but under what you were saying, like that type of thing, where it's like a red zone thing where they were watching the Optic match, but it just so happened to be the downtime. Now they're watching 2 separate other teams.
Well, we have Riley, right? We have Riley. Riley keeps an eye on everything. Yeah. So if in the break we're not playing fucking Wordle, because there's a fucking crazy fucking round 11 or a fucking, it's 200 going into the fucking final hill, 200, 200. You know what I'm saying? And these are the teams that are going to be, one of the teams is going to get relegated. Bro, come on, man. It writes its fucking self. That's the problem. Get the fuck out of the way. Let this thing fucking grow organically. God damn it.
Yeah, I mean, that's my thing. It's like there are people that feel on the league side, and unfortunately some of the ownership groups feel very strongly about this issue. And it's like a big limiter on more expansive, interesting league formats because there can only be one match at a time, and maybe once a year we try multiple. And it's like, bro, like you're just missing, like you're focusing on these pieces of the competition and saying, well, it's going to depress viewership and depress my viewership when like what's more important is building a good competition that builds sort of an apex moment at the end of the day. And that's the shit that like, you know what I'm saying? That's the shit that needs to terminate it.
So what is actually, okay, so obviously the league agreement right now says there isn't promotion relegation, you're guaranteed the spot. What is actually stopping that from ever happening again? Is it something like all 12 owners need to agree? Is it the league can just do it whenever they wanted to? Like how could this possibly ever change?
I think you're asking a question that Hector might not be able to answer, which is TPA and when does a TPA expire and what's the renegotiation on that? I don't think you can probably talk about that at all, right?
But it is a TPA thing, Ben. I'm assuming.
I mean, I assume, right? But I don't think Hector can answer that
at
question.
the end of the day, this is like how many years is this thing committed to? Do you know?
The TPA. I mean, that's.
I've heard rumbles,
no,
but I don't know. I don't. Can you even say that on stream? Like,
no, I mean, I know what it is. I was just to see if you knew and whether or not we could talk about it.
I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble on this one because then they say something that's cool.
The thing is like you shouldn't. This is the fucking stupidity of it, Ben.
Yeah.
Why is it a secret? Why is it a secret?
I'm just bringing it up because I don't know, and I'm assuming that you guys might be able to talk about it.
I do know. I do know
yeah.
how long it's for. I just don't know why I can't talk about it. I just don't know why what's so shameful about it that we can't talk about it. You know what I'm saying? Like why not?
Because if you talk about it, then people talk about an alternative, and then there's momentum, and then we get to where we want to get, but bunch of people are gonna be upset that we got there. That's part of it,
But then don't make the bad decision.
Well, I mean, I agree, but that's not how the world. Unfortunately, how the world works sometimes, though, JP.
I'd rather have what we have right now than what we had the last fucking 5 years, because here at least we can fucking speak with reason to the people that bought the rights to the league and say, yo, this thing is gonna be a better product for fucking you if you allow it to be this way. Like it's easier now because we have a conduit to the decision makers through Adam, who fucking knows it all. The fact that we have a guy that has been running fucking tournaments since 2003.
Yeah.
Okay. And has been running tournaments since 2003 with no breaks. Even the little fucking break that he had he was still involved, advising. Whether he got credit for it or not, he was still there offering help. And the fact that he's not the fucking only person that should be in charge of this thing, get the fuck out of here. Like what? We're actively shooting ourselves in the foot for no absolute fucking reason. There's literally no reason as to why we are now able to do a dual stream.
Mm-hmm. And not only not being able to, but like shunned and shit too. You know what I mean? Like,
can I defend Daniel Say real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's like, like this guy is trying his best to do what he can, but he is not a decision maker.
Yeah, right? He's not the top.
And people need to give that to the break, because I can guarantee you that if he had a little bit of freedom, he would do the most common sense thing that we would all agree with. But he's not. It's everyone is tied down to some corporate fucking letter that says this is the way things are. Why? Because we can. Because we can.
Some C-suite people in Santa Monica say no. But I think to your point, this is why as a community, right? When we get Major 3, and the Major 3 format is going to have multiple streams, right? We're going to have I think it says GSL. It's like the Raleigh format, right? That's going to be multiple streams. Like you guys as a community just need to make it aware that you guys like this and that, you don't mind.
But that's kind of what I was saying, Ben. Didn't we say this and everyone say this at the Pro-Am from Raleigh?
Yeah, but in
every league phone call I have is, everyone really loved this. It was like the best event, and we're gonna try and keep doing this, and it's never happened since.
I'll give you the two reasons why. One is spin, and the other one is I'm just like gonna say how it is because I don't care. The spin is that The line I always hear is that the problem with multiple streams is that it's hard to guarantee for some teams that minimum number of games that they can sell their inventory for the walkouts and this thing and that thing, okay? And the other thing is that it's going to depress viewership for those teams, and they're going to have a tough time monetizing. I don't like this argument, and we can poke holes into it because I think it's a shitty argument. The other problem,
invest more in your team so that they have more exposure because they're better.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We can circle back on it because I think it's a shitty argument. The other thing is that there are people, unfortunately, that feel very strongly on this issue, and they're just not going to be swayed by arguments on it. They just feel like the one track, one match at a time, as much as possible is best because it's holding us back from. I don't even care about the event format right now, JP. Bro, the Major 2 format, you know this and how I feel about it. We have an unbalanced fucking online schedule, and it's costing people fucking careers because they get a 5-match draw against the world's hardest teams. Their team gets shocked, and it's GG's. Don't get back in the league. With actual round robin, which would sometimes require multiple streams at the same time, you would get a way fairer league format that wouldn't be costing people and teams careers and opportunities. But again,
randomized schedule. Again, but we miss out on pool play too.
Yeah.
I mean, people don't talk about this, but we play the amount of matches teams would play on a I guess it would be a Friday. A Friday was was it Thursday and Friday before the M team came up? They're playing 4 matches before they even get to the bracket.
It's because Activision, some people look at this as a viewership AMA problem, and that's not the problem. The problem is that it's a sales pitching storyline problem. You are not doing a good enough job to your potential commercial partners explaining what's in front of you. It's not, AMA is going to be depressed because these streams are being split onto 4 POVs. It's, you need to do a better job of telling these non-endemic, endemic sponsors that we do this because it's the most fair format. And those days are a mix fest, and you're still going to get your Apex moment at the end of the weekend. That was always my argument to them. I don't give a fuck about this other shit. It's like they just need to do a better job on the commercial aspect telling that story. It's a marketing problem.
Correct.
And Hector, y'all don't have a fucking problem doing that.
Ben, I don't know if you remember, but the year 1 of the league, the league contracted a production company to do the hunt. Which was the Huntsman, what do you call it? The Huntsman documentary going into the league as promotion. And you know, the production company used a lot of our footage. Yeah. Like I have a lot of footage from the first night. I have a lot of footage from that first night where everybody was sort of told, "Yo, come, everybody needs to sign this before they get on that." And like I have a lot of footage on that. So it's possible. It works. Why we went away from it, I don't know. I don't know if they feel as though, because that could have been an ongoing thing as part of their promotional endeavors, right? To grow the audience or the interest in this thing. The fact that we had Gary V, right, involved in this thing, and the fact that they never had some sort of follow-up to the Huntsman or the Hunt season 2, and then in this one we sort of introduce in some sort of way other teams, right? 100, well, not 100 years at a time, but Atlanta Face, etc. Like they just gave up after it. It's like, all right, we launched it. This is what happened. The viewership wasn't what we wanted it to. It wasn't our expectations. It's not what we promised, etc. That they just fucking ended it. But we're in a different world, as I just said. There's watch parties now, and there's people that create content 24 hours a day regarding this thing. You're gonna watch me in the morning talking about my thoughts on this guy fucking talking about it the night before, and then that guy's gonna talk about my thoughts about the thoughts on the night before, and people are going to be watching people.
But the funny thing, Hector, and we were just talking about Warner Brothers like 20 minutes ago, it's a similar problem to that. Like, as you and I both know, it's not like even year 2, there were content concepts that were pitched to them. There were people, and I was one of them, giving them good ideas. And unfortunately, that team just did not, bro. They did not listen to the right people and take the right ideas, because it's not like they weren't spending money. But they didn't know how to spend the money correctly, and they didn't understand that people were telling them, like, yo, there's a story here. You guys might not like it because it's a little bit more mature and R-rated, but if you tell that story, people are going to be like, there's something here, and they were just fucking wussies about it.
People quit, man, when they don't see immediate results. You know, that's why I don't have a six pack. If I don't have a fucking six pack by the time I'm done with my fucking 10 sit-ups, then I don't want to fucking do it no more. Goddamn, I'll go eat my motherfucking food and be happy. You know, same thing here. Like they weren't getting 100,000 views per video, so they're like, this isn't working. When 30 is more than enough to fucking sell to a sponsor. It's actual viewership, because that 30 is easily 300 after everybody fucking else watches it. You know what I'm saying? Process may only have 500,000 views.
I'll say this is not a Johanna
Actually,
problem. I'm not talking about Johanna on this one.
Process may only
There's
have
other
500,000 views right now, but think about the Zuma's
I'll say
100,000 or the
low-key,
fucking
she
methods
understood
100,000. The
this
foremost two.
piece,
You know
but
what I'm saying?
there are
Like
other people, not her.
it all piles up into the same thing, and you can tell as a creator, you can tell, or as like we, for example, we can say, hey, look, this is what we got on our main channel, but this person covered it and that got that. Your logo was displayed to his audience, his audience,
Yeah.
his audience, his audience. That it amplifies, and everybody grows because of it, right? The interest grows, because what's gonna happen is that Monster is gonna be like, holy fuck, like, man, this video got covered by fucking everyone.
Yeah.
And then Red Bull's gonna be like, well, we want to compete in there. Let's go fucking sponsor them, since they're gonna be fucking covering that. You know what I'm saying? Like there's plenty for everyone.
Nah, I just you and I told many people.
Nepsy.
Meta, everyone fucking loves
It's
it.
one
Dude,
of the
shit, I do it. I watch this shit all the time. I'm like, yo, what is this guy gonna think of this thing that happened?
This is
And
one
I
of
watched
the
the same video
easiest.
3 times.
This is one of the easiest esports to create content in. It is truly so easy. I'm not saying that you have to be lazy, but I'm saying like the amount of effort required is like so much more minimal. There's some other esports where
Compared to other esports, it's so easy.
Overwatch League, for example. I think Overwatch
Yeah,
League has some
they
very
got
talented people, but
fucked
had a.
because-
You go ahead.
Yeah, because no one spoke English towards like the second year, so it's much harder to basically connect with them.
With who?
Well, but
Like Overwatch League, like you know how it was like very like Korean, Chinese.
yeah, but the
Well,
language barrier.
That one's an easy one. That one was an easy no from the beginning. The fact that people were ready to commit $20 million on a brand new game, on proven game, and I mean, esports as a whole,
No, I'm agreeing with you. It's crazy.
Yeah, esports as a whole is hard enough. Imagine a brand new fucking game, right? So the fact that everybody was committed to that, and that was their trial, right? That was like, yo, if this thing fucking even works a little bit, and it didn't. You know, Richard Lewis has plenty. Guys, if you guys haven't seen, go to Richard Lewis, type in OWL, type in CDL to R Lewis reports on YouTube. R Lewis reports on YouTube. You guys should watch that on stream. You guys should do a watch party on the fucking predictions that this dude was fucking talking about. That fucking fucking Nostradamus.
Have you listened to the Four Horsemen podcast at all, Hex?
Yeah, of course.
Dude, I listened to all those.
My favorite voice in esports, Mr. Thorin.
Nah, they cover topics really well about all this type of stuff. So if any of you guys are like interested in business related topics with esports, they do a lot of different esports topics just like this.
Yeah, their post COVID episodes predict a lot of what's happened the last 4 or 5 years. So I mega tip that, to be honest. But like Overwatch League was them, bro. They were like, Blizzard was trying to make the League of Legends killer. They were trying to sell people on this. We're make a better version of League, and it's just.
It wasn't even proven. Like Hex said, sure, it was going to be a good game, but you can't just bust it out like that and expect people to pay. I mean, I guess you can expect people to pay that much money right off the bat, but
there's no hook, because they beyond the marketable problems, right? The player base, the non-English speaking, some of that can be overcome. But then they sanitize.
AI can do
a lot
that
of
shit
the
instantly. ChatGPT can fucking translate it for you instantly. Like, it's not, those days are over. The days of excuses on why something doesn't work, they're done and over with, dude. Really quick, let me answer this, and Ben, this affects you, so I'm gonna answer this. It says, due to the face stuff, there's been tons of rumors about Optic Zuma. Would you, as an esports and COD visionist, even want that? Like having almost competition? No. I would not want that. Obviously, as a talent, of course I would. But FaZe, there needs to be other people besides Optic having this thing. There has to be some sort of no matter how friendly we are with each other, there has to be other people doing the fucking work. And Zuma is perfectly positioned to fucking carry this through for the next 5, next 10, next 50 for for phase. And right now we need more optics, more phases to fucking be as big as those names to fucking get to where we need to get to, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for me to go out there and just pick people up just so that I can say, yo, here's an opportunity for me. No, other teams should be fucking looking at this opportunity. I'm not saying for Zuma in specific, but for all the other ones, there is that opportunity for them. But I can't do that because I know the value of having other people being as big as Optic. You know what I'm saying? I know the value, because if there are more optics in Call of Duty, then we as Call of Duty are as big as Counter-Strike and all the other big fucking sports, which is what we want ultimately.
I'll say on the Tom thing, since this comes up a lot, questions asked in my chat. Tom's talked about this. Daisy Sports, I don't think anything's really changing on that front. They've been pretty clear about that. Tom's obviously still contracted, but like it's not, I think Hector's perspective is correct. Like, consolidation isn't going to solve our problems. We need more people making content.
Right.
One thing that's I've tipped Tom had an unfortunate incident happen to him that made him unable to play, and he took the best advantage of it. And that guy, I always give Tom credit. He tries 99 different ideas throughout the year, especially in the off season, to try and making new ideas and doing content. And I think he gets no shortage. But he doesn't
want to do the FIFA thing, Ben? This is crazy.
But listen, that's not on me, bro. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. I've been on this shit for this. I want nothing more to go to World Cup games. Just know that. And I'm a sicko, bro. Listen, I'll go to Bolivia versus Tunisia, bro. Because I know the one thing about that game is, those fans are going to sing from the minute that whistle blows to the minute that whistle ends. The environment that game is in fucking KC. I don't care. It's going to be a banger.
By the way, for like MetLife.
The price of tickets are going to go down. Right now, FIFA totally missed on the mark on the sales targets. So like the market will adjust, but like they're just,
some of them are crazy.
Well, but UEFA's got the same problem. The problem is, especially
no
with
shit, Ben is trying because he's trying to go for free, bro. They all can go for it's. Of course, who doesn't, bro? Everybody would do something for free, but this is beneficial to everybody because they get to get media passes and fucking get behind the scenes look. Yeah. Imagine having the opportunity to ask fucking Messi a question. Is he playing?
Yeah, he's probably done. This will probably be his last World Cup.
Okay, yeah. So imagine having the opportunity to ask Messi something directly for the fucking flank. That's a possibility. That's a fucking real possibility, especially because this thing has nothing to do with FIFA. This thing is a completely separate fucking esport, sport.
I agree. Listen, the last World Cup in Qatar was tough. I think there were a lot of creators there, but like there's not as much IRL content. There's going to be a lot of content created around this World Cup from creators. I'm telling y'all, like this June, July period in the US is going to be fucking lit. There's going to be some insane sports content. And by the way, Hector, to the day, one of the funniest videos on the fucking internet is the video of KSI talking to Ronaldo. Have you ever seen that video? Bro, it's like an 8-second video. This would have been a TikTok. Bro, he randomly got to the mix zone of some fucking like friendly like 15 years ago. And he asked Ronaldo a question and Ronaldo gives him like the funniest face back. And that video I think has like 10 million views on YouTube. The 8-second fucking video.
Yeah.
All you need.
That's what I'm saying. This is before it was big, bro. I want to go, bro, because it's going to be in so many good markets and a lot of good teams. And I'm sure France will fucking win again and England won't bring it home, but it'll be good.
Wait, you don't think Mexico has a chance?
I think Mexico has a chance. And I think Mexico, if people don't already know about the Wonder Kid on the Mexican national team, he is potentially one of the biggest North American superstars that might fucking blossom.
Where do you think he's going to go?
You think
ultimately?
Well, I don't know. Like, I haven't been following the rumors on Mora. Like, is he getting linked to like any Europe clubs yet? Is he still too young to get over? He's got to be 18.
Listen, I've been DMing him and said fuck, and I've been saying, yo, West Ham United, dude.
Yeah, but West Ham might be playing the championship next year.
I know.
So that might be a little bit tricky, bro.
I know. I don't watch and haven't watched in years, but I saw my dad was telling me because he watches and he's like, yo, they might get fucking.
Oh, it's bad, Hector.
And I'm like, fuck.
Hector, listen. I'm a Tottenham fan. The football has been great for Tottenham either. They just played a diabolical game yesterday, but it's not. It's not looking good for West Ham at the moment.
I know.
Ben thinks I'm not talking about Pulisic, bro. I'm talking about Mora. Pulisic's already a massive star, and by the way, one of the best players in Italy. If you fucking pay attention, Pulisic's been balling out for Milan. I'm talking about fucking Gilberto Mora, who is the next big North American superstar, and is probably going to feature heavily for Mexico in this World Cup.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm taking my dad to one of them. I don't know which one. I'm taking my dad to one of the ones in Mexico. I don't know which one though.
I wanted to go. I was talking to my friends if I want to go to a game, I actually want to go to. Like, what city would we go to if we go to like a random city for this? I want to go to like Guadalajara.
Listen. Yeah, I don't think is it Guadalajara. I think it's Guadalajara, Mexico, and Monterrey.
Yeah,
I would go to Monterrey over Guadalajara, but I do want to go to Estadio Azteca. So yeah, I mean, listen, but if I was you and like you wanted to experience a game, but not necessarily a fucking super dope ass game, Mexico City, dude. I'm telling you, the reason I want to throw an event in Mexico City is because Mexico, it's a whole country, is mega big on Call of Duty. You know what I'm saying? We just picked up El Venado, which is one of the biggest Warzone creators in the world. Bro, like I'm telling you, like the opportunity in Mexico is fucking, and they're neighbors, dude. They're our neighbors. And it takes 2 hours from fucking Dallas to get to Mexico City.
Yeah, I wonder,
driving. No, I'm kidding.
There's an Adam question. I wonder if DreamHack would ever think about operating in Mexico.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. I actually, I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't know if the guys have anything planned around the announcement, but we got some shit.
Ooh, okay.
No, we talked about the other stuff. Wait. An alternate timeline, Plague X merch drop would have been pretty cool in my opinion. Damn, imagine.
What
Plague X was my first clan ever.
Ooh,
my name was Plague Prestige before prestiging was invented in Call of Duty 4.
Well, talking about MLG branding, but how about the Final Boss branding? Probably the best esports team name of all time.
Whoa.
One of them.
Second. What the fuck are you saying,
Ooh,
man? Come on.
You're right. Oh, we might want to be one coach left on fucking Optic at this point.
I gotta be careful.
You gotta be careful. Hector's particular about the branding. One of my funniest emails of all time was I didn't capitalize T in Optic in an email chain with Hector, and he fucking replied and instantly corrected me.
That's.
And I felt embarrassed, bro. I was like, oh no.
Don't feel bad. Don't feel bad. People write me letters or write the hex quarters letters. I'll read and there's a yo big fan Optic, and the second that I see one misspelled, fold it, shelve it. Not reading it because it takes nothing to just capitalize it in the middle, and it's the thing that makes us distinct from the actual Optic. You know, the actual word Optic. It's Hex. What do you think about Africa? As a business owner looking to put African esports on the map. Listen, there's no one, and you guys can agree or disagree. Let me know your thoughts on this, Ben and JP. But ban this guy that misspelled Optic. No, I'm kidding. The thing about artificially inflating or putting things on the map is like always going to be a gamble, right? More likely than not, it's not going to do anything. It's just going to artificially inflate the numbers. You can ask every single esports organization in the last fucking 10 years who picked up fucking content creators with millions of followers and what it did to their brand and whether or not it was successful. Okay, the same thing happens here. In order for a city or a country to be put on the map, they have to do that work themselves. They have to create their own thing by themselves, and it's possible. Look at fucking England and the Sidemen. Look at France with Wartech and the Gentlemates. Look at Mexico. You know what I'm saying? Like you can look anywhere.
Spain. You look at
Evi with Spain. Exactly.
There's
exactly.
so many.
So we can't put anybody on the map because if we do, it'll be a flash in the pan, and it won't do anybody any good.
I do remember there was a South African team. I don't know about where in Africa he's talking about, but there was a South African team at one of the COD champs, I'm pretty sure, right?
There was a decently sized Call of Duty community in South Africa, especially around AW and Ghost. I don't know.
There still is.
Yeah,
I think there's still. I remember Easy Max saying when they were doing the BP, the BPL, that South Africa was pretty big actually.
It's just tough because they're just the connectivity from them even to like. There's a lot of people in Kuwait and Qatar and Saudi now play the game, and their connection to them is just.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Like us and the what do you call it? Like Saudi Arabia. What are we talking about? What's it, Middle East? It's fucking
MENA. Yeah, Middle East, North Africa.
Yeah, I'm curious your thoughts on like. Mina
So
growth.
that whole area has always been like big in Call of Duty. Like I have videos on my channel of like kids from that area fucking playing with me in a let me fucking bring it up. Let me take my let me see. I'm gonna bring up this video. Let's see if I can still find it or if it's still up there. But reacting to hacks in our lobby, and it's literally. Anyway, continue, boys.
I just looked it up,
Can you
by
guys
the
hear me?
way.
All right,
I just looked it up, by the way. I think Activision let the final boss trademark fucking expire.
nah, that's Sonny's, man. It's not expired.
He owns it.
But,
I think I found. I think,
he all of them.
I think
All
that
of
even like the straight ripping, the carbon.
yeah,
like,
but
all
I
of
think
that stuff.
this is Activision. I think unless it's him, but they let it abandon. I don't know. They could always fight it and get it renewed. But
Dude, even the we were talking about Mina, but even like the Japanese scene. Remember in Cold War that the Japanese league got a lot of attention. Is that still like
yes,
big right now?
it's
Like
still,
I know I was talking with Dill and I was working with that like Rush team like one day during the off season before that World Cup thing. But that's another part that we kind of never really tapped into.
well, but that's a
harder,
bigger
but-
problem with Japanese esports, though. It's very self-contained in almost every title. That's why. Do you ever see a big Japanese team in a team esport?
Yeah, no.
Don't see it in any of the shooters. Dota, like they're the one. They're a country that's just unfortunately. It's funny because like
It is
people
one of the.
come there
It
and
is probably the
activate.
only Asian country with the like that console like backing though. So for for Call of Duty, it would be
Yeah, it's just
a lot easier
self-contained,
compared to like a Korea or China.
which is so odd to me because ALGS is very popular in Sapporo. Like they when people come and they do shit in Japan, the bigger national competitions, like it hits, but like for whatever reason, they just can't figure out how to play on like the global stage. South Korea's figured it out, China's figured it out, like they haven't figured it out.
15 years ago.
It's crazy. 15 years ago is crazy. What
CDL headquarters. Hex and Ben talk about Legend taking a break from Call of Duty 2 hours ago. God, they thirsty
Already
ass kids don't waste don't skip a fucking beat. Literally,
Yeah.
just said that there's clips already, Ben.
I know
People are saying that we
of course it's clips.
saying
Of course it's clips. People
about
always
you
clip
and
them.
me. Yeah.
What do you
thirsty.
but going back to the topic, like what do you think of like the interesting growth in MENA? Obviously Saudi's now got a really good domestic competition where they're there for EWC. Obviously is a Saudi organ, the CDL. Like what are your thoughts now that that's probably the most popular emerging region as far as like Call of Duty?
Look, obviously growth is good, and right now we need that. Right now we need as many people interested in fucking investing in Call of Duty as possible. People are gonna have their political views on things, and people are gonna have their opinions on things. At the end of the day, we obviously have to keep in mind that so long as we don't allow for doesn't matter who, it could be the richest Japanese org in the world, we have to take care of the people who are actively working in this space, and we can't let an organization who has never been in Call of Duty sort of say, "Yo, we're looking to expand. Call of Duty is our next target, and because we have money, we can buy it, and therefore we're now involved." You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
fair.
One
They're as we have been much discussed, JP, you know this, you watch my stream a bunch. The topic that is, super popular still and is only going to get more. I think as we get into the spring, people are going to keep bringing up is just this off season and like how that's going to affect the.
I have to go turn on the ACL. I'll be right back.
You're good. How it's going to affect like the future compensation market that exists in Call of Duty. We'll just say that.
What are you talking about?
This off season.
Falcons throwing bags at people?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it'll be interesting to see.
That's the topic du jour. CDL Major 3 and Seoul would hit. Yeah, I mean, Seoul would be a banger. Again, the thing is just, I don't know if people in South Korea play COD, though.
Yeah, it's if anything, it'd be like I don't know, like a COD mobile thing. I don't know if they're into COD mobile. In terms of
Um,
console COD or sorry, like controller COD, it's just not a thing.
I'm trying to remember. There's a Korean team that played the World Championship this year. I don't think so. So, like, for people that don't know, like COD Mobile, the biggest regions for mobile right now is China's number one, which is really interesting. Okay, that's a future thread that we'll probably eventually talk about because once there's more synergy between those different business units, there's a lot of people now playing COD in China. So Mexico is actually like one of the bigger countries playing COD Mobile, believe it or not. There are a lot of good Mexican teams. And then Brazil. So that's what's so weird is like they don't play the console or PC version of this esport, but they play the mobile teams. They play the mobile title, and there's a lot of player base there. So
there's also a really big Southeast Asian population for that.
yeah,
really
Philippines. There is also like Philippines is big. There's another one. I think Indonesia is big. There's a good Japanese team that qualified for.
Yep.
And then there was a weirdly enough there was a
Rush Gaming. I think they were called Rush or something.
No,
that
it's
Japanese
like,
team.
It was not for CDL. We're talking about COD Mobile.
Yeah, we were talking about
It was like some random org that I never heard of. There was an Egyptian team that qualified for COD Mobile World Championship. So like that's what I keep my eye on COD Mobile because like it's starting to become pretty clear that China is the power region in that game right now. Someone said India. Weirdly enough, I don't think there's a top Indian team in COD Mobile right now.
Yeah, Nemly. Easier access, free. Everyone's got a phone. It's just.
Yeah. Where's the second major at?
Birmingham.
And that's when?
End of March.
Yeah.
So all of February, no. Okay.
We have that. That's where we have the 11 match. We're gonna have the behemoth stage where they're playing single round robin, and this is the major with 10 teams, not 12.
That makes no sense to me either.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
You know why, right? People didn't want to fucking pay that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People
Like,
don't
we're not fucking flying our fucking teams halfway.
Just
they
Just
don't
to
have a
get
spot in the
balance
league if
for
you're not
you.
willing to cover a couple $1,000s to travel to Europe, bro.
Ease
Like,
the fuck out. Listen,
Oh
don't
my
let the
God.
door hit you.
There's a stream, Hector. You can find a stream from October when I found out about this, and I tilted so hard on stream. It was an all-time bad day tilt. I broke down. It was bad. And I was like, dude, like, give me a break. It's such a disservice because those fans, bro, that's going to be like a capital P passion event, bro. I'm telling you, we're going to go in that room, and I like my noise gate that I have set up for headsets might not be enough in that room. It might not be enough. The only disappointing thing about Major 2 is that I really want to go to a Villa game or go to like go to any Premier League game that's in the area, and that's the week that they're doing the final UEFA playoffs for the World Cup. And obviously England's already qualified, and I'm not going to go to fucking like Scotland or Ireland, so it fucking sucks. So I was like, I'll travel a few days early, go to like a Premier League game, stick around in London or something, and then go to Birmingham, but nope. It's coming home, Tucker. It's fucking not coming home, bro.
Yeah.
It's not
So
coming home,
which teams aren't going, Ben?
To Major 2?
Yeah.
Well, so the stages are full round robin. So I'm going to assume that the two teams that probably don't make it, I think Vancouver's probably going to be one. And
Okay, so maybe our theory is wrong then. Because if we don't know who's not going, then that means that they might still go. Because if let's say pick team X who doesn't want to spend any money makes it and they don't go, then we'll know. Right?
Yeah.
I mean, but I think they assumed that their chance of making the event was going to be low. Like the two teams, I think, if I had to predict right now, no disrespect to these teams, but in a single round robin format, I think the two teams that don't make it are Carolina and Vancouver. If I had to guess right now. And then C9 and G2 might be the two teams that have to play that. Like, I don't know if you saw how it works, but I think there's going to be like two. They haven't announced yet how it's going to work.
Right?
There's like a play-in game. I don't know if it's
online
on
though. Like
Yes,
I'm pretty sure the
I
play-in
think
is
so.
at the event, right?
Yeah, it hasn't been confirmed. This is talked about in the fall, but I think there's like some kind of like 14 play-in for the 8-team double in bracket. So I don't know.
And this is for Major 2.
Yeah,
So, dude, points wise, Major 2 is not only going to be really important because straight up you're playing 11 matches, so you're playing every team, but also you can straight up miss a full set of points because you're not even going to the tournament.
correct. But
So that, I mean, the points disparity for that is going to be massive.
I will say
Like, for that
though,
specific.
kind of JP is the teams that suck. We're always going to go to the event, get 0 points, and lose their first fucking match anyway, and lose the bracket. So the chance of them winning a game at that tournament was already low. And also,
Yeah, but at least they would have had the chance. You know, what I
they
mean?
had the chance. And I will say, with a single round robin, realistically, the best 10 teams should go to this event.
That's actually not a bad point because if you think about it, right? Like if I'm one of those teams that I know my fucking team sucks, and that's my choice, right? Like I have the choice of picking up a Luca before anybody else. I have the choice of picking up somebody else from challengers ahead of time to create the best competitive team that I can. But if you're them and you're like, man, these guys suck, they're gonna get knocked out on Friday, so we're flying them there for Thursday and Friday, and then they're back. Like, what's the point if they're going to be on Saturday and Sunday?
Yeah, it's an interesting
when
trial.
But when you think about it from that perspective, you're already shouldn't be in the league and you shouldn't be you're not competitive.
That was my argument in the fall. I was like, well, then fuck these orgs and get them the fuck out of here and get people that would try. Like I know there are a bunch of interested parties, and I know that they will care more than some of the orgs that are currently in the scene. Like, it's tough, man. Because we all don't like this model, but at least if we're gonna do this model, let's get people that want to fucking give it 110. George, we talked about Tyrod Bush in this situation and how they would get in and all that. So
yeah, exactly. Envy. I know Stroh wants to come back. Yeah, priority number one. Grandfathered in immediately, day one. Yeah, the first spot that opens up shouldn't go to a Saudi team, no matter how much money. It shouldn't go to the Telluride Bush. I don't know about that one, but definitely like Stroh and Envy should be back in this thing, like grandfathered in immediately.
What do you think about like some of the orgs that are partner Halo orgs that have been? Well, SSG in particular was rumored, but I had a lot of people in my chat are like, I wonder if Shopify wants to get into COD. Like, you think?
What? I mean, yeah. Again, I think those who fucking grinded should fucking be able to fucking come in, and a grandfathered in situation. And look, I'm saying this because that's what I would want from me. I would want somebody to speak up for me and say, "Yo, Envy has been here for. I'm sorry, Optic has been here for a long time. Let them in first." You know what I'm saying? Let them in first, and then after that, you can figure out what's up. But if there's two teams available, it shouldn't be just the ones that have money, because then we as a community, after knowing what we know for the past 5 years, are sort of doing the same thing that they did to us in the beginning by kicking us out and not giving us an option to have our own our own org that we can stand on and benefit from.
I agree.
And it shouldn't come back as Empire either. It should come back as Envy.
I mean, I'm world of, listen, and I don't know how you feel on this, Shape. I don't know how you feel on this. Like, I'm world of, listen, if teams want to keep their city name, keep their city name. If they want to use their parent org branding,
of course.
They should be able to use whatever they want.
You should do however you want, because I see the wisdom both ways in that situation.
Of course. Listen, if you want to box yourself into just your city and you want to alienate the rest of the world, please do. We'll take them. Please. Don't let me get in the way. What did they say in Moneyball? When your enemy is busy making mistakes, do not interrupt them, right? I'm not saying that I have any enemies there, but sure, keep them. Do what you think is best for you.
Are you excited to see what Hector? I'll say this question when Hector gets back. Will there ever be a UK based org again? The problem with the UK esports is there have been a million UK orgs and they've all been horribly mismanaged, and it usually ended up in the org being liquidated. So like, there's just no continuity in the UK as far as like anger UK orgs. It's sad.
Yeah.
But it's like there's a graveyard of UK orgs that have come and gone and just been either poorly run or there was some sketchy shit going on. We'll just say that. You say Fnatic is gonna be good. I was talking about people were asking
European
about like
orgs.
UK
Or
orgs. in
UK
particular.
orgs.
Yeah. Because I don't know if I consider. I guess Fnatic kind of is a UK org, but like they start in the UK.
I mean, technically, isn't Fnatic technically UK? Or did they start as UK?
They are now, but I feel like they started as not a UK team, and then they moved to UK. I've been to their office. Their office is nice as fuck in Shoreditch. Super nice. Probably one of the nicest esports offices I've ever been to. But I think they're more Sweden. Yeah, they were more like Nordic, and then they just
Yeah, no, but I think they started as UK. I know obviously they had the CS team and stuff, but I feel like they started as. I think they are like a UK based org.
no. I think they started as a Swedish org.
Who? Fnatic?
Fnatic, right?
No.
Was it UK?
Yeah, UK.
They were
Yeah,
UK
that's
off
on-
the rip.
I think
I'm
so.
pretty sure.
Yeah, I'm also very. I mean, I know the owner and CEO is English. The same way that I'm 6% English according to my saliva.
Yeah, I could be tripping then.
Maybe. I mean, you might be right, and we might be tripping.
I might just be because I know I'm obviously my like big CS thing was watching that Fnatic CS team. Those guys were fucking dynasty in CS. I was gonna ask you, Hector, like, are you excited for us to finally go back to? I know we're talking about going back to UK in a while. We haven't been back to France in a while for an event. That Major 4, Gotaga might run a fucking real one in the spring, and that might be a banger too. I don't know what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I'm so happy that we're not in the dude. The UK fans have been supporting Call of Duty and actively supporting Call of Duty esports for so long that us taking that away from them as a yearly stop is fucking ludicrous. France, same fucking thing. But the same thing can be said about all the other cities, right? But these two in particular, or countries in particular, like. Of course, I'm glad. I'm just glad that we're on the road, man. I'm glad that we get to bring the show to people and not make it hard for them to come and experience something that they've always wanted to do.
Bro, you were at Madrid, right, last year? Did you go to that
Me?
event?
No.
Bro,
I did go. I went to Madrid, but I didn't go with the team.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, JP, you were there. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know what venue yet this Major 4 is going to be, and I know they're still working on it, but like, if it's like what I saw in Madrid with their fan base, like that event,
Yeah, I mean,
event's gonna be unbelievable.
I've never been to France for an event. I went to the BO4 London and then the first CDL London, and those were good, obviously.
But you
I've
saw
never
the
been to
Gentleman's
France.
fans. You saw the Gentleman's fans.
Yeah.
Madrid,
Oh
though.
yeah.
Yeah, and they were like,
It's gonna be rocking.
there's level. I think the Green Walls, obviously, OG passionate COD fans. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're what I would say is the anchor, no glaze. But like, I'm excited to see what Gentleman's do with Major 4.
But what?
No, I'm
What?
excited. Listen, I think Greenwald fans are
No, you don't
good.
have to-
Greenwald fans are good, but the Europeans know how to cheer. Is all I'm saying.
Were you not at the fucking major when we won fucking champs?
Yeah, they were good. That was
Americans
amazing.
are learning.
Yeah, do you not remember the argument I got with Pat?
Bro.
Do you not remember the argument I got with Pat on at that event? Pat was like, "Team shouldn't run champs. This is unfair." Do you remember that conversation?
Yeah, of course. But look, Pat, that's his thing. That's his skit, right? Like hating on anything and everything, just as a skit.
No, I think he honestly believed that. I don't think that was a skit.
What? We'll see his tune. I mean, obviously, if he watches this, we'll know what the tune will be. But we'll see if we can somehow organically get his true thoughts and feelings about what. I'll tell you what. Pat is going to be like, no, it's cool that Face is running a thing, right? So it's like, I think it's
I don't
fair.
think he's gonna say that. I don't think so.
Dude, we'll see if he's true to his bit. He is going to say, yeah, it's cool.
Well, I still
Yeah,
got to get
he's
Pat
going
to
to
go to
Toronto.
Major
I
1.
don't know if he said it for Toronto last champs.
He did say it for Toronto last champs, but like
He did.
yeah, he did. Because we had all, but like,
But he
I
was
still
also
have to
saying
get Pat
because he
to go
threw
to
it in a
Major
shitty
1.
place, though.
I have to get Pat to go to Major 1. I might need your help with this, Hector, because like I've been asking him. I don't know. He's gonna fucking fugaze again.
When's the last time Pat went to an event? I remember seeing him at a 2024 champs after he won.
Dallas champs was the last time
Yeah, Dallas champs.
because he didn't go to any of the events last year.
Listen, I'll tell you what. Okay, I know our demographic, and I know that we have French fans.
Yeah.
Full show. Right, but it is their home turf, and it is a French son, a son of France who has a team, and they should have the biggest one, right? The biggest crowd there. But don't get it twisted, okay? When we went there for ESWC,
Yeah.
I mean, we know what's up, okay? You can go back and listen to that crowd when the green was playing.
And the cool thing about the EU events is that you do get it's just like train rides away for everyone. Like when we went to Madrid, we were getting fans from like every European country.
Yeah, it's crazy.
At our little meet and greet thing.
Bro, it's because Europe is so small. You can get anywhere in 2 hours, dude.
Yeah.
1 hour by plane. Isn't Europe like the size of Texas?
It's bigger than
really?
Texas. It's bigger
Probably
than
a
Texas.
little bit bigger.
I don't know
But
about that, but ask ChatGPT.
It's bigger than Texas, but like to your point, it's, you can wake up. There's always like joke Europeans. You can wake up one day and be like, I want to go to Amsterdam. It's fucking easy to do that. Here in NA, it's like, I want to go to LA. I got a fucking 7-hour flight to Los Angeles. GG's. I'll see you in half a day.
Education, they say, hey, listen, you will never, ever in your life catch me saying anything good about the American educational system, ever. There's a reason why my daughter's homeschooled. There's a reason why I recommend homeschooling. Obviously, the social aspect of it is important, blah, 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 blah. But from a pure what they're teaching our kids is as broken as this fucking government. And let's not get political, actually. Let's fucking move on, because
J-Cap's going to show up, bro. And
I am a graffiti writer by trade, and in my heart since I was 13 years old. And since then, I have been anti this and anti that forever. I'm an anarchist. Anti-government. Give me less of it, please. Now. The fuck do you have an opinion on what I do?
What else? What else can we talk about? Wait, JP, you guys are not scrimming today, right? You can chill for a while.
No,
tomorrow.
Tomorrow, yeah.
Tomorrow.
He told me earlier, so now I'm answering like I know and shit. Yeah, tomorrow. They come back tomorrow. I knew this all the whole time.
Because I'm waiting.
So
I think. Trying to think if there's anything. What JP,
what's my favorite strain so far? Oh, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll say the question.
No, I was talking shit about. I was gonna say that my favorite strain from Pine Park is this one, but nah, nobody asked that. I was just making levity of the silence.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, can we talk about? Okay, so the schedule goes us, then France. I'm sorry,
us, UK,
Then
and then
Atlanta,
and then
Atlanta,
France, and then Vegas, and then Riyadh.
Oh shit! I might go to Riyadh this year. Now that Formal's retired and we have people to fill my spot on the couch, I now be a correspondent on the ground.
It's an interesting place. That's all I'll say. The EWC.
I've been there. Me and Seth hosted. This is the thing about that too, right? Like I wanted to talk about this earlier. When me and Seth got there to host the esports awards, I saw all the partner teams up there, and to not see the Optic logo up there with all those other orgs, I felt like I'm like, man, did I make the right choice in not joining this thing? But then we won champs, and then I was like, shout out the squadron, because our name's up there no matter fucking what.
I think you guys sitting out though is a good play, because there's been some big up and downs from people I talk to. There's big up and downs with the partner program, right? It's money, but the initiatives and the organization, there's a lot of stuff that is a little bit of a scramble over there, and like whether you want to be in it or not be in it, like joining later is not. You're gonna get in there when they've already solved a lot of the problems.
Well, like the Telluride Bush said, or that dude on Telluride Bush said, they're going to have to pay me to join. But we can actually fucking, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's the EWC comp. It's such a weird event because like when I was there 2 years ago, we didn't go this year because I've talked to us before. They were like watch parties, and all of a sudden 2 months before the event, they're like, we're just gonna pay creators. It's so weird because you go there and there's the esports thing going on, but they market it locally as like the thing to do in the summer because there's all this other shit going on, like a carnival, and it's like such a weird. The vibe is super odd. Not bad or good.
Wait, the vibe how?
Because there's a lot of families there. It's not like marketed as like a pure esports thing. It's marketed as like
no, it's like a gaming thing, like
the cool shit to do in the summer in Riyadh at 10 p.m. to 2 a.m.
Who's up at those times?
Oh, everyone there.
It's all of them.
Everyone.
That's when they're out. They're eating dinner at like 2 a.m. and shit.
No,
it's crazy over there. It's such a stark difference. But I remember the first year we did a meet and greet, and it was after our match. It was like 11 p.m. and we're walking through that what do they call it, the Boulevard, Ben, or something? The Boulevard, and it's just like a gaming like convention area, and it's like 11:30, and we're seeing like little kids run around with their families. I'm like, yo, is it no one going to bed?
On their way to Cabana to get that insane Wagyu wrap?
Yeah, maybe.
Bro, but that shit's popping until 3 a.m. every night. It's crazy.
Yeah, I guess it's so hot during the middle of the day that like all of their activities and stuff they just do at night because it's cooler.
Listen, I'll tell you, as the one, I was like usually the first person there because I was like year one, JP, I was like turn my stream on at like, I think it kicked off at like 3 local. I'll get there at like noon. And bro, even the walk from my shuttle to the fucking hall, like where you guys did the meet and greet that first year, bro. And that's like 300 feet. I was like, yeah, I know. But at night they have, it's cold. They got the spritzers. Like I get why it's fucking late pop off there. It's a weird space. It's just like a carnival. I've told, unfortunately,
we were going to the venue and it was dark outside. And I was asking them, I was like, when's the last time you went to an event for your first match? And it was nighttime.
The one miss they've had, and I gave this feedback to the foundation, was like where you guys stay is actually way too far from the fucking venue. Because like you guys can't.
Yes.
You go and you play.
My biggest. Yeah, I think if you asked like any of our players too, it's such a. I don't want to say it's a checkout, but you're okay. Let's say if you warmed up before your match. Yeah. You're still taking a 45-minute car ride and then waiting for the next match to end if it hasn't ended yet. Yeah. And I know this happens a lot with I think CS events. I've heard CS people talk about it a lot. But if their hotel is not close to the venue, it can be so poor for like at least give us, and this was our biggest complaint, like at least give us areas to warm up in at the venue, because there wasn't any. So
was there more this year?
That was the first year. The second year, it was a little bit better, but only the team that was right before the match could play on the setups, and the setups were still on insane ping. So it wasn't even like the only one shooting box was Kyler, because Kyler's like, I'm just gonna shoot pots anyway.
Yeah, it's the counter. Well, the problem they have to solve is that you guys are just not the only esport there. And they have production staff. They are probably reserving on a given week like 400 to 500 hotel rooms, which is an insane number.
Damn.
It's an insane number. So like they have
it's a great hotel though. Don't get me wrong.
Wait, where did you guys stay?
No, it was like I want to say it's the Hilton Riyadh. I don't remember.
It's a big hotel chain.
The hotel was
it's a big
good.
hotel
like,
chain.
Accommodation was
the
great.
4 Seasons, dude. You know, our shit was fucking popping.
We stayed at a they put us at a boutique, Hector, and I saw Yana Carrasco fucking walking around. So like that's like
who?
We were staying in a hotel. They put us up as creators at a hotel where like footballers that were playing in the Saudi league were staying there too. There's like a residences. The problem they have is like, bro, they have 4 games going on. As you can speak to JP, they have all this stuff at the hotel for warm up areas, content. Like they need a lot of space at the hotel, and it's like the tough thing for them is like they almost should just build a fucking hotel at the Boulevard so they would have a place for everybody to fucking stay. So you guys could, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the one issue with their competition right now.
What is the roster fight with Falcons going to look like?
One above for the 6 months appreciation. Thank you so much. Ooh, big question. Good question.
Don't worry about it. We're good.
We good over here? We're the brand.
Yeah, we're good.
We're good over
over here. I think again, man, like it's it's what happens, right? With if I had, I mean, obviously we have a really good thing going on right now. Obviously, after the year that we had, and then Mace coming in, so like we're good on our
Give me a minute, I'll
front.
get there, Rye. Give
But
me
yeah,
a
it's going to
minute.
be tough for a lot of teams to sort of figure out what's going to be going on. Yes, we do deliver everywhere, Sanchez. But it is going to be an interesting dynamic, right? It's they can build a super team, and when they do, everybody else's job is to try to fucking beat them. It's always going to be part of the sport. Someone's always going to have heavier pockets. Someone's going to have something that you can't buy. There you go. And Josefo gave you a fucking discount too, dude.
Here's my thing, Hector. The players they may want to sign, I've said now for a couple months, I don't know if those players, the players they may go after are players that have won, but they're not. Are they consistent championship players? They're going to have the Man City problem, pre-Pep Man City. You're building a mercenary team. There's no culture where they're going to yet on how to win. Can they establish a culture so then you can become Pep Man City? We are not only going to be the one spending the most, we're the one winning the most as well. That's easier said than done.
Yeah.
That'll be interesting. But it's not like the other.
I mean, look at Falcon CS.
It won't be boring.
Yeah. Falcon CS is a great example. They still haven't figured out how to compete with Vitality, for example, and Mongols. Yeah. Before obviously they dropped their best.
And
player.
who they got Nico from FaZe. They got. I mean they have a team.
They got Nico. They got
on paper. They have a fucking team.
They got the new kid Kaiosuke, who's like generational talent apparently.
They still have no fucking ice. They just still, you know what I'm saying? Like they still pull up to the tournament and they're out in quarters. Like, meanwhile, Kerrigan and his band of misfit toys just suck all year and somehow get to, you know what I'm saying? Like,
am I gonna have to say fucking CSNA again?
You might NACS is in a bad spot, Hector. Like, if you want to come in and save NACS, that's gonna be a legacy defining event in your fucking career if you do that.
Why? Because I'll do it twice.
Yes, exactly. Well, twice, and also I think so bad right now.
I think it's been dead since COVID, like since Flashpoint. You remember Flashpoint? It was they tried that out and kind of got fucked with COVID. Ever since then, it's been like super dead.
It was already kind
of. Listen, I'll tell you one thing.
Yeah,
Rush. I had a lunch with Rush about a month ago.
Yeah,
and I said, I'm like, yo, if I make a move, are you interested in coaching anything? And then he said, hell nah. No, I'm kidding. He didn't say that. But, I mean, Rush is right down the street. That's my man right there.
The problem with CS right now, and you probably know this, Hector, and I've explained this before, CS now, it's really hard to get in if you don't already have a team because you need to acquire a core that has VRS points. Otherwise, you're starting from absolute fucking zero, and it's probably an entire year before you can qualify off the rip for, IM events and blast events and all that shit.
Yeah, but to that I say, what's wrong with fucking working your way up to something? We got all the time in the world. We're 40. I'm 45. I got at least a good 40, 45 more. So yeah, man, I think we could.
Telluride's doing it in COD. They can't even get in the league.
Yeah.
That to me is the fucking biggest crime, right? Like because I put myself in the position of people who are people like me who are actively trying to make something happen in challengers with no opportunity to get to where we're at, which means that if I was this late to the game, or if I just found out about the game and I'm looking to come in and I have the ideas that I had back then, and let's just say that for whatever reason they never came to fruition now, then I still wouldn't be able to come in and offer something to this sport because I don't have an ability to get in there. There's path to pros for players, but not for orgs. And that is just as bad because we need the ability for people to get rewarded for the work that they're putting in, and right now there isn't that. There's no path.
Yeah,
that's kind of what the message I was talking to you about the situation that you were talking about. Mm-hmm. If you put yourself in the situation and to make the new optic, if you didn't have that chance, they just don't even have the chance.
Correct, and that's a crime. That's should be illegal. It might be, but it is. It is.
If you guys get into fucking CS, man, that'd be a banger for sure.
Ben, when
I like that. I like that.
I like that too.
Yeah, CS is
gotta take a lot of moves.
Yeah, CS is fucking. It's still my favorite. When you go, I mean, I love COD. Don't get me wrong, but bro, when you go to like a CS event, I went to JP. I've already told the story. When I went to IEM New York at Barclays and I watched P Cloud9 and Liquid versus each other, and I'm like, yeah, no, this is it right here.
God damn it! God damn it!
You had some former players in that one.
No, that's not the thing. But the thing is, like, if certain people didn't take certain investments in that moment, fucking up the entire fucking ecosystem, then we would have had the opportunity to take the team that I had and not have to compete against people who are just fucking throwing shit at the wall, hoping that they can get some fucking fans.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like buying it is like, Optic India, for example, right? Like they came way later, but it is not a good place to be in, right? When you see what's coming down the road and knowing that you're not going to be able to fucking compete with those deep ass pockets, because what you've been doing for over a decade is literally just surviving off of the hard work and imagination that you've had. If it wouldn't have been for us leaving Astro and getting that M+ deal from I think it was Turtle Beach at the time, we wouldn't have been able to enter into Counter-Strike. But that was that was organic growth. We got to a point in which we were able to get that high of a sponsorship that allowed us to organically expand without stressing the company, stressing myself, or anybody around me. I didn't have to go out there and say, yo, all of you have to take a pay cut so that I can afford this thing. It's going to be good for the org, right? Like that's never the place that I want to fucking be in. You know what I'm saying? So that's what ruined it in the end. Yeah, I know the fucking names. I can say those fucking names, but I won't because they're in the fucking past and who fucking gives a shit. But if you go listen to Richard Lewis, he can tell you who it was and how it happened and all that. R. Lewis Reports on YouTube. Go check them out. Just fucking type in whatever you fucking want to go into. LAT and Nadeshot got into CS. You got to get LAT and Nadeshot got into CS. You got to get Optic back in CS. Yeah, of course, dude. Of course. When the time is right.
Their team will be interesting, for sure.
Were the league players' salaries accurate for the Optic boys? No. And that's not how you spell Optic. But no, they weren't. Next time, I'm not going to answer your question. How about that?
We've talked about this on that
They weren't
sheet.
for a lot. I think people just made guesses based on some information they had.
Yeah. And I understand, like, people like Ben and the people talking about it for content's sake. I don't find anything wrong with that. Like, I think if something comes out and this is the thing, though. We should be, how do I say this? Like, there's no issue in situations like that, but we have to be careful that we keep some guardrails up and we keep it only to medium-sized topics like salaries, right? But when it comes to actual, like, fucking bad shit, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm gonna give you a perfect example. I don't want to fucking rehash old shit, but when everything was going down with Pred. What's his name? Fucking Enable said is like, well, it's a lot worse than this, and it fucking wasn't. But it made it seem like it was something way worse, right? And what could be way worse than whatever that was? It's fucking scary, right? So we have to be responsible enough to understand that whatever we say online is going to be reposted, especially now in the clipping age. So if it's like that in this content, sure. But if it was something else, like, man, the research better be fucking made. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain level of responsibility that comes with growth. The more people that see you, the more influence you have. And we have to be careful of the things that we fucking talk about.
I will
you know
say,
what else is true?
I will say, Hector, to defend
Look at this crew in here.
There he is.
Good.
Yeah.
To defend
What's
the
up,
nub,
boys?
the nub was off the absolute painkillers on that episode. To be fair, he got yeah, he got his like wisdom teeth pulled, and he was spacing out on that episode. So like,
He was yapping. No, listen, I got nothing but love.
Dude.
I got nothing but love for fucking Enable. Nothing but love.
Fucking
Literally.
nub, bro. What's good, Zen? What are you up to?
What's
All
up,
right,
boys?
Tony, what's going on, man?
About to get into some huntsman scrims. Then we got the big qualifier tomorrow.
Yeah.
So, I mean, same old, same old. What's this? I'm seeing people in my chat are saying that Stallions might be forfeited from the Challengers Elite.
Yeah, so
Wait, what?
the situation is
What?
that now I'm gonna explain. So
Yeah, the roster lock is brain dead. It's way too early. Go ahead, Ben.
Legend, obviously, as you guys know, step back. And so that is post like the roster lock where they, because it was an open sign up for the elite qualifier, and then they would calculate the pro points, and the top 32 teams would then actually advance to the actual qualifier this weekend.
Yeah.
And so now there's a question of because that team has to make a substitution, what will happen with their spot? Will they keep their current
Will they
seed?
have enough pro points?
Will they keep the seed? Will they redraw another team? And one of the admins in there last night said that there's been no decision. I assume because EFG was off for New Year's. So I assume there has to be clarity like today, because like that'd be insane to do it tomorrow morning.
I mean, it's tomorrow. Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I assume it'll be option B of like they can play with Heist, because Sam screamed to me yesterday. Heist is going to come in. Heist got pro points. They're just going to reseed it, and they may just get like the last seed or whatever. But
I mean, listen, the way these rules work is sometimes you got to apply some common sense. If a player is going to go back to his home country for his mental health and take a bit of a break, you absolutely should not
Agreed.
hold the rest of the team accountable. Like there are certain things where it goes beyond the rule book. Like, you know what I mean?
Yes.
In my opinion.
Circumstances like that should allow for a little leniency in the rule book, because the players shouldn't suffer for it, the org shouldn't suffer for it, the fans of the org shouldn't suffer for it, which is ultimately the most important thing, the lifeline of this whole thing. So if it is something to do with mental health, if it is something to do with like circumstances like that one out of anybody's control, like, that's one thing. I can understand if this guy was fucking hanging from the rafters with his fucking tongue out and fucking doing all sorts of drugs, and he has to go into rehab. That's choice. In this case, he is a good, I know him personally. He's a good dude. He's brave enough to say, yo, I need help. I need help for my mental. And the only thing that can help me right now that I can see that's going to help me and my mental is me going home to see my family so that I can recenter myself to do this. Brave, fucking kudos to him for having the strength to be able to do that in a space in which everything is public and everybody has a fucking opinion on it. Simultaneously,
Go ahead.
the Stallions don't have a choice. It was not their choice. It was not their fault, and therefore they shouldn't be punished for somebody doing the right thing for themselves.
100%.
Yeah, I would
also think the league. Go ahead, Ben.
No, you go ahead, Zen.
I mean, I just think that the roster lock is way too early. Like a Challengers is way too volatile to have a roster lock a week before. Like it should be 24 to 48 hours.
24 hours.
To be fair, I will say
a week is crazy.
It doesn't help that they had to have an early roster lock because you had New Year's and New Year's Eve. So like the reason it was so early is I think because of the holiday. They wanted to communicate to people the teams that were going to qualify before the holiday. But I also think that's a weak sauce. I think
weak sauce is fun.
I think that the problem a little bit with Challengers, and you, Zen, I've been very critical about this. Jersey Jerry came on a podcast on a flank episode was critical. I think you face it, since they've taken control the last couple of years, hasn't always made decisions in line of what we respected or what we used to see from like game battles. And this is one of those situations to Hector's point where like I think it's kind of a shitty situation. And I think, look, you don't have to go option A with Stallions. Like, you don't have to say, look, you keep your seed. But, like, they shouldn't DQ them from the tournament for this. Like, I think that would be the insane way to
That shouldn't even be an option.
Yeah, I agree. If they want to reseed them for pro points, I think that's low-key kind of
reseeding. I think reseeding makes perfect sense. As long as they're in the tournament, that's better than them being forfeited.
Yeah.
I agree.
100%.
If they go that option, like that's understandable.
Issue with the Face It admins, as far as I'm concerned, is they're just not endemic to COD, right? Like I don't think they understand a lot of the inner workings of like the game and lag outs. So like I think they go very strictly off the rule book, and then once again, there's no room for like leniency because they don't understand what's really going on. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's the way I've interpreted everyone talking about these Face It admins.
I think it's a double problem. And I'm about to.
I think they're trying to go by the book with like black and white, but again, like you guys said, there's situations where you actually have to take the context into what the fuck's going on.
Here's the problem, guys. Have you read the Challengers rulebook before?
No.
It is. I have. I'm bored.
I mean, before you continue, the Challengers book should be the same exact thing that the pros use. There should be no different rule set when it comes to like in-game lagouts or a player disconnecting? Like the rule book, are they the same or are they different, Ben?
So I gotta be careful how I answer this. They are mostly the same. The pro rulebook is not a public document for what it's worth. It used to be. Back in the day, you can go find CWO rulebooks on the internet. They're fucking out there.
It should be. It should be public.
should
For
be
whatever,
public.
for whatever reason, I've been saying this since fucking year one to league, the rulebook should be public. It's not, okay? And it's caused a number of issues over the years. You guys remember the first year of the CDL, people were getting hit off and DDoSed, and there's been issues over the last couple of years with how they've ruled about restarts and disconnects on LAN and a bunch of other shit. The Challengers rulebook is extremely vague. And then the subsequent rule pages on the Face It event pages are also very vague. And there's no additional memo or documentation on the Discord. I'm in the fucking Challengers Discord now. And so admins are kind of making judgment calls. And they, to your point, because they don't know the scene, they just don't know like how these things should play. And one thing in particular they screw up a lot, I find, is like situations where two teams are going to agree to a replay, and that should just be it. You know what I'm saying? Like they should wait for that to happen because it's going to happen, and then you just replay the map and shit goes. And like they continuously mess up that situation. I think the other problem, and you guys know this, is I've been really annoyed at how long the fucking tournaments are taking this year.
Well, I mean, hold on. That's a whole different conversation.
Yeah.
But that's like the easiest fix in the entire world. It's so very simple. The Challengers tournaments take precedent over anything else you're playing. An S&D tournament, a local LAN.
Yes.
There's not even room for debate. I don't give a listen. I'm sorry you can't play at the local LAN. If you want to try to make it to the pro league, then you have an obligation to play in the fucking Challengers tournament and be timely. There's no team that should be waiting 2 hours for a match because someone's at a local LAN. Fuck
So
yourself.
they're so strict with the rule book when it comes to this roster lock shit, but they won't do it when someone's 15, not even 15, a fucking hour late to their match.
And I don't care who it is either. I don't care if it's our
You know
team.
what I
I
mean?
don't care if it's Stallions. It doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if it's the Pope. If you're torching a tournament, your team should be forfeited.
Oh,
And it should never be on the opposite team to be like, we want to forfeit them. It should just be the ruling goes. I mean,
I have bad news, boys.
What?
Yeah, you guys don't see Carrie. Fucking Challengers go. Carrie does the I think
EU stuff,
the
right?
stats. No, he does the stats.
Oh, okay.
Carrie just told me there's a local this weekend. Carrie, is anyone who's in the elite qualifier playing in that fucking local? Please do not say yes.
I'll tell you right now.
Please
because,
do
I
not
mean,
say yes.
I mean,
Say
listen.
it, say it, Zinni. Or I was
Oh
gonna
my
say
god,
it
if
to
he
you.
says yes,
the
I'm gonna
first,
kill.
the first Challengers Cup, Nissim was planning on going to a local, and he was like, "Zin, do you mind if I go?" And I said, "Yes, I do." I said, I said, "I'm sorry. Like, I feel bad. I know you had this booked, but like, there's no room for playing two different tournaments and then potentially our team getting thrown out of flow because you're at a local LAN." That was my opinion. What I actually said was, listen, the only way I'd be okay with it is if for 100% certainty, you can tell me that you will not be late for a single match and all that. And obviously he couldn't because you can't guarantee that. So he didn't go.
Carrie
That's a good choice.
Carrie just told me his estimate is 10 to 15 players, majority low seeds in the tournament. By low, you mean like not the top teams, Carrie, I assume. That's still going to hold it up, though.
Booted.
It's going to be a problem. The tournament starts at what?
How much can they win?
5:30?
How much can they win? What's the first place? What's the first place for the winner of this thing?
why isn't it just a CDL rule? Like, why isn't that?
Well, because the
Well, I
problem
mean-
is that the one thing that CDL is kind of messed up is you guys remember Matt Zeb. Since he left in 2020 or 2021, they haven't really appointed a specific challenger czar, and so it's responsibility split between a bunch of different people. And yeah, that's why like people aren't stepping in. Carrie said it's $3K for first, so it's not even that much money.
I mean, it's not even about the money though. Like I don't blame players for wanting to play in local lands. Like that shit's awesome. But it's unfortunate that if there's a Challengers Cup on the same day, that is your obligation. Like you should not, no one else should be sitting there waiting, sitting on their hands because you're at a local land.
And they're gonna keep doing it unless they enforce something. So like,
100%.
like something's got to be done.
No, they get the DQ. Get the fuck out of here. We're here to. If the goal is to get to the league, you're not gonna do it through fucking locals. Also, again, do we know how much it is?
Carrie said $3K for
Ben said
first.
3K.
3K for first. That's split amongst four.
Yeah.
Fuck that noise. I would have paid Niam what he would have won. I'd be like, yeah,
Well,
don't. I mean, if he was, I mean, obviously
well,
the GM handled it the way the GM should have fucking handled it. I'm actually kind of not surprised, but I'm like, yeah, that's right, because I would have been like, yo, Zin, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah, no, I wasn't happy
Zin
with
went
that. I mean,
full George Steinbrenner. I tip it.
well, I mean, it's just, I think it's common sense. It's not really like even like very in depth. I don't think I should even get gas for that. That's just like,
Yeah, no, I agree.
no matter what, there's no way to play 2 tournaments at the same time and be timely in both. It's not possible.
Well, they announced
Like, so-
that Cup 1 land was announced like 2 months prior. It was like the kickoff land, so a lot of people committed. But it's like you should also know. The thing is, those players should have known that the Cup was going to be like one of the first couple weekends.
One of these local organizers, honestly, fuck it, we should do it ourselves. Instead of doing locals during the Challengers Cup, let's just get the top 32 seeds there and just play the Challengers Cup on land.
There we go.
I
There we
have
go.
since year 0 the league's in. I have been trying to tell people at CDL, hello, Halo Loki kind of thought about this. Why are there not for Challengers Pro Points sanctioned local tournaments? Make it a part of the ecosystem. So there are requirements, obviously scheduling requirements, and that way you're driving low-level participation to these events, and you will get actual pro points that will be used for cups and for the opens. Like,
I guess the
And
way they probably think of it is like that puts a limit on the teams that are actually able to attend and get there and compete. Like,
Yeah,
I'm
and
assuming
That's
like they
not-
want
I
all
don't
the
think it has anything to
Challengers
do with
Cup
that.
to be.
Where are these being held and who's holding them? Because it's like,
Well, it's also like right now the Challengers Cup is open sign up, right? Right now, us 4 could play if we wanted to.
Yes.
Whereas if you put a plane ticket, a hotel, all that stuff behind it, you're going to get way less signups. And I guess they probably view that as like limiting. Like,
No,
I think it should
they
be.
just don't want. It's an effort thing. I don't even think it's that. They just don't
How would
have
you-
the manpower or want to, because you have to build a process. You're gonna have to build some kind of group
but
of
it's a lot
person to
of
view those.
resources, and this
Yeah.
is not. I mean, this is not making money for them at all.
Correct. It would
And
be-
also, like, I would never, ever enter a Challengers event because why? What
We beat
business do I
RVP,
have
we
taking
talked
money
about
from
it.
kids, dude? You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
exactly.
BWP, we talked about it at the beginning of the stream, and you can go back and watch it if you're curious.
Yeah, I had a dream Sam got picked up by a team. I don't know.
Did you?
Damn. Well, did you?
No, it actually happened yesterday.
Oh, I was gonna say, damn. You're in tune. You're connected.
So what is this? Oh, I was just reading this. Yeah, I mean, listen, this Stallion stuff once again.
It's tough.
Those guys should be in a tournament. I think it makes sense if their seed changes. Obviously, Legend had most of the pro points, so if he's not playing, I think their seed should be affected. To be honest with you,
I mean, listen, if
I think
they-
that's fair
if
to the
they-
rest of the teams.
get
Like, you know what
DQ'd.
I'm saying?
If they get DQ'd, Tom is about to have the world's most insane crash out of all time.
Well, he should. He should. No
He
team.
should, he
No
should.
team.
That would
And
be insane.
it doesn't matter if it's Tom, if it's Bush, if it's us.
Of course, of course,
Like
of course.
that doesn't matter, and no team should be fucked over for that reason. That's absurd.
Yeah.
The fans of those teams should not be fucked over for that reason.
It's one thing if Stallions like dropped Legend and they were like, you know what, we just want to pick up this player. That's different.
Yeah.
And you're like blatantly going against the rules, and you know you shouldn't do that. This is not that.
I'm trying to remember. I think it happened once in the elite that there's been emergency subs that have happened post quali. Like they've dealt with this situation, not maybe for the tournament, but before. And but with faces sometimes I don't know if precedence really matters. That's kind of some of the frustrating issues I have with it.
What else have you guys been talking about?
We talked about it all. Zinni,
A
what
lot of-
happened?
Hell yeah.
Bro, we've been
CEO
at this for
business
like
stuff.
fucking 5. Hector's
I
been
love
out
it.
for 5
Yeah.
hours already.
I woke up, I opened Twitch, I saw Hector on, I was like, hell yeah, there he is.
Oh yeah.
And I was
Here I
curious
am.
what he was doing, so I clicked on it, and then I heard Ben's voice, and I was like, no way, he's joining us.
I saw Ben in the chat. I'm like, yo, let me talk to Ben because I was just watching the podcast with him and
And
Ant, and I was
I'm
like,
glad you guys are doing that, by the way, Ben.
we're gonna start doing them. I appreciate it. Yeah, and I talked about it this summer. We're gonna start filming in person. I think next week. We want to get guests on it. Hector will be doing it major one
My
week.
gym
it looks
content.
All right,
Optic
so
podcast.
That's the perfect excuse for me and Hector to fly out and eat at Spec.
Oh yeah,
ooh.
Spec is
Perfect
good.
excuse.
I went to
Those
Spec. I went to
chicken
Spec
wings?
with Adam like 3 months ago, and that place is.
Dude, I
place
literally
is
would
great.
just
That's
fly in
good.
for those chicken wings. I mean that.
They still have
Those
those
fall
chicken
off the
wings?
bone
Let's
chicken wings.
see if they do.
If they don't, I'm not going. That's the only reason why I would go.
They've changed their
Thanks
menu a
everybody
lot.
for complimenting my space. I do
They
appreciate it.
do still have them.
Thank you.
The spicy wings, right?
Yo, apparently the Challengers Elite starts at like 5:30 tomorrow, Ben.
Yes, the cup
Did you know that?
starts at 5:30 East, I think.
Why so late?
Why not
Because
noon?
they're only playing like a
Noon
Yeah,
few
should be the
rounds.
standard.
why not 11 a.m.? Why not noon?
They're playing because they're
noon.
splitting over 2 days. They're doing 3 rounds on Saturday and 3 or
Wait,
2
wait,
on
wait, hold on,
Sunday.
wait,
That would-
hold on, wait, real quick. Sorry. Wait, there's people at a local land this weekend
Correct.
with the
that's what he's
elite qualifier.
saying. Yeah, that's what he's saying.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, I was thinking of it like a normal cup. Holy shit,
Bro,
dude! I will
DQ the
forfeit.
fuck out of them.
Yo, I will forfeit anybody that is torching our team, assuming they
don't
allow
care,
it.
bro.
Fuck out of there.
If you're at a,
yeah.
I mean, hold on. Heise is a little bit different. See, Heise is the only player where like I don't think he was expecting to be in the Challengers Elite, or was he going to be in it either way? I want to make sure I'm not misspeaking here, because he wasn't obviously planning to be on Stallions. This is part of that
No,
emergency legend situation.
Yeah.
Was Heise supposed to be in the Challengers Elite either way?
No, because he kept getting bouncing around teams. Like he was on All Heads and he was on our team. Like I don't think
That's
he was
not his
gonna-
fault at all.
Yeah, no, I think he actually made a good point. He was on a team and got sketched on before the roster lock. So yeah, I don't think he was expecting to play in this one. That's why he's probably at the local.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's more of a unique circumstance then. But I mean, once again, like, I don't know. The only thing that should be getting torched is the local land, right? Like the Challengers Elite has to come first, and that's probably gets ugly. But
Here's my thing about
Yeah.
time torching in Challengers Cup. And by the way, people at Activision can vouch. I have been banging this drum since year 1 of the league. Because if y'all remember, COVID hit. We did those online broadcasts of the Challengers Cup, and I had a big rage out after the first fucking cup with some people, because it's a collective problem of the players in the tournament love to just disappear for 30 fucking minutes,
Mhm.
and the admins love to just not do their job.
Do anything.
And it's
Yeah.
like map
Wash
ends,
dishes.
series ends.
Wash
Instantly, the
dishes.
veto lobby should be formed. The veto should take. I mean, JP, what do you think? 5 minutes, maybe.
Bro, if the vetoes
Less-
take more than 5 minutes, something's going wrong.
And then we have 10 to 15 minutes to get going. And there were times the last cup where it took them 30 fucking minutes from the last series ending to the next series to start. 30.
yeah, that's just they got to get a grip on that, bro. There should be no like what happened to the Bush in the first cup was absurd.
That was absurd. That was a
Oh,
certified.
dude, I'm tuning into their stream every other hour to see if they're playing, and then everyone's shooting bots or doing something. You know what I mean?
It's a
Everybody
collective.
suffers.
It's a
The-
collective
Everyone's just
problem.
in a
Content
bot
creator-
lobby. I'm like, when did the match just actually go on?
It's a collective problem because it's not just the admins. I'm putting responsibility on the players. Y'all Challengers players fucking time torch. Don't argue with me. Say you don't. Trust me. I watch a lot of Challengers. Y'all torch, okay? I watch everybody in Challengers in both of these cups on day 2. The matches are supposed to start at noon. They're starting at 12:45. So don't tell
Pro
me y'all
players
don't time
torch,
torch.
I am not surprised that Challengers
In
team.
the
City,
all-
you should start a list and blacklist them.
It's real funny.
You have to blacklist
No, I mean,
everybody.
no, it's serious.
You have to
I would need to
blacklist
call Pat
everybody
up.
is the problem. It's fucking everyone,
need-
bro.
I would need to call Pat up to organize again. Get everyone in the
shit.
chat.
But at least with the elite, they're very strict about. I don't know if you saw, but a team got forfeited last year for missing vetoes in the elite. Like the elite, they put their hammer down, but the cups have taken too long, bro.
Well, I mean, I just assume the elite they take that way more seriously because that's like the actual that's like the league sanctioned portion of challengers, right? Like that's like their super. That's like the league below the league. That's why I think they probably take that a lot more serious.
Fair, but that doesn't make an excuse to not admin more on day
No, I
2
agree
when
with
there's only
you.
8
No,
people left in the
I
tournament.
agree with you.
They
Are these
won-
local players playing from the venue or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
From the
Oh
land
my
venue.
God. So what if somebody needs that computer for the tournament that's ongoing there?
Yeah, see, that's the thing. Like,
Fair
for example,
question.
Nissim told me that they were going to give him like his own setup, and I was like, yeah, but still, like, what happens when we have a match at the same time and you have a local final? Like,
You're in
you
the
know what I'm
middle
saying?
And that, that's not guaranteed either.
Yeah,
They
let
just
me
be
know
like,
when
oh,
this
we got our
starts.
final. You get off the setup.
Yeah, so I don't know.
But it doesn't look like they're playing Boston Breach. Chat.
That's, I mean,
It's a lot easier if you just don't enter a local land, which, I mean, I get it. It does suck, right? Because obviously you want a local
They
land
might
to
be
be on a
playing
weekend,
phase
and there's
second set.
Challengers
They might be
Cups on a
playing
lot of
phase second
weekends,
set.
but
and I mean,
what
I'm
it
all
is.
for them trying to do it if there's not enforcement, because they know they can get away with it. The whole problem is that there's no enforcement. There should be it should be enforced, because they're just being like, okay, I can make 3K at this LAN and play the Challengers Cup, and I'm not going to get
Yeah, no, you
ridiculed.
cannot have
Maybe
your
even
cake
more,
and
I
eat it
don't
too,
know.
I'm not
sir.
going to
You
get
cannot.
DQ'd, so fuck it, you know.
Again, I just think
Give me all the
it's just
chances.
a collective problem, and like obviously players need to take some fucking responsibility, and a lot of them have been competitors for a long time, so they've legit zero excuse. And some of it's on the admins to just do the contracted job that they're getting paid. But I assume part of the problem is just staff. Like there's just not enough bodies. You know what I'm saying? As always with the OLTs, and they never have enough bodies, and that's probably their argument. But yeah, torching was bad in these cups. They should not be ending at fucking 1 a.m. on Sunday.
Yeah, it's tough.
The only delays that we should ever have are technical delays. That's it. If it has to do with a human not doing what the fuck he's supposed to be doing, get him out.
Yo, I just brought up Boston's about to scrim Asim's team.
Yeah.
And I guess somewhat Cammy immediately texted me. He said, I'm on 100 ping. So if you see stinkers, that's why. Need you to back my case here before I end up on Reddit.
Yeah, there's some
I fucking
issue.
love that
Is
kid, bro.
Cammy not in? Is Cammy not in Texas? Because I know there's some issues with people connecting to Texas server outside of Texas.
No,
Boston was always in Texas. I
no,
assume
he's
he
in
just
he's
hasn't-
in Scotland right now.
Oh
Yeah, I assume
shit!
he
Well,
hasn't gone
that's a
back yet.
fucking tragedy then. Yeah. Good luck.
He said to me, he said waiting on my visa. I got approved and went to the appointment yesterday. I just got to get my passport back. So I think he's just waiting to get that. Then he's coming back.
Yeah, he'll be good. I'll get that in a couple days.
I'll be all right.
Yeah.
I also love that kid's in Texas now. Everyone's in Texas now, bro. If there's ever a time to do a LAN league, it's now.
Well, the issue is, I don't think ESL Facet's got a studio in
Yeah,
Texas. They have a nice new
that.
one they just built in Columbus. So
Yeah, but everyone's already in Texas, bro. It's all right. Come on, just build something down here real quick. Spruce it up all nice.
I mean, it's not cheap to build the studios, and it's fucking expensive. Bro.
Is it really that? Even a small thing, like you remember the ESL Burbank studio? That shit was like one room
I
basically.
mean, Hector,
right?
you can vouch. Real estate in Texas, commercial real estate isn't the world's cheapest.
Is it the what?
It isn't the world's cheapest. You get commercial
No.
real estate in Texas.
Well, it's perspective, but yeah, you're right. It's not.
And you're thinking
Oh, no,
about
I-
a studio.
yeah.
Think about the spaces you need, right? So you need enough room to host all the teams. You have to retrofit the space to be an actual studio. So it needs a lot of wiring, needs a light grid, needs soundproofing, needs LED walls. You need to build control rooms, and I'm putting a gear in those control rooms. That gear is insanely expensive. It's specialty gear, custom gear, comes from overseas, takes fucking forever. It's got to be, the cost is a lot of M's. That's what I'm trying to make. You can't do it for a couple, you know what I'm saying? And that's before you turn the lights on. So,
Yeah.
And people would say, well, what about,
it took us 6 months to get our video wall up. 6 months because the fire department had to come in and clear everything. They weren't able to clear everything because the old people that inhabited that floor cut some corners.
Yeah.
And the fire department had issue with it, so we had to fix that. I will say that the previous people that were there was me.
That's
self-inflicted.
stuff. But yeah, I mean that stuff's expensive. And someone said, well, what about ESA? I think the problem is the city of Arlington owns that space, so you'd have to buy that from the city. And I will
They
say
got
for
that.
ESA, that would also need some capex, because if you're gonna build a LAN league there, I think you should fucking put a new stage in.
Well, no, I mean, the thing with the LAN league, and I was explaining this yesterday, is I don't think the LAN league is enough. Like, what I mean by that is like, if we did our current format on LAN, it would be cool in the beginning. Oh my God, LAN league is back, and then we just return to the same conversation that these league matches and this format is just not it.
Correct.
Like, if you're gonna do a LAN league, you got to change the format to make it more exciting to watch. Teams replaying multiple
always
matches a
thought we should
day.
Yeah, go ahead.
Like, I don't think, like right now, if you kept this format and it was LAN, I think nothing changes besides the first
Correct.
month when it's like, oh my God, hell yeah, we're on LAN. And obviously for players, it's more competitive, and that aspect's definitely better. But from the viewer component, it changes nothing really, in my opinion.
I think everyone would prefer just like a minor every weekend rather than these league matches.
100%. I even, this is just a spitballing. Why don't we add Thursday night into like the league?
What is Thursday night gonna solve?
More matches. You have more
Just
time
something.
to
So
like.
The reason you're saying the problem with that, I'll explain the economics. The problem with that is you're going to increase the number of studio days. You're increasing the cost. You're going to make the day shorter, correct? But you're going to realize that you're going to have to program those Thursdays to make people want to fucking watch, right? Like you have to put premium.
I'm talking about online right now, by the way. Yeah, with LAN, I understand that point.
Yeah, but
like,
he's still talking about the broadcast team and stuff.
Oh, you're talking about LAN ending a Thursday for what, the league matches?
Yeah, I'm saying like think about what we did in AW. Like there were league matches on weeknights. Like why are we just limited to Friday through Sunday if we're online and people want to see more COD? And this is just, and I'm just literally spitballing here. I'm not saying anything. I'm genuinely curious. Like, it's
not a bad shout, Zin.
What's
right?
the issue with having more competitive COD throughout the week? Like instead of just limiting it to Friday through Sunday.
This is another topic that I agree with Pat. Right? Like pro players who get paid what they get paid shouldn't only be playing fucking 2 matches a week. A weekend.
One match or 2 matches.
If we can, and you know what's crazy about that is that it's not the players' fault, right? The players aren't happy about the fact that they don't get to play fucking more than once in some cases a week. So it is this does offer up a good opportunity, Zin, to have an interest in there, right? We have challengers from what to what? Fucking
Challenger is going to be awesome. I think now the elite is going to be Wednesdays and Thursdays, right?
Correct. Wednesdays and Thursdays.
AMs have more real reps than we do at this point.
AMs have way more reps.
That's why people are more locked in. Way more. The reps mean more.
But also, like, okay, so you guys are talking about the Thursday matches. Like, how important is the broadcast quality and making it CDL quality for them that they're not willing to do something like that? Because I'm assuming with this Thursday, like let's say we just had a Thursday match thing, they want it to be the same broadcast quality, the same amount of people that they use for their weekend matches to deliver the best product every single time as if it were a weekend match.
I think
what if it was more bare bones?
I'm about to spit some game that some people in the esports industry do not want to hear what I'm about to say. They close their eyes and ears every time this conversation happened. They
give us the game, bro. That's
they live in denial about this. The truth is that we live in an era where people want to consume content the way they want to consume. And the traditional broadcast model, where there's always this one spot that everybody goes to, is an outdated model. That's why in almost every esport, and you're starting to see in professional sports now, the alternative broadcasts, the choice of options is super big. And I think it's you obviously see it in regular sports with like the Manning cast. You see it a lot in esports with OniPixel and Cage Roll, and obviously what we do in the CDL with our watch parties and your guys' watch parties. And I think, you could go to a model, and Zin, I've talked about this, where 5 and 7 matches is split. Let's play fucking 22. And there's 3 games going on. And yes,
players want to play more, but the issue, everyone always brings up the 2Ks and the 5Ks. The issue is, and I do think the owners have something to do with this, and maybe the league model that was pitched, that used to be like a player-based model. Like you used to be able to go watch Optic and then go watch FaZe, and you do it through the player POVs. The issue now is every team wants their team on this main broadcast X amount of times, right? They don't want Shotzzy live. Like they don't want people to have to choose between a player on Carolina or Surge compared to a player on Optic, or you know what I mean? Like they don't
but that's
want.
Though. You're going to argue against that as a team owner?
Yeah.
All right. So look, you're telling me that because hold on, did I freeze? Okay. You're telling me that because Optic creates so much content that draws so much interest in one particular player that people are going to choose to watch that player over the other player, but the team owners are like, no, fuck that. They shouldn't go against it. They should be watching us so that we can steal their fans so that they can become fan of ours. That's cool. Come on, man. Come on. Be normal. These team owners, some of them, the ones that think like this, the door's back there, please.
That's what I'm saying.
They also
play minimum league matches. They'll have a better team, bro. I have a reason for people to tune in and watch.
Yo, I gotta call it 1:30, so I'm gonna take off now. But it was a great conversation, boys. Let's do it again sometime.
Well, it's always a pleasure, Hector.
See you, man.
It's always a pleasure, go.
We